Hello guys, we will start the story of What If Deku Got Harem with Ochako, Momo, and Melissa Part 1. Chapter 1 Beginnings. Several years ago, California, USA. Two American bald eagles fly through the clear blue skies with the desert below them. They would fly past skyscrapers and a golden statue of a city below them before flying away above the sun. In the city, civilians went about their daily lives going to places where they want to be. Some were already heading for the casinos to spend on gambling, hoping they can be a lucky person for big-time money. But that daily life was interrupted by an explosion occurring at the entrance of the casino. Cars along the street nearby tried to drive away. Some hit one another from all that chaos and panic. Civilians were running as fast as possible from the explosion. Suddenly, something from the casino jumped out within the smoke inside of it on the street. Once the smoke cleared, a large monstrous figure with blue skin, a black mask, wore a support vest, jeans, and regular shoes. The monster ran on the streets, destroying vehicles that were in the way. At the same time, a man's laughter was heard. The smokes disappear from above the monster's head, revealing a man with blonde hair and a long point nose. He wore a red skin-tight, full-body suit designed with white marks and an R across the face mask. Behind him were bags with cash inside. Some were flying off from the bags while escaping. $10 million. Just like that, I love this job. He yelled. Up ahead. The monster villains said as they saw thousands of police vehicles arriving on the scene, creating a blockade to stop them. Officers exit from their vehicles, bringing out their sidearms at the villains. At the same time, two heroes appeared from the street in between the police and the villains. One is a man dressed in a black bodysuit decorated with various electric imagery with circuits that help him channel his quirk. His bodysuit covers his entire face, giving him no discernible features. He wears two lightning bolt-shaped radio antennae over his ears. He sports a long red cape, which includes more golden lightning decorations. The second is a tall woman with shoulder-length, wavy blonde hair, two thick, curling horns emerging from the sides of her head, and the long point ears of a cow. She wore a cowgirl outfit as her hero costume, with a dark orange crop top, laced and tied together at the bottom, over which she has a sleeveless denim jacket and a short taupe tied at her neck. To match her torso gear, she dons denim shorts that are ripped along the hem, and a Western-style belt to hold them up, a large buckle shaped like a cow's head in the center. She wore leather gloves and knee-high boots, a cowboy hat tied around her neck and two tasseled rings around her upper arms, and wears orange-tinted shades to complete the look. Your crime spree ends here. Electoplant yells, activating his electricity generation quirk. Stand down. He uses his right hand, launching a bolt of electricity towards the villains. It hit the monstrous villain, causing it to go back a little but plenty of time for the other hero to strike. Cow Lady quickly rushes towards the villains. At the same time, she activates her quirk, transforming into a minotaur-like creature. Y'all finished? She yelled. Go ahead and try to stop us. The small villain yelled, activating his quirk by transforming both his arms into cannon barrels, shooting missiles at both the heroes and the police. Both missiles hit their targets. The large villain jumps off the streets, landing sideways on a nearby building, damaging it before jumping off, over the fire of where the missile hit the police blockade. They noticed they were about to land on the street where vehicles including one with a family and their child inside. The family noticed they were about to face their death. Don't stop. Just crush them. The small villain yelled with no soul inside him. Inches away from death, out of nowhere, a person jumped in by using his fist, hitting the large villain, flying him backward with a powerful punch like no other. The family slowly opens their eyes, realizing they're still alive. They look to the front to see a man built with muscles. Dressed in a gray shirt, green jeans, and a Leatherman jacket with the words Plus Ultra behind it. Fear not, citizens. Everything is fine. Toshinori Yagi said, turning to the family with a smile. You're safe because I am here. The children inside the vehicles were smiling. The small villain got up from the ground after the attack, getting himself to recuperate from the attack. Really? And just who the hell you think you are? He asked. A hero from Japan, the man said, turning back to the villain. Who just happens to be passing by. I'll send you home back in a coffin, if they can find your remains. The small villain yelled, launching 2 missiles at him with his quirk. Toshinori uses both his arms to cross them into an X-shaped. He then moves them to the front, launching a gust of wind, sending the missiles flying out of control into the air before colliding, exploding by themselves. It avoided any damages and deaths. I'm sorry. What was that threat again? He asked, noticing that the villains were already gone. He turns to his left, seeing them both escaping. Running away already? Out of nowhere, a red vehicle floats above the vehicles of the civilians before landing on the other side of the street next to Toshinori. In the driver's seat, a young man with straighter, shoulder-length hair swept backward, a single thin strand left hanging over his left eye, no goatee, and no notable wrinkles on his face. He wore a red hoodie with the hood left out over the light gray lab coat he wore underneath. The sleeves are slightly rolled up above his wrist, dark gray pants, and black sneakers with white soles and laces. You got ahead of yourself, Toshi. David Shield said as Toshinori quickly jumps in the passenger seat. They're fast. Follow them, Dave. He yelled. You're impossible. Your body moves before you think. He said, activating a radar screen from his driver's seat before they drove off to catch up with the villains. Meanwhile, the villains were running around, trying to escape from the city and the man they were being chased by. Little did they know, they were being followed by a mini-drone plane flying above them. It has a camera looking at them. Turns out, the drone was being controlled by David by using the radar from the drone to give the villain's location. The two finally caught up to them quickly from behind. The large villain notices the car following them. Hey, some weird car is following us. He yelled. Damn these heroes. The small villain yelled, firing 2 missiles at them with his quirk. David notices the missiles coming towards them. He launches a missile at them. Instead of targeting the villains, it targeted both missiles. The missile he launches quickly opens with multiple bubbles, trapping both missiles inside, exploding them, avoiding any casualties in the streets. The small villain was stunned by it. You got to be kidding me. He yelled as Toshinori jumped from the passenger seat onto the front of the car. Toshi, we're going to be late for the lecture. Hurry up and finish this. David yelled. That's the plan. Obviously. He yelled by jumping off the car and flying himself in the air. The large villain ran up on a building, thinking they escaped quickly. That did not pan out when Toshinori was inches away from them. The small villain was getting annoying seeing him trying to go after them. You just don't give up, do you? He yelled, launching 3 more missiles at him. Detroit. Smash. Toshinori yelled, sending more powerful winds with his fist. It causes the missiles to fly out of control, colliding together and exploding. He uses his legs to fly more from another building, towards the villains. After he flew past a building, he notices 3 more missiles were coming from the right. He quickly uses his right arm to create more winds, exploding the missiles. The fire caught in him, burning his clothes. This time, he was in his hero costume. Now for the ultimate move. The villains, instead of running away, decided to fight him one last time as they charged towards him in the air. David, I named this move after your home state. Toshinori thought as David stopped driving, seeing the fight from his car. Do it, David said, knowing his friend was about to go for the finisher. California. Toshinori yelled by spinning into a frontal somersault. The monstrous villain opens his mouth to eat him. This time, the hero uses his right fist for his final attack. Smash! His right fist hit the large villain's face, sending it flying down, hitting the street with a large impact. Some cars were flying from the winds, including money. Civilians gather at the crater where the villains were both unconscious. A nearby water pipe busted, leaking water. Both Electroplant and Cow Lady were observing the aftermath when they both and the civilians heard laughter. They all look up to see Toshinori, standing proud on the rooftop with a smile on his face. "Who's that hero?" a male civilian asked. "I've never seen him," a female civilian said. "That was incredible," another male civilian said. "He's an exchange student visiting from Japan," David said as both heroes and civilians turned to him. "You can call him by his hero's name, All Might." "His name is All Might?" both civilians and heroes asked together, looking back up at the hero. "Take him in. Someday, that name will be heard by everyone around the world. Someday, he will become our symbol of peace," David said, looking at his friend. Minutes later, both Toshinori and David rode off from the aftermath to class before being late, letting the other heroes and police do their jobs by taking both villains to jail. "Thanks for the help, Dave. Creating this hero suit is a sink and we'll be making it back to class in no time," he said, observing his costume. "Well, we better. If we're late again, I doubt we pass the course," he said before a voice on the police scanner installed in the car was heard. "Alert! Flight 897 has been hijacked." "I repeat," it said before David turned off the scanner. "Did you hear that?" Toshinori asked. "It's risky, man," David answered, but noticed Toshinori stared down at him with a serious look. He forms a smile, realizing the situation, either saving a life or making it back to class without being late. "You know, for a good guy you are way too reckless." Toshinori smiled back before looking at the front. "That means you'll help?" he asked. "Guess so," David answered as the drone above them lowers down, connecting to the airmobile. Behind it, jet engines appeared from the back. Who knew that being a hero is so much work? "Don't worry, I'll buy you lunch," Toshinori said with laughter. The jet engines activate, sending the car flying in the air like a plane, heading to the plane that was hijacked for more saving. Present-day Angel Island. In a small cabin located on a beach of Angel Island, Toshinori in his true form lay asleep on a chair, snoring with a bubble on his nose. A door was heard opening, revealing a certain green broccoli-haired boy with freckles on his cheeks, dressed in a white shirt, dark green swim trunks, and sandals. He approaches him to try to wake him up. "All Might? All Might?" Izuku Midoriya asked, trying to wake him up. "Are you asleep?" The boy decided to shake him by the arm. The bubble on his nose popped as he finally begins moving, stretching his arms out and yawning at the same time. He rubbed his eyes to make them clearer. He saw his successor looking at him with a smile on his face. "Young Midoriya, is something wrong?" he asked. "The others want to see you, including both Ryuko and Iwabami," Izuku said. "I'll be out there. Give me time to get myself together, I just woke up," Toshinori said. "I'll let them know. You don't want both heroes you love to try to drag you out from this cabin," Izuku said as Toshinori's body shivers in fear. "You okay?" "TT, thanks for bringing that up because that's the last thing I want," he said, thinking what his girlfriends would do to him. It was a gorgeous day on Angel Island. The summer breeze felt way better than any type of weather season. At a beach on the island where the cabin is held, members of the freedom fighters including both Principal Nizu, Ryuko Tatsuma, and Iwabumi were enjoying their time with them. Izuku exits from the cabin to see everyone enjoying their day on the beach. It's summer vacation for him as the semester was done for him at UA. Next up is the summer camp, which begins in a couple of weeks for Class 1A and 1B. With enough time, he decided to spend time with the freedom fighters. He sees both Amy, Blaze, and Rogue playing volleyball with the Dragon Hero and Snake Hero with Charmy B as a scorekeeper. Cream and her friend Cheese were making a sandcastle. Principal Nizu and Big with Froppy on his shoulder were fishing nearby with their fishing poles to see if they catch anything big. Dector has his radio on, being the DJ as usual. Espio sitting Indian style with his eye closed, concentrating as a ninja would do. Knuckles popping out from the sand, searching for any buried treasure nearby. Silver, however, made it easy for him by using his psychokinesis to find buried treasure. The Echidna not happy with the silver hedgehog beating him to the treasure first. Shadow leaning on the wall of the cabin with his arms crossed, seeing the other enjoying their time with a serious look on his face. Finally, Tails riding on his old jet-propelled board on the water for surfing. Izuku looks around with a smile on his face. But that smile would disappear when his best friend, a certain blue hedgehog, didn't join them. He found out one of the freedom fighters told him he was training on Mount Thunder. This surprised everyone, including the freedom fighters, that their leader would always have fun with them for all those years. It worried the boy since that incident on this very same beach weeks ago, the same day Izuku almost got himself kidnapped by Tomura Shigaraki of the League of Villains in the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. You're worried for Sonic? Izuku's mind snapped when he turns to see Shadow leaning on the wall next to him with his eyes closed. Why, you were there the whole time? The boy asked. I've been here a lot, Shadow said, opening his eyes to face the boy. I notice Sonic is not with us. This is the first time he doesn't join us. Usually, he always joins us for the fun. I bet it had a lot of doing to what happened on this beach. Yeah, it does, Izuku said, looking down with a sad look. This is about Sonic, right? The two turned to see All Might, back in his hero form. Dressed in a white shirt and black swim trunks. If you're looking for him, he's up on Mount Thunder. Training harder than ever. Shadow said as the symbol of peace shook his head in disappointment. I guess that day must have gotten to him. He said, referring to the same day Sonic and Shigaraki fought on the beach. He had a chance to beat Shigaraki only for Eggman to interfere, including that other villain, Shadow said, referring about All for One, causing All Might's green eyes to glow with anger. I don't want to hear that name ever again. Especially when I saw him for the first time in years. He spoke. I understand. But it really should concern us now that we learn Eggman and All for One has joined forces together to stop us. We're in for a fight for sure now that the mission has gotten extremely hard. Shadow said. Izuku forms a sad look again. He looks upon the mountain where the blue hedgehog was training hard. I hope you're fine, Sonic. He thought. Mount Thunder. On top of the largest mountain on the island, our friendly blue hedgehog is currently at the top. His entire body drenched in sweat after a lot of training for himself. He looks at the view of the island, the Pacific Ocean, and in the distance the city of Muzutafu. Usually, he always has that smile when he does fun stuff or during combat. Instead, he has a serious look. While looking, his mind has always been on that day when he fought with Shigaraki and meeting All for One for the first time on the island. The more enemies he has made, the more it becomes more difficult. Especially to protect his best friend from anyone trying to kill him and trying to steal the green Chaos Emerald. There's a lot of things you should know about, Sonic. The voice of All for One was heard in his head. I have an advantage of stealing quirks. I can steal your quirk, including your so-called freedom fighters that dares enter this planet. If you think you have the courage to face me, good luck. Take all the time to train, because I will still beat you and squash you like the rat you are. Sonic gritted his teeth and clenched his fist at the same time. He then would hear Shigaraki's voice in his head. I would have killed that boy in the mall. I let him live for now. But know this, when the time comes, I will put an end to that boy. Then kill All Might, and then I'll kill you. Remember, Vendetta came close to killing Midoriya in Hosu City. He could have ended it there, but decided to keep him alive and torture him more. The fun will come for Midoriya. Then, it'll be your turn to feel that fun. Shigaraki's voice was heard. The hedgehog shakes his head, trying to get the voices away from him. His eyes kept a focus on the horizon. Don't worry, all for one. I will beat you and Shigaraki, including Eggman, Stain, and Vendetta. I will fight hard to protect my friend. Even if it takes my own life. Sonic thought. The Death Egg. On board the Death Egg, in the hangar area, the doctor stood straight up with a serious look. Has badges on his uniform, straightens his mustache perfectly. A painter was finishing the final touches of a large portrait of the doctor. Snively, Orbit, and Cubit, along with both Jin Bubaigawara aka Twice, and Atsuhiro Seiko aka Mr. Compress of the League of Villains, examines the portrait and how the artist is doing it. Not bad at all. Almost like a painting of Napoleon Bonaparte. Mr. Compress said. Does it have to be that fancy? I mean, it's just a painting. Twice said. You're talking about the man in charge of this empire. And that includes your boss as well. Snively said. I forgot. We work for him now. Twice said, referring to the time All for One gave control of the League of Villains to Eggman as a deal for more Nomus to be part of the Eggman Empire. I heard days ago that Shigaraki wasn't happy that the doctor took control of the League of Villains at the time we were recruited. Mr. Compress said. Oh, trust me. That crybaby temper tantrum wasn't happy when All for One gave the doctor full control. Don't forget, that good-for-nothing is already under house arrest for almost causing chaos at the mall without orders. Snively said, referring to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall incident. I heard that Shigaraki almost tried to kidnap that Midoriya kid, Deko said as he and Boko were approaching them. Turns out it was a trap for him. Both Sonic and that Izuku brat set him up with the Chaos Emerald, transporting him to Angel Island where the Hedgehog and Shigaraki fought. Snively said. Hang on, there's an island? Twice asked. Yeah. A floating island that came from the planet Mobius months ago. Boko said. I thought you know. I don't know anything about a floating island until now. Twice said. Well, pay attention. A lot of things you should know about by now. Anyway, Shigaraki will learn a thing or two the next time he does anything stupid again. Snively said. Where is he now? Mr. Compress asked. He's back at the League of Villains hideout. Hirojiri dealing with him along with All for One. Best for him to stay away from Eggman until he's calmed down. Snively said when the alarms rang throughout the hangar. What was that? Eggman asked, looking around. Alert. Transport ship coming to the station as we speak. A robotic voice was heard via speakers. In another sector of the Death Egg, Bakugo Katsuki was in the training room. Using the new grenade weapons that Eggman created as an upgrade to his quirk. A vent of anger rage in his head. He uses his explosion quirk multiple times by destroying every training dummy in his way. The dummies have faces of Izuku and Sonic. He yells out die multiple times, destroying every training dummy. The training finally ended where the buzzer was heard. The dummies slide down below the floor. Burnt marks and smoke was everywhere in the room. The boy breathed heavily, not hearing the door slide open. Geez, you know how to vent your anger on a lot of things. Nito Monoma said, examining the room. You almost tried to destroy this room. Do I care? Bakugo asked in anger. With that kind of tone, I guess you don't, Monoma said. Shut up. I got to vent my anger on two people I can't stand. Bakugo yelled, comical. Figures, Monoma said when the alarms rang and red lights flashed. What the hell is that? Bakugo asked. Back in the hangar, Eggman's robots, Nomus, and prisoners that escaped from the Tartarus prison to become soldiers for the Empire were clearing out supplies to make room for the transport ship to enter. Anoma carried the painting of Eggman carefully out of the hangar, almost walk into both the hero killer and his sidekick Kota Izuku aka Vendetta. Stain uses his hand to block the painting, pushing aside as they continue to march. Seeing everyone scrambling, he grabbed one of the soldiers. What's with the alarms? Stain asked as the soldier salutes him. Sorry, sir. We got visitors coming in. He answered before saluting again and running off. Recruits maybe? Kota asked. Perhaps. Stain answered as they walk over to Eggman and the others. Deko and Boko saw the two coming. They quickly stood in attention to salute. The doctor turns around to see the colonel. Ah, Colonel Stain. Just in time. Eggman said. Recruits? He asked. It could be since it's a transport ship arriving unannounced, Eggman said, turning to Snively. Who was in charge of keeping an eye on these recruits? My guess is either Scratch, Grounder, Orbit, or Cubit. Or perhaps either Spinner or Gyron. He answered, looking at his tablet when a loud voice was heard, almost dropping his device. Who dares interrupt my training section? Bakugo asked in an angry mood with Monoma following him, rolling his eyes. It's both our training section. The copy quirk user said. Quiet and stand at attention. We got guests coming. Stain said. Whatever. It better be quick because I'm not in the mood. Bakugo said. You always not in the mood, Kota said. What you say, Pipsqueak? Bakugo asked, getting angrier. Will you just shut up and get an attention? Keep your anger in check. Kota said. You just got told by a kid, Monoma said. Shut up. Bakugo yelled as Scratch, Grounder, Orbit, and Cubit arrived in the hangar. What's going on? Cubit asked. Where have you four been? Eggman asked. We were busy with other things when the alarm came on, Scratch said. Doesn't matter. Stand in attention. Eggman said. Yes, sir. The four robots said. Took a couple of minutes to finally clear the hangar. Nomus, robots, and soldiers stood in formation with Eggman and the others in front of them. The transport ship carefully enters the hangar, landing 8 inches away from the doctor. Once it landed, the engine of the ship dies down. The side door facing the others slides open. Everyone observes the open door, seeing an individual exiting from the door. A tall, bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. Dark patches of face paint cover his mouth, nose, and extend across his right eye. He also has a scar on his left cheek. He wore a large white coat with gray cuff and trimmings. He wore sports combat gear, including combat boots, dark pants, and a combat vest. Brown gloves and a metallic mask that covers his scars. He observes the others including Eggman before walking down the step, approaching them. You sure about this? He looks bad news to us. Snively said, ready to pull out his laser gun. If he does anything, you have your orders to take him down, Eggman said in a whisper tone. Once the person exits the ship, he wasn't alone. 2 more people exit the ship, dressed in black cloaks, hiding their identities for the time being. Who are those 2? Twice asked. No idea, Mr. Compress said. After they exit, 3 more men exit from the ship following the other 3. The first is a skinny, strange-looking man with pale yellow skin and a face shaped like that of a goat, possessing 2 small triangular ears and a flat nose consisting only of nostrils. Has thin, dark eyes that are slanted sharply inwards and visibly sharp teeth. Dark green hair is mohawk-shaped, connects around his ears along his cheekbones, and has a small goatee. He wore a black combat suit, complete with a full-face mask with a paler-shaped design patterning it over his face. The second is a middle-aged man with lightly tanned skin and a round head that appears to merge into his thick neck with little distinction. He has small, black eyes that always remain closed, set close together on his face, notably small eyebrows and a visibly hooked nose. Dark hair is noticeably short, wore in a round shape on the top of his head with 2 stripes of hair that go around the back of his head, visible below. Same as the first, he wore a black combat suit and the X-shaped design mask. The third is a middle-aged man with lightly tanned skin, thin honey brown eyes, and a long face. He has shoulder-length hair of a desaturated pink-like color that flares outwards to the sides, with shorter bangs between and to the sides of his eyes. Has curved, linear markings under his eyes and down his cheek which are a dark shade of purplish pink. He wore the same clothes including the mask like the first 2. Look at those guys behind them. All dressed in combat gear. Has to be for them, Kota said. Bodyguards maybe, Stain said, eyeing the masked man approaching Eggman. You must be recruited in joining the Eggman Empire. I am Dr. Evo Robotnik. Of course, you can call me Dr. Eggman. I oversee this great empire and the greatest army I've ever built to defeat enemies that threaten our mission. You came to the right place to make our empire stronger. Welcome aboard. He introduced himself before offering the man a handshake. The man just stared at him, not giving him any handshake. Are you going to shake my hand? The man stood in silence with that evil smile. Eggman was about to get annoyed by his reaction. Snively, Stain, and Kota were about to pull out their weapons in response. Other soldiers including were ready to attack when the man finally spoke. So, you must be the doctor that everyone been talking about. He spoke. I appreciated the great introduction. But I was not the one who got an invitation. Instead, I'm just a villain that has already been recruited by someone. He said as Eggman and the others were looking at him with confused looks. If it wasn't you, then who is it? Eggman asked. It was me. The bulky man steps aside as one of the men dressed in a black cloak, approaching the doctor. The man took his hood off to reveal his identity. A tall man of an average build, with notable wrinkles on his forehead and defined nasolabial folds and tear troughs. Has small sky-blue eyes, short, unruly honey-brown hair with 2 prominent tufts curving outwards from the top of his forehead, a short goatee on his chin, and wide-rimmed square glasses on his face. You? Eggman asked. Yes, it was me. My apologies for the introductions. This is Wolfram. A person I recruited with me along with his men behind me. My name is David Shield. We came here to help you on an important mission. We know you're the smartest person that can take on any hero. He spoke. Help? Do you need my help? Help with what? Eggman asked. To capture All Might. He answered as everyone flinched. Capture All Might? You mean to capture him like I've been trying to do for quite something. Besides, why would I need your help to get that buffoon? Eggman asked. Because he's my friend, David said, showing a picture of him and All Might from their younger days. Eggman's jaw completely dropped after seeing the pictures. The others got a glimpse of the picture and were stunned. They look back at David as he looks at them with a serious look. Wolfram could only smirk at the reaction. Meanwhile, on top of the ceiling, the ultimate mercenary heard the entire thing. Knowing another mission is about to happen soon. So, this person knows who All Might is. Looks like a brand new mission is about to happen. I look forward to more chaos to come. He thought, looking down at the others. Chapter 2: Invitations and Planning. Yaoyorozu Mansion. The sun finally falls on the horizon of Mizutofu as daylight turns to dusk. The mansion is located in the richest neighborhoods where the richest families live. In her bedroom, Momo Yaoyorozu, her hero's name Kriati, was currently reading a book at her desk. Dressed in her pajamas and her beautiful black hair untied from her usually spiky ponytail to her long hair. With Yue on summer vacation with a couple of weeks before the summer camp were to happen for Class 1A and 1B. Her family was planning for a trip to Venice during the summer break. However, with the news of Shigaraki almost kidnapping Izuku from the mall weeks ago, the academy prohibited students from going on vacation and cautious of the League of Villains going after their students. That was the least of her problems. She didn't care about the vacation trip to Venice. It's what just happened at the mall with her best friend and love interest being kidnapped by one of the villains that attacked USJ months ago. She was so worried for Izuku, thinking the boy had learned his lesson. He almost got killed by the Nomu at USJ, survived the attacks in Hosu City at the hands of the hero killer and Vendetta, and now almost being kidnapped by Shigaraki. It worried her much for the boy. It breaks her heart even more than what he's been through. That was more of her problems. She was worried for her other friend that is from Uraraka. The gravity quirk user was there, seeing the events unfolded in front of her of the boy and the villain at the mall. I wonder how Uraraka's doing. I know she hasn't been feeling that well after what Izuku went through at the mall. She thought, looking at the ceiling. She feels guilty in leaving him behind. Perhaps I can call her to talk with her. She sat up on her chair, turning on her desktop computer. Moving the mouse to one of the icons on the screen. She clicked on the Zoom icon, opening the page. She heard how popular Zoom has been. It's a video telephony software developed by Zoom Video Communications where a free plan provides a video chatting service that allows up to 100 participants concurrently, with 40-minute time restrictions. Kami talked to her about it, so they can talk along with Kendo, Jairu, Mina, Toru, Tsuyu, and the other girls from Class 1B. She activated her camera hooked up above the screen. Scrolling down to see the list of various girls from the academy, she saw Uraraka's name. She clicked on the green phone logo, dialing to see if the gravity quirk user answers. Took a couple of seconds before it was answered, and the screen reveals the girl's happy round face. She wore wireless in-ear headphones to listen. "Hello, Momo. Did you call?" she asked. "I did. Just want to call to see how you were doing," Momo said. "I'm fine. I just finished eating dinner right now. How you been?" Ochako asked. "I'm good. It's been a boring summer vacation, I can say. Remember I did mention going on a family vacation to Venice this summer. But after what happened at the mall with Izuku." Momo stopped when she brought up the mall incident. It causes Uraraka to force a sad face. "I'm sorry, Uraraka. I didn't mean to bring that up." And no. It's okay. I'm over it now. Glad Deku's okay after what happened," she said, waving her hands with a smile. "Look, the reason I called you if you're being okay," Momo said, starting to look down with a sad face. "I know you feel guilty in not helping Izuku. Just like what happened to Azui in USJ. She felt guilty for not saving him from the Nomu. Then what happened during the mall? I don't want to see you feel that way. It hurts everyone. I know Izuku doesn't want us to feel this way. I understand. I wished I never left him alone. After seeing him with Shigaraki, I felt powerless in helping. Because if I did, civilians would be killed by him. I was worried for him." Ochako said with a sad face. We all worried for him. I am even more worried for him. He's been through dangerous things that almost got him killed. The USJ incident after saving Azui, almost sacrificing himself by that Nomu until Sonic showed up to save him. I carried his body, thinking he was going to die. It tore me apart that day. I was traumatized by it. His blood was stained on my hands when I was washing them. Then weeks later during our internships, he was in Hosu City, and turns out thousands of Nomus were attacking, including where the hero killer was located. Kendo showed me what was happening. I was so scared and worried for him. I want to be there to help him. But couldn't because I would get myself in trouble if I abandoned my internship. Momo explained. But he does have Sonic to be there for him. Including that emerald he has. Ochako said, which got the creation quirk user to realize something. You mentioned about the emerald? Did you said to us that the emerald Izuku has light up by itself? Momo asked. It did, Ochako explained, in her mind flashbacks to that day at the mall. I was slowly walking towards Deku despite Shigaraki's threats. Out of nowhere, the emerald lights up by itself. The light was so bright I covered my eyes. Everyone in the mall stopped what they're doing to see it. Once the light was gone, Deku and Shigaraki were gone. Vanished from thin air. Vanished? Momo asked, trying to think. You don't think that emerald can also do other things? I mean, I get it, the emerald makes Izuku that stronger along with his quirk, but do you think it can do other things? You mean like teleportation? Ochako asked. Exactly. The question is, where would they go from the mall? Momo asked, trying to think until she finally realized. You don't think they were teleported to that island? Are you talking about Angel Island? The one we were there with the girls and Deku to enjoy the beach? Ochako asked, referring to the day Sonic invited the Class 1A girls including Setsuna, Kendo, Nijire, and Kami to the island with Izuku. I was thinking about that. Interesting that many of Sonic and his friends didn't bring up anything about it, unless Sonic and the others are keeping this a secret. Momo said. Perhaps we can talk to Sonic about it. He knows something. Ochako said with a determined look. If we can. But I know he's been busy. We'll worry about it another time. Changing subjects now. The reason I want to call you, is there any plans for this summer vacation for you? Besides with the summer camp coming up in a couple of weeks. Momo said. Well, we can't go anywhere else because UA prohibited students from going other places during the break. Pretty much it's been boring so far. Ochako said. That's about to change. I'll be right back. Momo said, running out of her room. Took at least 30 seconds to return with a letter and a couple of tickets in her hands. I know you don't know anything about it. Earlier, I got a letter in the mail. An invitation to the I Expo on I Island. It's a world-class exposition showcasing the results of research and development on the advancement of quirk technology. My family has stock in some of the I Expo sponsors. She then shows 6 tickets to the camera with a bubbly smile. With the invitation, it sent me 6 tickets to invite 5 people to an early access event. It includes access to the pavilion, cafes, musical shows, and much more. Also, there'll be a reception party as well. It should be fun. Therefore, I want you to come with me. Really? Ochako asked with a smile. What about the other 4 tickets? I'm inviting both Kami, Kendo, Jairu, and of course Izuku, Momo said. After hearing his name, she could not help but blush. Sure, that'll be awesome. I do want to go. She answered. Awesome. We'll leave here in 2 days. My family owns a private jet, so we'll travel to the island. Make sure you got your bags packed. Momo said. Are we going to tell Deku? Ochako asked. I'll try to get a hold of him tomorrow. I wish I have a chance to talk to him. Momo said. That's fine. I'll make sure I get my bags to pack tomorrow before that day we leave. Ochako said. I'll pick you up at your place. See you in 2 days. Bye. Momo said, waving at her. Bye. See you soon. Ochako said, waving before going offline. After that, Momo turns the computer off, looking up at the ceiling again. She mentioned the reception party that's going to happen at the I Expo. She was imagining dancing with the cinnamon bun. I do want to dance with Izuku. It'll be a dream come true. She thought, closing her eyes with her cheeks red. At the same time, at the Uraraka apartment, the gravity quirk user was imagining the same thing Momo was. Thinking of dancing with her best friend and love interest. Deku and I, dancing together will be lovely. She thought, blushing with a smile. Back on Angel Island, nighttime came with the full moon and stars lighten up the night sky. At the cabin, the others were enjoying their dinner at the table: fish, shrimp, burned lobster, and a large, cooked fish caught by both Big and Nizu earlier today. All Might, still in his muscular form, sat at the table eating the fish. Izuku sitting in the middle of the table with Tails to his right. However, an empty seat was reserved to his left of a certain blue hedgehog. The boy noticed that his friend is not there. He was hoping he'll be back before nightfall. Everyone notices it, feeling it ain't the same without the hedgehog cheering everyone up. I'm guessing Sonic is not back yet, Nizu said, noticing the empty chair next to the boy. What is happening to him? He's always been like this since his fight with that Shigaraki guy. Charmy B said. I think with all this been going with both the League of Villains and Eggman, this been taking a toll with a lot of us. Knuckles said. Nobody didn't realize this was going to be harder, Vector said. You don't think that All For One guy we saw said anything to Sonic? Amy asked. Seeing All For One and Eggman together just got more worse than we thought. Silver said. It's only going to get worse if we find a way beat them both. Espio said as he notices Cream was looking out the window. Is something wrong, Cream? Izuku asked with the others looking at the rabbit. I can see Mr. Sonic standing at the beach looking at the water, Mr. Izuku. She spoke. Ciao. Chi said. Sonic's out there? What you think he's doing? Tails asked. Just looking. Cream answered. I'll talk to him. Everyone turns to the symbol of peace looking down at his food. See what he's been going through. It ain't the same without him at this table. I know affects all of us. I'll make sure he'll smile for everyone. Izuku looks from his idol to the window where Cream was looking. I hope you're okay, Sonic. Izuku thought, sadly. Back on board the Death Egg, an emergency meeting was announced. After being introduced by both David Shield and Wolfram, Eggman escorted both men including the other 4 to the meeting room. In the room, members of the Vanguard Action Squad, who officially joined the League of Villains and Eggman Empire thanks to Stain's video speech after the Hosu City incident, attended the meeting. Everyone stood up from their seats, standing at attention. 2 Nomas at the entrance stood and salute. The doctor walks to the end of the table, sitting at his seat. Both Stain and Koda stood in between the doctor as bodyguards. Snively sat next to the doctor. The minions including Infinite, Bakugo, and Monoma stood behind. David sat at the other end of the table with Wolfram and the others standing behind him. Please be seated, everyone, Eggman said as the others sat back in their chairs. Everyone, I've called for an emergency meeting just now. I know you've been very busy with other things. There's a big situation that is happening. As you see in front of me, we have guests that showed up at the station. This man's name is David Shield. He's known to be a friend to the symbol of peace. If you think I'm lying, here's a picture. Eggman places the photo of S.H.I.E.L.D. and All Might at a younger age on the table. Everyone was surprised by seeing it. No way. Is this for real? Shuichi Iguchi aka Spinner asked. Are you sure this isn't Photoshop? Mustard asked. Everything I heard from him is 100% accurate. If he knows All Might, then I believe him. Eggman said. So, when are we gonna crush him? Muscular asked. We're not going to crush him or kill him. We want him alive for a reason. Yes, everyone here has a different agenda of how to kill or capture that big buffoon. But remember who is in charge. And it's me. Eggman said. We are planning for something big now we know more about All Might. Plus, we also have added more help to our cause. The villain right behind S.H.I.E.L.D. is Wolfram. He is recruited by him in helping on how we can get to All Might. Also, I haven't heard the other names from the other people you brought upon this ship. The three men introduced themselves, standing behind both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wolfram. My name is Nobu. The first person said. I'm Daigo. The second person said. Swordkill is the name. The third person said. The four men finally reveal themselves as an older, heavier man with short blonde hair and blue eyes, which are normally kept closed. He wore business attire, suit, and tie outfit with slacks, suspenders, and shoes underneath the cloak. I am Samuel Abraham, an assistant to David S.H.I.E.L.D. He spoke. Very well, then. Now we got the other names out of the way. It's time to get into this new planning. Before walking here, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave us a USB driver on the mapping of an island called I Island. Snively downloaded the information on his tablet and transferred the data to the hologram computer. Eggman said, turning to Snively. Snively uses his tablet, typing things on the screen. On the center of the table, the interactive hologram table is activated. It shows the 3D map of I Island. I Island is an artificial moving island inhabited by over 10,000 scientists researching quirks. Companies from around the world involved with pro-hero business invested money to create a technological paradise for the research and development of quirks and support items. Thousands of scientists and their families inhabit the island's main cities. The island was created to gather the world's top researchers, as a safe place where their combined talents could study quirks. The island's security system is on par with that of Tartarus prison. Of course, we know how that prison failed to secure anything thanks to the hero killer himself. There's never been a villain attack on the island. Snively explained. That's about to change soon, Eggman said as the hologram zooms in on the island's structure. The island is completely artificial, mostly built from iron. It comes complete with 4 different cities separated by large bodies of water and natural foliage. There are beaches, great lakes, and incredible cities to be explored. It has a residential district, business district, and schools. The only way to get to the island is by plane, which has an airport outside of the island. But we have other ways to get to our location. Snively explained, zooming out of the side of the island to the middle of the island, showing a tower. This is the central tower. A 200-story tower, also a central command for the entire island. From what Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. said to us, it houses secret development projects that are kept in the storage room. Projects? Jiren asked. Wonder what kind? Something that is classified materials. I can't talk about those until the time comes. David said. Come on, now. We all want to hear things. Himiko Toga said, holding a knife in her hand with a sadistic smile. If not, how about I just cut you? Piece by piece. David flinched by the psychotic girl. Wolfram signaled the 3 men as they were in a defensive stance, preparing for any attack by the girl. Don't mind her. She's that insane. Twice said, waving his arms comically. But she wouldn't hurt a fly. Yeah, right, Mange said as Eggman clears his throat. Anyway, back to the meeting. So, we observed what the island is. Interestingly, this island holds many scientists for research on quirks. There is a problem though. There can be only one scientist and it's me. A scientist like myself with an IQ of 300 is smarter than any one of these idiots. They can escape from any danger from the mainland, but they haven't had a chance to meet me though. Eggman said. What are you saying? Orbit asked. I'm saying that this island will be our second home for a chance to forward our agenda to create a new world order that we've been planning for. We can launch the greatest invasion on this island. Capturing the entire area, creating a home base on the planet. That way we can transfer all the supplies from the Death Egg to the island. From there, we can finally launch our greatest invasion that the world will ever know. Eggman said. Sir, there is a problem, Snively said. If we're going to launch an attack on the island, we forgot to mention about All Might. What does the symbol of peace have anything to do with this island? There is a solution to this, David said as his assistant gave him a letter. He passed it to the end of the table. Eggman grabbed the letter, reading and examining it. He looks back at the scientist. It's an invitation to this place called I Expo on the island. He spoke. Asterisk, it's a showcase where heroes and scientists from around the world come to the island for this event. All Might will be there. David said when Bakugo spoke. Isn't that the letter that an invitation to that stupid expo? He asked. We were just talking about it if you were paying attention, Eggman said. Why you ask? Bakugo pulled out a letter from his back pocket, giving the letter to the doctor. He looks at it before looking back at the explosion quirk user. You have an invitation to the island as well? He asked. The reason I got it is because I came in third place at the sports festival. The explosion quirk user said. I see, Eggman said, giving the letter back to Bakugo. So, if there's a chance you'll be going. You're planning to take anyone with you? The explosion quirk user looks to Monoma. Of course, he feels to kill the copy quirk user after what he said during the cavalry battle at the sports festival. Adding insults, causing to make the boy angrier. Since joining the Eggman Empire, he and Monoma got a little closer. Becoming good friends despite Bakugo still having anger issues. Then, another one in his class. The hardening quirk user, Ijiro Kurishima. Despite being annoyed by his classmate, they have become friends. It wouldn't hurt to invite anyone to the island. I'm planning to have Copy Boy and a classmate from my class to the island. He answered. Isn't that Izuku Boy that classmate? Scratch asked before Bakugo got comically angry. Like hell I want that loser to come with me. What the hell are you saying? He yelled, causing the chicken Badnik to hide behind Grounder. Geez, he just asks you a question. The drilling Badnik said. You want some of this too? Bakugo yelled, comically. Nope. Grounder said quickly. He does need anger management, Koda said. I agree, kid, Monoma said. Shut it, Pipsqueak. And you stop encouraging him. He yelled when Eggman pounds his fist on the table. Will you idiots shut up for once? My ears are hurting. He yelled, clearing his throat. Anyway, we have other things to do than yelling at one another. That's planning an invasion on this island and capturing both the island and All Might. With both Bakugo and Monoma going, Snively will be joining them. Just make sure that a classmate of yours doesn't find out who he is. You two will be spies. Snively will take pictures of every area around the island. Check out the security and more of the structure as well. After that, send the photos back to me so we can observe them. Mr. Shield will do something for me. Since you knew All Might and likely you two will meet, we're going to place a wire on your chest and a button with a small camera so we can see and hear what you two are talking about. I will be preparing the entire army for the invasion. I have the greatest fleet ready to strike on the island. Seeing this event will begin in 2 days, the army will be ready and prepared. A great chance to capture All Might once and for all, and the world will bow down to me. So, we have a deal then? David asked. We do. But first, as a reward for you and your partner. Eggman said as Deco placed a metal box on the table, typing in the numbers to unlock the box. Once open, small steam came out with 4 colorful emeralds inside. Everyone observed them with surprised looks. One light blue emerald, the other purple, the third blue, and the fourth silver. What are these? David asked with a surprised look. These are Chaos Emeralds. They possess powerful properties and abilities to make that person very stronger. There are 7 of them. Of course, you can see only 4 of them. Both the red and yellow I gave to both the hero killer and Bakugo. Eggman said as stain shows the red emerald and Bakugo the yellow. The green one has one person with it, which is another pest I have to deal with soon. Referring to Izuku. I've never seen anything like these, Swordkill said. Impressive power, Daigo said. These are very rare emeralds, Samuel said as Eggman grabbed the purple emerald from the box. Here. Take it. Eggman said, tossing the emerald to Wolfram. The villain grabbed it, observing it. He could feel the power coming from the emerald. I could feel the power of the object coming from this object. Feels much stronger. My body is making me stronger. Wolfram said. Now we do have a deal. Take good care of it. Eggman said as he walks around the table, shaking hands with David, Wolfram, Samuel, and the other 3 men. Now come along with me. Bakugo, Monoma, Koda, Stain, and Snively, come with me. The rest of you, the meeting has been concluded. Everyone got up from their chairs to leave while the others Eggman selected followed him. However, a voice stopped the others from moving. Excuse me, but I do have something to say. Everyone turns to the ultimate mercenary, sitting at his chair, looking straight at Wolfram. I want to ask a question to the man in the mask. What is it? The villain asked. I just want an answer from you, Infinite said. A man like you who is scary, and all would easily team up with a doctor like a person next to you. Then came up from Earth to strike a deal with Eggman to help with your plans to get to All Might. There's more than just All Might. I believe there's something you've been going after for quite something. I see it in your eyes that you desire for other things. The two stared down at one another with everyone looking around, worrying what was to come. But that's my imagination. Don't worry about it. Wolfram looked at Infinite before walking off. Eggman apologizes for Infinite as they exit the room. You notice something about him? Stain asked. He's an avaricious and manipulative person. I can tell by his eyes he only cares for himself. Infinite said. Better keep an eye on him if he does anything that crazy enough. He's a dead man if he does. Stain said as he and Koda exit the room to follow the others. Back on Angel Island, Toshinori stood at the beach, looking at the ocean and the full moon. The shore comes through, making his feet a little wet. Dinner was already over, waiting for the blue hedgehog to come by. He heard footsteps behind him, turning around to see Sonic walking to him, letting out a sigh to see the symbol of peace back in his human form. He stood next to him, looking at the ocean. The two were in silence for seconds when the hedgehog finally broke the silence. You wanted to talk with me? He asked. There's something I want to get off my chest. You might not like what I say, but not seeing you with the others today hasn't been the same. Toshinori said. Sorry, I've been very busy today, Sonic said. With training? Toshinori asked. Something like that, Sonic answered. Does this had anything to do with your battle with Shigaraki? Toshinori asked. You know we're right here where this battle takes place. Young Midoriya told me you both planned this trap on Shigaraki. Letting the emerald activate thanks to reading the boy's mind, transported both to this spot, leading to your fight. You both saved a lot of lives at that mall. That was awesome. I wish I had a chance to finish him on the spot, Sonic said. But thanks to Egghead showing up and of course. All for one. Toshinori continues to feel anger in him after hearing that name again. I always knew he would be alive again. He spoke. That's the first time I've seen. Wearing that mask and such. Wish he reveals his identity. Sonic said. Trust me. I know his face before. Wasn't pretty after I fought him years ago and won. Toshinori said. Now he and Eggman are working together, which makes it worse. Does the Hero Public Safety Commission know about this? Sonic asked. They know. Nizu and I met with them weeks after what happened on this island. They agreed to keep this a secret from the public. The only thing they know is about Shigaraki and the League of Villains and Eggman itself now that's out after the Hosu City incident. Toshinori said, changing to another subject. I do want to talk about something else. What were you doing on that mountain? Training hard, Sonic answered. True. But you should have come down with us to have fun. Young Midori is off for the vacation now that UA is done for the semester. You two would spend time together. Toshinori said. I feel like I fail on him in saving him, Sonic said. What are you talking about? Toshinori asked as Sonic turned to face the symbol of peace. Being myself as a hedgehog would think I will be the faster one to rescue people. Not Izuku. Sonic explained. When I got there to USJ, I couldn't get to Izuku on time. Yeah, I saved him from death, but couldn't be there being healthy and all. Then came the incident in Hosu. I was so focused on the hero killer, only for Vendetta to show up and almost killed the boy with his sword. The scar on Izuku's back makes me sick to my stomach. 2 times I failed and couldn't save him. Then, hearing Shigaraki almost tried to kidnap him. Yes, that plan works to bring him to Angel Island and we saved a ton of lives. I'm still frustrated with the fact I can't keep my promise. Sonic explained. Promise? What promise? Toshinori asked, looking to the hedgehog. Sonic turns back to face the ocean. I made a promise to Momo days after Hosu City to protect Izuku when there's any danger that comes from him. He answered. Flashback. Sonic stood next to the pool, looking at the sunset with Momo, Kami, Kendo, and Uraraka standing behind him. Will you promise us, Sonic? The creation quirk user asked as the hedgehog turned to the girls. That you will protect Izuku if there's danger afoot? You got my word, Momo. I'll make sure he's protected. I won't let anybody get to him as long as I will be there. Sonic answered. End flashback. I get it now. There's a reason why he has a serious look. He felt that his becoming a failure and not keeping a promise to protect young Midoriya. Toshinori thought. No wonder he's been on the mountain, training extremely hard to make sure he protects his friend. He shouldn't be like this. I feel the same way myself in not saving young Midoriya in both Hosu and the mall. I guess we're just the same. Sonic. Both heard a voice as they turn around to see Izuku approaching them. I was wondering where you been. He notices Toshinori standing next to him. He remembers at dinner that his hero wants to talk with the hedgehog. I forgot you two want to talk. Sorry, I'll leave you guys alone. No, no. It's okay. You can come on over, Toshinori said as the boy walks towards them, standing in between them. I was talking with him about how that plan worked at the mall. I was just wondering, how did you guys know Shigaraki would be there? Asked Tails. He has like a drone he created flying around the city. It's much like the egg drones Eggman has. It's difficult for people to see it flying in the sky, Izuku said. Why did Tails tell me about it? Toshinori asked. He wants it to keep it a secret. Sorry about that, Izuku said. No, it's okay. The bright side is that you two saved a ton of lives at that mall, Toshinori said. Anyway, we've talked a lot before you came by. Sonic was training extremely hard. He thinks he fails in protecting you. I would say the same for myself, that I never got a chance to rescue you if it weren't for my limit. Is that why you were training at the mountain? Izuku asked. Look, we've been through dangerous things. Every time you get yourself in these situations, I had to run to save your skin. I wished I saved you in Hosu City if it weren't for me being distracted by the hero killer and Vendetta almost trying to kill you. Izuku flinched after hearing that part. He had chills remembering that the hero killer's son almost tried to kill him with a sword, leaving a scar on his back despite the Chaos Emerald heals scars and bruises. The boy looks down with a sad look. Sorry about that. But mostly those are half my fault, he explained. I remember I almost got myself killed after saving Tsu from the Nomu before you managed to rescue everyone. I worried everyone. A reason why Momo slapped me for my crazy rescue. Then getting myself in trouble during the internship when Ida was in Hosu and the attacks were happening. Fighting with the hero killer and saving both Ida and Todoroki. I almost beat him when his son ambushes me, slashing me in the back. I almost did die until you show up. I always get myself in these situations and almost got myself killed. I shouldn't get myself involved in all this. True. If it weren't for Eggman launching his attack early at the base as a distraction, I'll probably show up on time, Sonic said. We're not perfect in the world, Toshinori said as the two looks at him. There's time danger will be all around us. People will go about their business thinking it'll be a good day. That danger will surprise us to ruin everyone's lives. I lived with it before in my time. It frustrates me a lot. Sometimes you must be there, but when I'm at my limit, I couldn't make it. You two shouldn't be frustrated. You must stay positive and do what you can do. Rescuing lives is always a priority. On the bright side, you got the Chaos Emerald. It'll make you stronger. The boy pulled out the emerald, looking at it with green light inside of it. You're right. I always have this to make me stronger. I can't afford to get myself killed. I need to learn more about it. Maybe with the summer camp coming up, it'll give me a ton of training to help me become that hero. Plus, with One for All inside of me, I'll have a lot to go over. I can't let my friends worry. Nor the two of you. Exactly. You gotta do what you can. Make sure to protect the ones you care about. Sure, I'll be around. But it's up to you to be that person, Sonic said, placing a hand on his shoulder with a smile. Great conversation we're having. A voice causes the three to flinch, comically. They saw Nizu in front of them, looking at the water like he came out of nowhere. Principal Nizu? How did you get there? Toshinori asked, flinching. Magic. As usual, he said, laughing. Anyway, I heard a lot from this conversation. I hope you're doing okay, Sonic. I know you're very protective of our students. The one who will be the symbol of peace. There is a time for Midoriya that he doesn't need any help from anyone. He does have both One for All and the Chaos Emerald with him. He will get stronger to beat both Eggman, All for One, and the League of Villains to become the protector of Earth. Maybe you're right. Still, I will always be on his side because he's my friend. And my opponent who still earns me a rematch. Sonic said, jokingly referring to his match against the boy the sports festival final. Seriously? You're still asking for that? Izuku asked. Of course. You gave me a good punch and I don't like that. Sonic said as the boy deadpanned. You're crazy. He said. I sure am, Sonic said when a voice was heard. Sonic, Izuku. Come quick. The others saw Tails waving at them from the cabin. We gotta go. Thanks for the conversation, All Might. I needed it. Let's go, Izuku. The first one to get there has to climb up the mountain. Sonic said, using his boost to run. I'll get there first, Izuku said, activating full cowl to chase the hedgehog. It left behind wind and dust. Those two just alike, Nizu said. They sure are, Toshinori said with a smile. I forgot to mention something, Nizu said, pulling out his phone. There was an email sent to your mailbox a couple of days ago. Found out, it's an invitation to the I Expo on I Island. The mail was sent by a Melissa Shield. Melissa? That's David's daughter. Toshinori said, looking at Nizu's phone and the email on screen. I was so busy with other stuff I didn't realize about the upcoming I Expo. Sounds like a nice vacation you should go to. Besides, you haven't seen your friend in ages. Nizu said. Been a while since I've seen David and Melissa. Be nice to see them again. Toshinori said. Then you should go to I Island to see them. Take both Midoriya, Sonic, and his friends with you. I know you'll take both the Dragon Hero and Snake Hero to the island. Nice to get away from the mainland after what you've been through. The summer camp won't happen in a couple of weeks. Nizu said. So be it. I'll take them with me as guesses. Nice to get a break from all this. Toshinori said. I wish I would come along. But, I'll be busy with other things at the academy. Hope you guys have a great trip there. Nizu said. We will, Toshinori said as they look at the ocean again. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman escorted both David, Wolfram, and the others with him to their location with both Bakugo, Monoma, Stain, and Koda following them. Infinite didn't bother joining them as he went to train. The other members of the League of Villains returned to their hideout in the Kamino Ward. Interesting you would come to me for this invasion. Why would you do this and have All Might in this situation? Eggman asked. There's something that I would do. But can't explain at this moment. David answered. Fair enough. You can tell me more about your friendship with the symbol of peace later. Now, that we're preparing for a full-scale attack on the island, I thought it would be nice to show you the weapons we're thinking of bringing to the island. Eggman said. What? You mean your two creations? Snively asked, knowing what he was talking about. Two creations? Bakugo asked. But sir, those are not even ready yet. They still in both in the protocol stages. Snively said. I think they've been in those stages long enough, Eggman said as he pulled out his key. Snively rushes to the door with his key. The doctor is at the right while Snively at the left. Both men place their keys in the slot. Turning them at the same time, the green light came on with the door sliding up slowly. Everyone looks at one another as they follow Eggman to the room. The lights on the edge of the floor came on one by one. Others' lights around them from computers were coming on by themselves. In front of them, more lights revealing two large capsules. While walking closely, they started seeing both objects inside. In the first capsule, an object is built of blue metal. Has a yellow circular depression in its chest with a black center, mirroring the peach skin of a certain blue hedgehog. Its head has metal fins, resembling a hedgehog's quills and a pair of triangular ears. Has a muzzle, shoulder plates, upper arms, legs, and fingers made from silvery metal. His palms are black, while the back of its hands is square yellow plates. The forearms, lower legs are blue metal like its head and torso and have red feet with white stripes designed to resemble the blue hedgehog's shoes. The second capsule reveals another robotic made of green metal. The chest and middle body are made of green metal. Both arms and hands are made of white metal braces with blue stripes on top of it. It has black metal legs with red metal shoes. The head has long green metal ears like with a metal respirator. The others observed both capsules. Bakugo got a little closer to both when his eyes were wide, noting something familiar. "Hang on!" he yelled, looking at both capsules. "That looks like both the sewer rat and Deku." "You guessed right. My greatest creations that I've made have been completed. Though, the one you called a sewer rat has been rebuilt and prepared. The other, let's just say I found a good way to recreate the boy's costume," Eggman explained. "Impressive," Monoma said, observing the capsules. "I've never seen anything like this," David said. "It's taken hard work to get both builds. I want to bring them to the island as a backup for any attempt of danger that would bestow to my forces. Let's see if they can beat All Might," Eggman said. The blue metal hedgehog's eyes activated, showing red irises as its eyes, while the green robot's eyes activated, showing green irises as eyes. Chapter 3: The Arrival. 2 days later. 2 days later, a private jet flies in the clear blue skies above the Pacific. Inside, it was a crowded planet. The freedom fighters were enjoying other things during the plane ride. Tails and Knuckles were playing a fighting video game on the flat-screen TV with a PS5 connected while Charmy Bee was watching while eating popcorn. Cream and Amy were eating ice cream sundae at a table. Vector sat on his seat, with his eyes closed enjoying music by using his headphones. Blaze and Rogue were watching a movie with headphones on. Espio sat in another chair with his eyes closed. Shadow crossed his arms, looking at the window of the ocean. Silver was using his psychokinesis by lifting silverware in front of him on the table. Finally, Izuku and Sonic sat together with the boy on his phone, looking through hero stuff with the hedgehog looking. Big sat at the end, minding his own business. "You're really into hero stuff all the time you look on your phone," Sonic said. "I know. It's a habit," he said, scrolling through the phone. Seeing what's happening from the mainland with hero stuff in the news. "I was surprised that after you won the sports festival that you get an automatic invitation to this island we're going," Sonic said. "Principal Niza told me about this yesterday. I didn't know either after winning the festival," Izuku said, grabbing his first place medal from his bag. "All Might and Principal Niza told me I could wear this for everyone to know who I am, including the reception party coming up tonight." "Reception party?" Sonic asked. "There's a reception party in honor of the pre-opening of the I Expo. There be heroes and scientists from around the world attending it," Izuku said. "Should be fun. Meeting other heroes from around the world. Get to know which quirk they got," Sonic said as Izuku changed subjects. "By the way, are you okay leaving the base behind? You remember what happened last time," he said, referring to the surprise attack by Eggman at the same time Hosa City was attacked. "Everything should be fine. Our base is getting a rebuild. Also, we left D123 Omega and Gran Torino to keep an eye on the base," Sonic answered. "Wait. Gran Torino is at the base?" Izuku asked with a surprised look. "Yeah. I told him about it yesterday. I should have told you about it until now. Don't worry, All Might knows as well," Sonic answered. "What about the Lightning Bolt Society? You know those guys will try to escape." Izuku said. Though I know they're stupid. Don't worry, they won't go anywhere, Sonic said, leaning back on his chair with his hands on the back of his head. Freedom Fighters HQ. At the old airfield, damaged but getting repaired after the Eggman Empire's surprise attack, which was a distraction, preventing Sonic from saving Izuku at the same time Hosu City was attacked. E-123 Omega sat outside with seagulls flying everyone. A ton was flying over the robot, some were landed on the robot and near him. For the robot, didn't mind it. It was used to it like during the sports festival where the freedom fighters participated, leaving the robot guarding the base. Get out of here. An old man's voice was heard as the old hero ran towards the birds, flying away from the robot. Stupid birds. I hate birds. I love birds. The robot said in a robotic tone. I don't. They're annoying. Gran Torino aka Sorihiko Torino said, sitting down next to the robot with a plate of taiyaki, eating one of them. What are those? The robot asked. These are taiyaki. My favorite dessert. I wish I can share it with you, but you're a robot, unfortunately. He said, eating another piece before turning around to 4 people, struggling with push-ups. Let's go. Keep it up. You're not halfway there yet. But sir, can we take a break? Dave asked, struggling with a ton of sweat during push-ups. This whole exercise is killing us. Willy Walrus said, struggling. I heard many stories from Sonic and the others. How you managed to sneak into the sports festival. And they told me how stupid and incompetent you are. Gran Torino said. That's about to change. I will give you enough exercise that will last within days or weeks. So keep moving up with your body. Don't stop or I'll hit you with my cane here. Stupid old man. Both weasel bandits said together. What was that? Gran Torino asked, with a scary comical glare at them. Nothing, sir. They answered, going faster on their push-ups. I'm in a tree. It's difficult for me to push up. Chameleon, in his tree costume, said. Too bad. It up, young blood. Gran Torino said, eating another taiyaki before turning to the robot. I like this kind of job. Hopefully Sonic and Toshinori pay me after they return. Indeed. The robot said. Looks like we'll be best friends. The old man said. Back in the plane, Sonic and Izuku heard a door open behind them. They turned to see Toshinori, with a smile on his face and closed at the same time. He exits from the doorway with both Iwabumi and Ryuko walking behind him. Both had blushed faces as they sat back at their seats, facing both boys. Toshinori let out a happy sigh, opening his eyes to see both boys with confused looks. Did something happen at the doorway? Izuku asked. What with that smile on y'all faces? Sonic asked. You two don't want to know. One for young Midoriya, you'll find out about in your adulthood. Second, for Sonic, you don't know what humans do since you're from another planet. Toshinori answered. Okay, Sonic said, clearing his throat. Anyway, this island we're heading, I know there's heroes and scientists on there, but what's so special about it? It's a moving island. Like Angel Island, though that island float in the sky. This island we're heading move. As young Midoriya mentioned, the island harbors scientists that can do research on quirks and develop tools to become pro-heroes. It's also a peaceful island where there's no villain attack. Also, it'll be a chance to see a friend of mine I haven't seen since college. Friend? Izuku asked. Who is this friend? Sonic asked. His name is David Shield. He's a scientist and a sidekick of mine from my college days. Now, I know you two would think he would fight on my side. He helps me on track and locating every villain from parts of the world. I got an email from his daughter which you'll meet once we get there. Toshinori said. Does he know about One for All? Izuku asked. No. He does keep in contact about my injury before the Chaos Emerald I used during the sludge villain made the injury go away. Toshinori answered, turning to Sonic. And no, he doesn't know also about the Chaos Emerald. Does he know that you're dating both the Dragon Hero and Snake Hero? Izuku asked. Of course, he does, Ryuko spoke. He knows us as well. We usually send photos of us with All Might and he would get jealous about them. It's quite funny despite he does have a daughter, Iwabumi spoke. His daughter is nice. She was happy to find out the symbol of peace is dating us. What does his daughter do? Sonic asked. Following her father's footsteps. Become a scientist. Toshinori said. The island has an academy where students study to become scientists. There's no hero academy like UA back in the mainland. She'll show you around when we get a chance to meet her. Suddenly, Charmy comes flying near them. Guys, look at the window. He said as others moved to the small window and were amazed to see the island they were heading. We're almost there. That's the island? Sonic asked, amazed by it. It almost looks like a fortress. We've seen some of that on our home planet. Tails said, flying next to them. Almost like Eggman's base, we're going to infiltrate. A sound from the planet's speaker came on once the pilot's voice was heard. Attention passengers, the plane will soon descend to I Island. He said as Toshinori got up from his seat, standing in the middle. This is going to be monumentally exhausting. He said once smoke appeared around his body, he begins transforming to his muscular hero mode with his voice changing at the same time. Once we landed and go out in public. He quickly threw off his civilian clothes into his Golden Age costume once the transformation completed. I must maintain my muscle form constantly. Suddenly, a pie came out of nowhere hitting All Might's face. Everyone flinched when they turned to see Knuckles holding a pie with his hand and a grin on his face. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Sonic and I had a plan before we landed that once you got in your transform mode, we can joke around by throwing pies at you. He said as the symbol of peace turns to the Hedgehog, who has his usual grin on your face. Young Sonic? All Might wiped the cream on his face. Please stop clowning around for once and be civilized. Don't make me look bad by bringing me down to your clown world. Oh, come on. It won't hurt, like this one. Sonic surprised him with another pie to his face. Music insert boom by X-Ambassadors. Sonic could only with the others as well. Izuku flipped out trying to calm everyone down. Both Ryuko and Iwabumi cover their mouths to hide their laughter. The symbol of peace quickly wipes the cream off his face again. His eyes glowed towards the Hedgehog. He quickly grabbed a nearby pie, throwing it at Sonic's face. Laughing at him. Huh. Let's see you like that one. All Might said when two more pies hit his face again. He looks to see both his girlfriends, laughing. Seriously, you two as well? Sorry, babe. We couldn't resist. The hero dragon said, laughing. Sonic told us about that plan before we left the mainland. The snake hero said, laughing. Food fight. Dector yells as he grabbed pies throwing them at the others. Tails appear from behind Izuku, hitting a pie at his face. The boy flinched after being hit. He turns to see the fox cub flying away laughing. Sonic grabbed another pie, hitting his friend's face. He put his arm around him, laughing at him. The boy had a dumbfounded look despite the cream covering his face. Charmy taps on the boy's shoulder, giving him a pie for him to hit the Hedgehog. Izuku quickly grabbed it, hitting Sonic's face. The hedgehog quickly grabbed another pie, hitting him back as they tackle one another with pies. All Might couldn't help but laugh at the two when another pie was coming towards him. He dodges it to see Charmy Bee flying towards with another pie. The bee was hit by a pie. Turning around to see Vector throwing at him. Tails tried to throw one at Knuckles. The echidna dodges it, throwing his own at the fox cub. He was hit by another pie, surprising him. He turns to see Rogue winked at him as she tries to hit him with another. Amy threw one at the bat with her Pico Pico hammer as a baseball bat. She quickly hit two more at Ryuko and Iwabami. Both heroes retaliated by throwing at the pink hedgehog. Silver uses his psychokinesis to levitate multiple pies, including some that try to hit him. He was ready to drop one on Shadow, who was minding his own business. The dark hedgehog quickly pointed his finger at the other hedgehog. "Don't even think about it," he replied before looking back at the window. Espio using his ninja techniques to search for any targets. However, those targets got to him. Blaze and Cream threw pies at him. The rabbit then got hit by Tails before the fox cub got his by cheese. The pie food fight continues with laughter and making a mess throughout the plane as it was about to make landfall at the airport on the edge of the island. Music ends. On the island, at a 5-star hotel, the others weren't the only ones. Inside the room, Snively was finishing a camera, installing the final parts to it on a table by using a small briefcase as a disguise to make sure no one looks at him suspiciously. He arrived on the island the previous day as planned with Bakugo, Monoma, and a classmate, who doesn't know anything about it. He was planning to begin taking pictures of major areas around the island to take the photos back to the Death Egg for examination as part of the invasion coming up. He heard a knock coming from the door. "Come in," he said as the door opened, revealing both Bakugo and Monoma entering the room. "Ah, you too." Thinking it was room services. "Monoma and I are heading out to the I Expo. There's a villain attack attraction there and I need to let my anger out," the explosion quirk user said. "Very well. Just have fun out there," Snively said. "Does your other classmates know about this?" "He doesn't. He's coming with us. If he doesn't know, then we're in the clear," Bakugo said. "Good. Let's keep it that way. Also, any news from Wolfram?" Snively asked. "Not exactly," the copy quirk user said. "I know I should get a report to meet both at the entrance as a rendezvous point before I begin my mission. As for Mr. Shield, he'll be looking forward to meeting All Might. He'll handle things while we do our mission. That'll be all," Snively said as both Bakugo and Monoma exit the room while the doctor continues finishing his camera. "I heard half your class is here on the island," Bakugo said, referring to Class 1B. "Also, 3 people kendo invited from Shiketsu High School as well. Don't forget half your class is here as well," Monoma said, referring to Class 1A. "They don't know anything. We keep it to ourselves," Bakugo said. Back at the airport, the others finally landed on the island. Cleaning themselves from all that pie throwing in the plane. Everyone grabbed their luggage, with All Might carrying both his girlfriend's luggage. Izuku already dressed from his UA uniform to his hero costume. They walk on a platform, moving them to a security inspection for anyone coming from the mainland to the island. Cheese and Cream saw hologram screens popping next to them, including the others, while they were being scanned. Once the inspection was done, a screen in front of the doors shows their ID numbers, names, photos, and including their hero names except for Izuku, but All Might's, Ryuko's, and Iwabami's hero names appeared in a little box above their names. The security inspection is complete. The island is currently holding the pre-opening of I Expo and the showcase of the redevelopment and research project our teams have been working on. Only for those who have invitations may attend the preview. A female voice on the PA speaker spoke. they exit from one of the gates. Izuku, Sonic, and the freedom fighters run past the heroes to get a view of the site of the I Expo Plaza. The site was a little like an amusement park. Buildings for attractions including a pavilion, cafes, musical shows, and others. Mr. All Might, is there like rides here to go on? Cream asked. Sure, there is, Cream. I know you're eager to go have fun as long as young Amy and Big are with you. All Might answered. First, we need to see where the hotel is located. Welcome to I Expo. A woman approaches them when she opens her eyes to see the symbol of peace with a surprising look. Is that you, All Might? Her voice causes everyone to turn to see the symbol of peace. Everyone rushed, including reporters trying to get an interview. Others want an autograph, including a selfie. Others were taking pictures of the hero with Ryuko and Iwabumi surrounding him. All Might smiles at everyone, placing both arms around his girlfriends. Many people also wanted peoples with both the hero dragon and the snake dragon. However, thanks to the mob of people wanting to see the symbol of peace, Izuku was getting elbowed comically by the people. Sonic and the freedom fighters were desperately trying to get out. The Hedgehog saw Izuku getting pushed around. He quickly activates his boost, grabbing his friend by the arm, lifting out of the crowd to the air. He does a backflip before landing in a clearing nearby. Everyone froze to see the Hedgehog with Izuku, who was bruised up comically. Hey, bozos! I know you're happy to see All Might, can you at least give us space to get out? He yelled with a serious look. Is that Sonic the Hedgehog and Izuku Midoriya? A fan yelled as others were surrounding the two individuals. I saw your fighting in the sports festival. You guys rock. Another fan yelled, referring to the two fighters in the finals. Izuku was nervous with everyone invading his space. Sonic was smiling after everyone knew who they were. Fans were eager to get autographs, selfies, pictures, and more for them. All Might got a glimpse of them being surrounded by fans. They're getting famous. He thought when other female fans began giving kisses to the hero. He didn't notice that made both Ryuko and Iwabumi jealous with a dark aura and red eyes surrounding them. While the fans were surrounding both their favorites, they didn't notice that above the skies. A small, winged drone was flying above the island. It had a camera installed to zoom in on the entire island. But Shadow does as he looks up at the object floating with his arms crossed and a serious look on his face. Back on board the Death Egg, turns out it's Scratch taking control of the drone by using a joystick to move the drone and pushing a red button to force the camera to zoom. Orbit, Cubit, Grounder, Deco, and Boko were working on other computers on the description of the island and plans for the invasion. Eggman looks on from his seat with Stain and Vendetta standing in between him. Boss, are you sure it's a good idea to spy on the island? I thought Snively was taking pictures and send them back here. The Chicken Badnik said. It wouldn't be nice to see what the island looks like. Sure, I want those photos to see the inside of it from Snively's POV. Also, that Wolfram person should be there to rendezvous with Snively at the entrance before he begins getting those pictures. Eggman said, turning to Orbit and Cubit. How, Mr. Shield doing? He's in his laboratory. All audio and camera are active. He's sending his daughter over to get All Might to his location. Orbit said. We should hear the conversation on screen, Cubit said. Good. Looking forward to this conversation. Eggman said. Boss, seems like we got All Might on the island. Grounder said, looking on the screen. The others look on screen as the camera from the drone zooms in on the targets. It shows the symbol of peace being surrounded by fans. At the same time, smoke appears out of nowhere showing the hero dragon transformed into a dragon. She grabbed the hero out of the way with fans begging to get him back. At the same time, the camera moves to another group surrounding two people. It zooms in to see both Sonic and Izuku in the group with the Hedgehog signing autographs and taking pictures. The boy was nervous while Sonic grabbed him in a picture together. Sonic? Izuku? They're both there on the island? Eggman asked, jumping from his seat. What are they doing here? I thought All Might was the only one to be there as planned. Deco said when the camera moves to see the freedom fighters minus Shadow trying to block everyone from both Sonic and Izuku. Even the freedom fighters are there. You don't think All Might brought them with him? Boko asked. I believe so. Just makes the mission more complicated. Eggman said when a light bulb turns on above his head. On second thought, the mission got remarkably interesting. With Izuku there, the Chaos Emerald with him. We got a shot at getting the emerald back. While Eggman was talking, Vendetta aka Koda was looking at the screen. His eyes were focused on Izuku. The anger and malice were in the child's head. His mind flashes back to the night Izuku beat down on the hero killer during the Hoso City incident, which Izuku saved both Todoroki and Ida. The boy almost about to defeat the hero killer until Koda interfered, slashing Izuku from the back. He came close to ending it when Sonic appeared to stop him. The more he remembered, the more it angers him. Stain witnesses Koda gripping his fist in anger seeing the boy on screen. He wants payback on that boy. Can't say I don't blame him. He thought. The camera moves to another angle showing Shadow, who was looking up at the camera with a serious look. It's Shadow. Does he know we're looking at him? Scratch asked. Of course, he does, Eggman answered, not surprised. You know he'll warn the others if he finds out about the drone. Stain said. He won't. If he does, he'll create fear and panic around the island. He should be smart enough to keep it quiet until the time comes. Eggman said. Boss, we got informed that Wolfram and his men have arrived on the island, Boko said. Have they reached Snively at the rendezvous point? Eggman asked. Snively is heading for their location, Deco said. Good. Tell him to brief them on their plan. Also, let him know along with our spies that Izuku, Sonic, and the freedom fighters are there. Seems plans have changed suddenly. Eggman said. Stain approaches Koda from behind, placing his hand on his shoulder, calming the boy down. Calm down. You'll get your hands on those two soon. He whispered, referring to both Sonic and Izuku. My focus on that boy with the green hair. I want to kill him before I get my hands on the hedgehog. Koda replied in a whisper tone, still looking at the screen. So be it. Stain whispered. Back on the island, the others finally escaped from the fans after arrival. Thanks to Ryuko and her dragon form, they moved to a park just across the water where the central tower in the main city is located. All Might still has his trademark smile, has lipstick marks around his face. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief after being surrounded by fans invading his personal space. Well, didn't expect anything like that. All Might said when two fists hit his face, sending him flying backward. The others turned black and white when they saw both Ryuko and Iwabumi with dark auras and red eyes looking at the hero. The next time you see fans again, ignore the women that wants to kiss you. The dragon hero said. It wasn't my fault. Those fans came out of nowhere and I tried to resist. All Might said, rubbing the back of his head comically. It didn't look like you were resisting. The snake hero said when the symbol of peace got on his knees in front of them. I'll make it to you too. I promise tonight at the reception party, I'll dance with you too. He said, begging. When do you ever thought you see him begging? Rouge asked, shaking her head. That's what happens when you let fangirls kiss you when your current girlfriends are in front of you, Amy said, shaking her head. Hey, stay off this. All Might yelled, comically before turning back to his girlfriends. I promise I'll only look at the two of you. Not any other women. You can't blame him since he's the #1 hero, Sonic said, almost laughed. I feel bad for him already, Izuku said, deadpanned. Suddenly, the others were interrupted when they heard a sound coming from the nearby concrete steps. They turned to see a girl with blonde hair reach halfway down her back, two shorter pieces she leaves over her shoulders, side-swept bangs framing her face, aqua blue eyes with notable upper eyelashes, some slightly longer ones extending on each side and pronounced lower eyelashes. She wore a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark raspberry pink waistcoat. Pale gray capri pants, under which are a pair of plaid pink socks as well as a pair of heeled brown boots. She wore a wristwatch and pink, oval-framed glasses. All Might got up from his knees to look. Only for his smile to return to recognize the person. There you are, Uncle. Finally. The girl yelled before jumping off her pogo stick, flying into All Might's arms with a hug. It's so good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Melissa. He spoke. Oh my gosh. It's been forever. She said, looking at him with a smile. I can't believe you're here. I'm truly grateful for the invitation. All Might said. I didn't even recognize you. When did you get so grown up? I am 17 now. Much like the last time I was heavy. She answered. Are you? No. All Might said, playfully picking her up again as she laughed. All Might. No offense, but you might want to turn to your girlfriends. Rogue said as the hero saw the comical dark auras from both the heroes. No. This is different. This is my niece. He said, trying to reason with them. Melissa, this both Ryuko Tatsuma, the dragon hero, and Iwabami, the snake hero. Both my girlfriends. It's an honor to meet you too. She said, shaking their hands. I didn't know when I heard the rumors that Uncle Might is dating two heroes. It's nice to meet you too, Ryuko said, smiling and shaking her hands. It's an honor to meet you as well, Iwabami said, smiling and shaking her hands. All Might breathed a sigh of relief from the wrath of the female heroes. Now then, where's Dave? Where's he hiding? He asked, looking around. Oh, he's in his lab, Melissa answered. He has a breakthrough on some research he's been focusing on for years. So that's what he's doing. All Might said. Give me the scoop. What's he been working on? While All Might and Melissa were talking about her father's project, Izuku looks at the two thinking he was being avoided. Sonic nudges his arm to get his attention. Looks like these two are ignoring us. He whispered. Yeah. Wish they were going to introduce us. Izuku whispered back before All Might turns to the others. Oh, yes. Sorry to introduce you to her. This is Dave's daughter, Melissa. This is Izuku Midoriya from UA. He said as she turns to the boy. It's very nice to meet you. She said, offering a handshake. I'm Melissa Shield. Izuku closed his eyes with a smile, finally was not ignored. This makes more sense now. He spoke as All Might and Melissa were caught off guard with confusion. What was that? She asked when Sonic comically hit the boy's head. Ow. What was that for? He asked, turning to the Hedgehog. She was saying hello. He answered as the boy quickly takes his gloves off. Hi, it's nice to meet you. He said, shaking her hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. A first-year student from UA High School. Melissa was caught off guard by the boy mention academy. From the hero course? So that's how you know Uncle Might. She spoke. Huh. I'm his student. Izuku answered. He'll be a great pro one day. All Might said. I can't believe I'm meeting someone that Uncle Might teaches. She said, surprised before her face got closer to him. You must have a promising future. You too hope so, but I have a lot to learn. He said, getting nervous when someone enters his space. Sonic clears his throat, getting the girl's attention. And finally, I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. It's nice to meet you. He said as he shook the girl's hand. Wow, so you're the hedgehog Uncle Might's been talking about. She spoke. That's right, Sonic said, placing his arm around Izuku's shoulder. Plus, I'm Izuku's best friend. We have known one another for 10 years. We're best buddies when he and I went head-to-head in the sports festival finals. It was a match unlike any other. That was a crazy battle for sure, Izuku said as the hedgehog turns to his friends. Last but not least. These are my friends. This is Miles Tails Prower. You can call him Tails. Knuckles the Echidna, Amy Rose, Rouge the Bat, Vector the Crocodile, Charmy Bee, Espio the Chameleon, Blaze the Cat, Cream the Rabbit with her buddy Cheese, Big the Cat, Silver the Hedgehog, and Shadow the Hedgehog. This is the Freedom Fighters. And yes, more of Izuku's friends for a long time. Sonic said. Freedom Fighters? Must be like a squad of heroes then. Melissa said, looking at every person on the team as they were greeting her except for Shadow. These people are great heroes. They'll be pro one day just like young Midoriya. All Might said but lied at the same time, trying to keep their secrets hidden. That's so awesome. You guys are hard at training with Uncle Might. Melissa said. Yep. The big man gave us a ton of training. Plus, he's our leader despite being me as the leader of the group. We've given All Might the leadership promotion to lead us. I see. That's cool. Melissa said before turning to Izuku. I need to see that video between you and Sonic in that sports festival finals someday. Trust me. You'll like it. He said when he notices the girl begin examining his hero costume. His space was once again invaded when she begins examining his entire hero costume. So, what kind of quirk do you have? She asked while walking around and examining his costume at the same time. It's some power type. He said, stuttering and flustered. Your costume's cool, but it's a pretty depicted design. She said, picking up the hooded mask part to examine it before walking around to the right of him. I don't see any support items either. She's so close to me. He thought with red swirls on his eyes, looking up with his face blinking red and flustering more. Melissa notices something that caught her eyes. A red box connected to his red belt. Something was glowing inside, bright and a green light inside it. Wonder what's glowing inside? She asked, reaching her hand to the box when a hand grabbed her wrist by surprise. Sorry, but that's something you can't see, Shadow said, grabbing her wrist, looking at her with a serious look. But I just want to see. She answered when All Might cleared his throat. Melissa, shall we? He asked, snapping her thoughts as Shadow let go of her hand. Sorry, I got distracted. She said, grabbing her pogo stick which lights up by re-entering into her watch. If we hurry, we can get to Papa in his lab. Let's go. She runs off to her father's lab. Sonic once again hits Izuku in the head comically, getting the boy's attention. Ow. Again, Sonic? He asked. Get your bag and wake up. Let's get going. Sonic said as the boy grabbed his bag, looking like the hedgehog before walking off. The other freedom fighters followed suit. Shadow was about to follow when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turns to see All Might behind him. "You shouldn't grab Melissa's wrist like that," he spoke. "Have to keep it a secret, right? Just like your quirk and the Chaos Emerald. They're both the same," Shadow said, walking off. "That Hedgehog's one serious person," Ryuko said. "True. Compared to both Sonic and Silver, those hedgehogs are nice and happy," Uwabami said. "He's a serious person. Takes his job profoundly seriously. But deep down, he respects everyone including young Midoriya just like when they both met in the sports festival semifinals. We'll talk more about that, right now we get to see how's David doing," All Might said as the three hurried to catch up with the others. Back at the gates where the others arrived through, Wolfram and his men arrived being dressed in civilian clothes while he didn't wear his mask to not let any suspicious out from any civilians near them. The villain grabbed out his phone, dialing a number before hearing the dial tone rings. "Hello?" David's voice from the phone was heard. "We infiltrated the expo without a problem," Wolfram said. "So, has All Might arrived?" "I got word from Eggman's minions that he's here. My daughter is on her way back to bring him to me," David said. "I see. We're waiting for one of Eggman's men by the name of Snively. He said he'll rendezvous with us at the gates," Wolfram said. "He's here along with the spies we've encountered at the meeting," David said. "What about Eggman? Is he going to launch his attack?" Wolfram asked. "He's waiting on Snively and the pictures from inside the island to return to him for planning," David said as Wolfram noticed Snively, dressed in a suit with a hat, carrying the briefcase with the camera approach him. "I'll call you back. That Snively guy is approaching us," Wolfram said, ending the phone call. "So, you arrived?" the small man said, approaching them. "Looks like you had no problem passing through security." He notices Wolfram's face for the first time. "This is the first time I see your face." "I had to get rid of the mask to make sure nobody here sees us suspicious," Wolfram said. "That's right. Can't afford anyone to see what you people will do," Snively said, giving him a paper of instructions. "Here's a paper to a safe house. Mr. Shield has your equipment there, so be prepared until the invasion begins. As for me, I got a mission to do by sending pictures back to the Death Egg of every major area on the island." "Anyone here with you?" Wolfram asked. "Two of my spies are with their classes. I told them to have fun from now until later. If they're not compromised, we should be fine. Continue to the safe house, I got a mission to do," Snively said, walking off before stopping. "Oh, I forgot to mention something. There are a set of rules when joining the Eggman Empire. The biggest number one rule is traitors." Snively turns to him with a serious glare. "Try to betray Dr. Eggman, you'll regret it. Eggman doesn't like traitors. They will be dealt with seriously by the hands of him. I'll watch your step." He then walks off to his mission. Wolfram stood there, not intimidated after the threat by Snively. His men stood there a little concerned after hearing that threat. Sir, you don't look intimidated by that?" Nobu asked. "Do I look intimidated?" Wolfram asked, giving him an evil glare. "No, sir," Nobu answered, frightened by the glare. "Anyway, focus on the mission at hand. We got a lot to do. Keep in mind, we're doing this for ourselves. If you think that fat doctor is better than me, he got another coming. Let's get going before someone finds out about us," Wolfram said as they proceed to the safe house. Chapter 4: The Reunion Part 1. Central Tower. In the middle of the island lays the 200-story tower located in Central City, David Shield looks at his phone of the photo of All Might from their college years flying during his mission of saving lives. He smiled, knowing that he's looking forward to meeting his friend for the first time in years. Yes, they connected through email but haven't seen one another in person. While looking on the phone, a door was heard slide open with footsteps approaching him. Excuse me, Samuel said, approaching him. Professor? David quickly snapped out of his mind, seeing his assistant enter the room. Oh, sorry. What is it? He asked. I just finished putting the equipment away, just so you know, Samuel spoke. Huh, already? He asked, only to smile. Thanks so much, Sam. Why don't you get out of the lab and go have some lunch with Melissa? Samuel asked as the two exits from the large room to a small room. She should be done with her day at the academy. Remember, All Might is coming to the island. That's why I sent her to bring him here. David said. Oh, that's right, I forgot, Samuel said before changing his smiling face to a serious one. Are you sure you want to do trust in both that Eggman person and that Wolfram guy? It's the only way. Tonight, everything should be prep and my daughter doesn't know anything about the plan. And yes, I do trust both to help us. David said with a serious look. I hope you're right, Samuel said as David adjusted his button on his dark blue button-up shirt. But that button is a hidden camera disguised as a button. Back on board the Death Egg, the minions were on the controls, fixing the screen and audio to make sure everything was ready. They got audio from a wire hidden in David's shirt and the camera hidden as a button so they can see at the same time. Eggman sat in his chair to watch everything unfold. I can hear Mr. Shield and that Samuel person's voices. All audio is clean and ready. Scratch said, adjusting the volume sound. Camera's working fine as well. Grounder said, adjusting video brightness for everyone to see. Good. Be interesting to hear what this conversation will be. Eggman said. Boss, the door is opening. It's the daughter. Deco said as the screens show the door opening with Melissa appearing from the doorway. It's showtime. Everyone, shut up, and let's listen in. Eggman said, grabbing a bucket of popcorn to eat. Back at the tower, both men were talking with one another before they heard the door slide open. Seeing Melissa appearing at the doorway, walking inside. Melissa, you're back. That was quick. David said. Well, I did have my pogo stick to bounce faster. She spoke. Anyway, you asked me to see if your friend is here. Well, look no further. Both turned to the front door and surprised to see the symbol of peace all happy. Yes. I am here. Shaking with emotions in our heartfelt reunion. He yelled, flexing his muscles and excited at the same time. Everyone except for Shadow all had sweat drop. Samuel had a surprising look and for the first time has his eyes opened. It's not a surprise that he would come, he didn't think that he would see him in person after all the news about how popular the hero is. Both Ryuko and Iwabumi had dumbfounded looks. David was surprised but smiled a bit when All Might ran towards his friend with laughter. I came all this way, Dave, oh buddy. He yelled, picking David up, flying around in his arms before dropping him. You're excited to see me, David said, getting back on his feet. Breath a sigh of relief knowing that the wire was still intact. We both have Melissa to thank for this. All Might said, referring to the invitation she sent to his computer. Man, how long has this been? Come on. Don't make me say it. I already feel old enough, you jerk. He said as the two laughed. You do have a point. He said as the two gave a fist bump. Glad to see you, my friend. Glad to see you too, my friend. He answered. Now then. I brought a full house with me along this trip. All Might said, turning to the others with Izuku being a fanboy. Everyone, this is my friend and scientist David Shield. Sonic was about to introduce himself when Izuku jumped in with excitement. I know him. Professor David Shield. A top scientist in the research world who received the Nobel Quark Prize. He was All Might's partner when he lived in America. And he's a genius when it comes to costumes. All Might's young age. Bronze Age. The Silver Age. And of course, the Golden Age. He's the inventor who creates each of those iconic looks. I could meet him in real life. He yelled with a bright smile, running towards him. I'm just so moved. Melissa could only giggle at his reaction. Is he that kind of fanboy? She asked both female heroes. He's always like that. Especially when he's a fan of All Might. Ryuko said. We have those kinds of fans in our country, Uwabami said, referring to their fans. I guess I don't have to introduce myself, David said as Izuku realized he was doing his fanboyish tone. Sorry. He said, bowing as an apology. No. It's alright. David said when Sonic quickly jumps in and hits the boy's head comically. Everyone was caught off guard by it. Ow! Izuku yelled with a comical red bump, glaring at the hedgehog. Again? Can you stop being a fanboy for a minute? He asked, turning to David. Sorry about that. My friend here is like that. He can't control himself. Anyway, the name's Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm All Might's friend including Izuku as well. You must be the speedy hedgehog that runs faster than the speed of light. It's nice to meet you. David said as the two shook hands. Behind me are my other friends. This is Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Cream with Cheese, Shadow, Silver, Rouge, Blaze, Charmy Bee, Vector, and Espio. We are the Freedom Fighters. Sonic said introducing himself to his friends. Wow, I didn't think All Might would have that many friends, David said. It's nice to meet you as well. And finally, these ladies will make you jealous. All Might said as the two female heroes approached them. These are my beautiful girlfriends. This is Ryuko Tatsuma aka the Dragon Hero and Uwabami aka the Snake Hero. Now I'm starting to get jealous. You are one lucky person, All Might. David said, laughing. It's an honor to meet you too. It's good to meet you, Ryuko said, shaking his hand. Pleasure is all mine, Uwabami said, shaking his hand. Suddenly, All Might covered his mouth indicating he was coughing. However, that coughing indicating that he was at his limit of going back to his regular form. Both female heroes, Sonic, Izuku, and the Freedom Fighters knew what was coming. Surprisingly, they didn't notice that David knew what was coming. He had to think of something since both Melissa and Samuel are the only ones in the room who doesn't know about the hero's true form. What he doesn't know is that Shadow saw that moment from David. Listen, he spoke with a serious look as Izuku looked up to him. I know it's been a long time and I wish we can talk more. But can you guys give All Might and me a little time to catch up? Yeah, of course, Izuku said. Sure. No problem. Sonic said. Melissa, why do you send your new friends here a little tour around the expo? David asked. Sure thing, Papa. She answered. That's perfect timing, Amy spoke. Because I know Cream is eager to have fun around this place. I want to see all the fun stuff including the rides and food. The rabbit said. Chow. Cheese said. You know Cream is. She loves to have fun all the time. Sonic said. Uwabami and I will head to the hotel and start unpacking. Before you guys go have fun, better make sure to take your stuff there as well. Ryuko said, turning to All Might. Don't take too long. We got plans for tonight. Right this way, everyone, Melissa said, guiding everyone out of the room. We'll see you later, All Might, Izuku said, following the others. Be careful, All Might, Sonic said. Everyone finally left the room, leaving the hero, David, and Samuel alone. The assistant forms a serious look on his face when he saw David look at him. He nods his head as he leaves the room to lead both the two to talk to one another, alone. Back in the Death Egg, Eggman and his minions were watching everything unfolded. They just witnessed the reunion between David and All Might. The hero's voice was so loud almost caused everyone's eardrums to mess up. Then seeing Izuku, Sonic, and the Freedom Fighters made Eggman not happy. Especially seeing Sonic, but happy to see the boy since he has the green Chaos Emerald with him. After hearing David told everyone that he wants to speak with All Might privately, that's where it has gotten very interested. Eggman and the others knew when they heard the hero's cough, they knew that the limit of his form was about to expire. He ordered everyone to leave, including the assistant. Something's going on, Boko said, adjusting the sound. Sounds like All Might's coughing, Orbit said. That means the big buffoon's form is about to end, Eggman said until he realized something. Wait a minute. If his form were about to end, the only ones that know about it are Sonic, Izuku, his girlfriends, and the Freedom Fighters. That is when he knew something. Does Mr. Shield knows about his true form? If he knew, why didn't he tell us about it at the meeting? Grounder asked. I don't know. But I will talk with him after he finishes speaking with him, Eggman said when the screen shows smoke appearing everywhere. Let's continue to listen to this conversation. Make sure everything's recorded. Yes, boss. The minions answered. Back at the tower, the others were walking along the corridor with the large window to the left of them, seeing a view of the entire island and ocean at the same time. They were on their way to get a tour of the expo by Melissa. She decided to talk with them while on the way. Starting with Izuku. So, Midoriya, she spoke with the boy looking at her. What do you want me to call you? By your real name? Or do you have a hero one already? Well, he said, looking up the ceiling to think. Why don't you call me Deku? Deku? Well, that's kind of a strange nickname, Melissa said with a curious look before smiling. You can stick with Melissa for me. That's fine. I'm used to first names type, Izuku said, referring to saying Momo's first name. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters were not a little thrilled about the name Deku. They know that type of name came from Bakugo, where at the time he pulled the boy violently during childhood days. They also knew that Uraraka would say the same thing but at a different type of it. They remember when Izuku told them that when students would learn to get their hero name during the class period, the boy went with Deku. Sonic didn't agree to it but respected his decision to go with it. Hey, Sonic? The Hedgehog mind snapped when he turns to Melissa. I forgot to ask you questions. How long did you and Deku meet? You told me you two been friends for 10 years? Sure. Izuku and I have been best friends for a long time, he said, rubbing his hand on the boy's green hair. He's been a great friend to me. Looking out for me. Including the others behind me as well. We get along nicely, the boy said. Have you gone to UA with him including your friends? Melissa asked. That was a problem. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters have never gone nor attended the academy. They didn't want to lie since they're from another planet. They have to keep secrets from one another, including keeping a secret about one for all. Not really. It would be nice. But, with a great quirk, it's better to fight villains than learn to become a hero, Sonic said, lying. Besides, I'm Izuku's trainer. Help him train to become the best hero he could do. That's right. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters would train me to become a hero. It's a ton of work, but it's incredibly fun to learn how to become a hero. Izuku said. I see, Melissa said when Tails stood next to her. You said your father is a scientist? The fox cub asked. That's correct, she said. Does he do like fixing things or create things like robot types or weapon types? Tails asked. He does like inventions to create things to help heroes, Melissa said. Really? I wish I could learn about him earlier. I have a workshop of my own to create things to help the freedom fighters. Tails said. That's true. I've seen his workshop. He has all types of inventions. Izuku said. He can build vehicles like a plane, a big ship, car type including weapons and others, Sonic said. That's awesome. I would like to see that someday. My father would too if you ever invite us to your workshop. Melissa said. That's not all. You can even show your research to the world. You might win that quirk prize that her father won. Knuckles said as Tails imagining him winning the medal David won. That would be awesome to win. I have to work everything off I can to earn it. He spoke. Speaking of that, who's ready to have fun at the expo? I know Cream is. Amy said. I can't wait to see what fun stuff they got. The young rabbit said. Ciao. Cheese said. I'm ready to have some fun too. Charmy Bee said. Be interesting to see how this place is, Vector said. First up, we need to go to the hotel first to unpack our stuff and find where our rooms are located, Ryuko said. Plus, you need keycards to get access to your rooms, Uwabami said. That's true. Let's go to the hotel and then we go to the expo. Sonic said. Agree, Izuku said. The others left the central tower to head to the hotel before heading to the expo for fun and other stuff. Back at the room, both All Might and David saw Samuel leave by sliding the door closed. The hero's body had smoke rising out of it. Right after the door closed, the hero coughed more as the smoke rises more, causing him to fall on his knees. Whoa, Toshi, are you okay? David asked as the smoke cleared with the hero back in his normal form. Yeah, I'm fine. That was close though. Thanks for buying time. Toshinori said as he stopped coughing. At least I'm not coughing blood out or anything. That's true. I'm surprised you told me about that emerald that helps you got the scar to disappeared. David said. David of course knew about All Might's transformation. Plus, the hero told him about the emerald that got the scar off his chest to disappeared. In a way, he lied to both Sonic and Izuku about his friend not knowing about both his quirk and the Chaos Emerald. Back on the Death Egg, after hearing that conversation, Eggman slammed his fist on one of the arms of the chair, breaking it. The minions fetched as they turn around to see the doctor not happy. All Might told him about the emerald as well? He asked, angrily. Sir? Hubert asked. Mr. Shield and I are going to have that long talk when this is over, Eggman said, trying to calm himself down. Back outside, the others made their return to the I Expo after they left their stuff at the hotel. Ryuko and Uwabami decided to stay back to get ready for reception party later tonight. Everyone decided to split up to see more of the expo. Amy, Cream with Cheese, and Big went together while Silver, Blaze, Shadow, and Rogue did the same. Vector, Espio, and Charmy were together like usual. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles decided to go with Izuku and Melissa. This place is amazing, Izuku said, looking around amazed at the rides, buildings, and other stuff that relates to the fun. It is. Almost reminds us of Carnival Zone. Tails said, referring to the zone located on Angel Island. Carnival Zone? Melissa asked. It's a place, let's just say it's fun, but it was closed down long ago. Knuckles said, trying to lie about the zone being a dangerous place. I can't believe an island like this is man-made, Sonic said, seeing a person dressed in an owl costume runs past him to see other people. And it's normal city stuff with everything you need, Melissa said. The big downside is we can't travel. Seriously? Knuckles asked. You guys have an airport on the island to get off for a vacation to the mainland. I wonder why? Sonic asked. The scientists and their families have to keep their entire work all top secret. That ensures there aren't any leaks. Melissa answered. No wonder there haven't been any attacks on the island. On the bright side, this place is safe away from all of the crazy villain attacks we've been through. Tails said. Really? You guys went through attacks from villains? Melissa asked. Let's not talk about that. It's a different story we can talk about for another time. Sonic said with his serious look, referring to the Hosu City incident and his fight with Shigaraki on Angel Island. His eyes focus on Izuku, who has been through everything to save him. Especially when I have to save him whenever he's in the crossfire. No way. Sonic's mind snapped when he saw Izuku being a fanboy again. The others looked to see a dragon-like appearance, with a long tail and clawed pawns for hands. His head more closely resembles that of a bear. Dark gray scales and appears to be of quite a wide build, most prominently around his leg and torso. Its costume consists of a white coat with a high collar, ripped to match its tattered hem, and a pair of baggy white pants. Red flame patterns decorate its collar and most of the lower portion of its pants, lined with yellow, wears a thick, golden belt with similar patterns around his waist. Its clawed feet are decorated with bands of spikes and wear silver-plated knee pads. What is the world? Sonic asked in a surprised look. Is that a monster? Knuckles asked in a surprised look. It's not just any monster. Izuku yelled, excited. It's the monster hero. Godzilla. Godzilla? Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles asked with confused looks. Wow, I only ever see him on TV. A man with a red plus ultra shirt said as the others except Izuku turn around to see civilians are happy to see the monster hero. His quirk is so insane. A man with a yellow plus ultra shirt said. I bet his sponsor flew him out here for the expo, Melissa said as the monster hero walked past them, looking and giving them a peace symbol. Mr. Sonic. Mr. Izuku. The others heard a voice when they were shocked to see Cream, sitting on top of the monster hero, waving at them with a smile. Let me get a picture of you with him. Amy yelled as she appears with a camera phone, getting the picture. And, got it. Awesome, Cream. Thank you, Mr. Godzilla. The young rabbit said as the creature nodded his head. Ah, that's so cute, Melissa said as the creature helped Cream to the ground. Your friend is so happy to be here. You know how she is. When we arrive, she was eager to have some fun around here. Izuku said, smiling at the rabbit. That's Cream for you, Sonic said, smiling when he notices someone was missing. Hey, where's Big? He's over at the cafe, eating. He said he'll be with us later. Amy said. Seriously? That cat is overweight. Knuckles said. Anyway, after seeing Godzilla here, it appears all the other pro heroes are here as well for the event, Melissa said, seeing other pro heroes signing autographs, pictures with fans, and others. A lot of the pro heroes will be at the big party tonight. I'm sure you knew about that. I mean, since you came all this way with Uncle Might. You mean the reception party? Tails asked. Sure. You guys are invited if you want to come, Melissa said. Is there going to be any dancing? Sonic asked, which got Izuku nervous. Of course, she answered. Good. Because Izuku and I got some dank, Sonic was interrupted by Izuku using his hands to cover his mouth. Don't worry, he's just saying nonsense, he said, nervously laughing. Okay, Melissa said with a confused look while Sonic pushes his hands away. What's the big idea? The Hedgehog whispered. 3 don't want to dance. I'll be embarrassing, especially when you were teaching me how to. Izuku whispered back, nervously. Come on now. Don't be a party pooper. Amy whispered to the boy when she thought of something. Hey, you have a chance to dance with that girl. She's one good person. Amy. Izuku whispered loudly, blushing. It will something if Mr. Izuku danced with Ms. Momo. Cream whispered, imagining the boy dancing with the creation quirk user. SSS seriously, Cream? Izuku whispered even louder, blushing madly. Guys. Everyone turns to Melissa with a confused look. Is everything okay? Why, yeah, everything's fine, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head, laughing nervously. Oh, anyway. You guys need to come to check this place out, Melissa said, pointing her finger at an exterior of a blue museum building. The others quickly regained their composure and headed inside for more fun. In another area of the expo, Shadow, Rouge, Blaze, and Silver were walking around to check out the area. Seeing pro heroes interacting with fans, including other fans interacting with people dressed in L costumes. The 4 would never think they would see this kind of thing like on their home planet. The place is amazing, Blaze said, seeing colorful music notes floating in the sky. There's a lot of heroes here in attendance. All Might not the only one attending, Silver said. It was nice to meet his friend too. I wish we would have talked to him more about his life as a scientist. Weird that he wanted to talk with All Might alone, especially when he was about to lose his limit, Rogue said. Shadow on the other hand was in deep thought. He notices David sensed that All Might was about to reach his limit on his transformation. The odd part he overheard during the flight that the hero told both Sonic and Izuku that his friend doesn't know about his quirk. However, that wasn't the only thing he was thinking. Another part of his mind when he notices the small camera disguised as a button on David's shirt. He was starting to get suspicious about him. Something in his mind knows bad things were coming. He doesn't know when it will happen. Shadow? The dark hedgehog mind snapped when he looks up to see the others looking at him. What is it? He asked. We were trying to talk with you about the expo, but you didn't say anything, Silver said. Are you okay? Rouge asked. Yeah. I'm fine. Shadow lied about it, but the others just agreed to it before they kept walking. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this David guy. For now, I'll just play it cool. This island they say is safe. I have to think about that until I know it's safe. Back on the island at the expo, Izuku, Sonic, Melissa, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Cream were entering the pavilion, a blue museum building show casting advanced support equipment for pro heroes to use in the future. The others except Melissa were amazed by the technology they were seeing. Wow, this is awesome, Tails said, examining the equipment. I have to admit, I'm starting to get jealous by all this. Even I can't make anything like these at my workshop. I never thought these scientists would fix all these for heroes, Knuckles said, looking around. I wonder if we can find anything that your father has made, Amy said, referring to David. Hey, check this out, Melissa said as the others approach her where she stands next to a vehicle. A television screen above it shows it flying above the ocean. Then it would enter the water, continue flying in the ocean. This multi-used vehicle can fly like a jet, of course. But it can also maneuver underwater. So cool, Izuku said, amazed. I would love to ride in one. Especially when I don't like floating in the water. Sonic said, referring to past missions relates to him where he can't swim. Hey, look at this. Cream's voice was heard as they ran to her, standing next to a large container hologram of a costume diving suit that almost looks like a sea monster type. You can wear this diving suit and drop to 7,000 meters into the ocean, Melissa said, seeing the simulation of the suit dropping down. So deep, Izuku said with happiness. I hate oceans, Sonic said, shaking his head. I love to see the fishes in the ocean. Cream said. Ciao. Chi said. Hey, guys. Look at this one. Knuckles yelled as they approach him holding a helmet. Wonder what kind of helmet this is. Let me show you, Melissa said as the echidna gave her the helmet. She then placed it over Izuku's head. This helmet is equipped with 36 different sensors so you can see all around your body. She said with hologram screens of places from the expo appear around the boy. Surprisingly, Izuku's face appeared behind them on a large screen. That's so much. He yelled with happiness. Almost like a virtual reality where you think you're there at these places. Tails said as Izuku took the helmet off, placing it back to where the other helmets were. You want to try? Izuku asked Sonic. Nah, I'm good. This place is amazing though. He said as they proceed to walk while looking around at the same time. You know, almost everything here has been created by different inventions that pop up at it, Melissa said. Wow, I bet you proud of him, Izuku said. These support items will help heroes from around the world. Who knows how much people will be infected by all this hard work? Melissa said. I wish I would love to have inventions here for everyone to see. It'll be nice for the heroes to use for any dangerous events that could happen. Tails said. I love to see how your inventions are, Melissa said, turning to the fox cub. Have you invented them for your friends? Yep. We use them for many events against villains. Takes a ton of work to create them that can help save others. Tails said, not mentioning anything about Eggman. That's true. Tails' inventions do help for any battle that can happen. Knuckles said. Including the tornado we ride on. Even though I'm afraid of heights. Izuku said, referring to the plane that Sonic and he would stand on the top wing while Tails pilots it. Anyway, I think it's great that your dad is someone you can look up to like this. That's because I dream to become a scientist just like him. She said with a smile. Oh yeah. You mean you're training at the school on the island? Izuku asked as they stopped next to a large machine. I'm a third year. She answered. The I Island Academy is where everywhere dream of becoming of scientists wants to go. You must be a real genius. Izuku said. Oh, no. I have a lot to learn. She spoke. Honestly, I should be studying much more. So, this academy you've gone to is not a hero-type academy? Sonic asked. Nope. It's an academy where everyone learns to become a scientist one day. Melissa said. That's awesome. As long as you become a great scientist, not a mad scientist bent on ruling the world. Sonic said, referring to Eggman. Mad scientist? Melissa asked with a curious look. It's just a sense of humor. You know how that goes with him. Izuku said, nervously laughing. Ah, I see, she said, laughing a little. Anyway, Izuku said, changing back to the same subject while looking at his hand. If I'm going to be a hero one day like All Might, he closed his hand with a smile determined to look. I'm going to have to train even harder. Uncle Might does hold a special heart for you, Deku, Melissa said, giggling a little. I still can't get over how much you were geeking out earlier. Izuku quickly recognizes it earlier through the entire time while meeting with David, seeing pro heroes around the expo, and looking through every object in the pavilion. He quickly got embarrassed by it. Now you finally notice it, Sonic said while he and the others laughed. Why didn't you guys tell me this? Izuku asked, embarrassed. We know how you are. Always being a fanboy of All Might, and not to mention the fact that you have all his stuff in UB. Knuckles couldn't finish it as the boy covered his mouth, embarrassed even more. What's he talking about? Melissa asked with a curious look. And nothing. He's just making a joke, Izuku said, looking away embarrassed. These people are really weird, she thought. Looks like you're having fun, Deku. A voice was heard, causing everyone to turn around. Izuku, Sonic, and the others were shocked to see a familiar person in her hero costume with her eyes and expression face flat. Yu Uraraka? He asked with a surprised look. WW, what are you doing here? It looks like you're having fun. Again, she said with the same look, this time with a dark aura surrounding her while looking at her friend and love interest. That's scary, Izuku thought, trembling in fear. Wonder what she's doing here? Sonic asked. Suddenly, they heard someone clearing its throat. They turned to their left and were shocked to see two more familiar people. Izuku was even more shocked to see two familiar girls, dressed in their hero costumes, giving him scary glares and a dark aura surrounding them. Momo? JJ Jairu? You're here as well? Izuku asked, trembling in fear. Looks like you're having fun, Izuku, the creation quirk user said, glaring at her friend and love interest. How you guys know that I was here? Izuku asked, still trembling when he notices Gyro lifting her earphone jacks on her ears for him to see. My quirk hear things. Remember? She asked in a threatening tone. I forgot about those. Your quirk can hear things, he said, laughing nervously when the earphone jack user approaches him, grabbing him by the collar with his face closer to hers. First, you supposed to call me by my first name. Do I have to use my quirk to plug your eyes? She asked in a threatening tone. Her jacks were inches towards the boy's eyes, causing him to tremble more. Second, she turns to Melissa with the same glare. Who's the girl you're hanging out with? Okay, let's chill out everyone, Sonic said, trying to be a peacemaker. We don't want to cause a scene with everyone looking. Both girls turned to the Hedgehog with a deadly glare. Sonic freaked out by the whole thing. Whoa. Why are you girls looking at me for? For no reason, Ochako said, smiling despite the dark aura surrounding her. Ms. Momo, Cream said, approaching the creation quirk user, which she quickly returns to her smiling face. The two hugged one another. It's so good to you, Cream, Momo said, breaking the hug. And you too, Ms. Cuda, the rabbit said as the earphone jack user turns to her with a smile. You too as well, she answered, turning back to Izuku with the same glare. They want to kill Izuku for whatever reason, Tails said, nervously. I know what this Abu, Amy said until the three girls turned to her with a dark aura to stay out of it. You know what, I'm just pretending this is nothing. The pink hedgehog looks away, scared. She knows about the girls having a crush on the boy. There you are, guys. Everyone turns to another voice. Izuku was surprised to see two more people he knows approaching them with multiple shopping bags around their arms, dressed in their hero costumes. Kendo? CC Kemi? Izuku asked, nervously still being gripped by Jiraiya. They have a shopping center here at the expo where we buy more clothes, Kami said when she notices the boy in front of her. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly grabbed the boy to hug him. Midoriya. It's so good to see you again. Izuku blushed more when his face was sandwiched in between her bosoms, showing off some cleavage of her catsuit costume. It's good to you, Kami. He said, difficult to speak. Amy quickly covered Cream's eyes. You haven't called me in a long time nor messaged me. That hurts my feelings a bit. She spoke. Sorry. I've been busy with school and training. He said, muffling in between her soft round mountains. Well, since you're here. Kami forces his head out of her bosoms, leading into his left ear, whispering in a seductive tone. How about you and I tonight have some alone time in my hotel room? Out of nowhere, she felt a pain coming from behind. Ow. She turns around to see both Mono, Jiraiya, Uraraka, and Kendo with dark auras and red eyes. Turns out the gravity quirk user pitched the glamour quirk user's rear end. Are you done, Kami? Momo asked in a threatening tone, grabbing the back of her catsuit. Because you're making him look uncomfortable. And I'm one step closer to puncturing his eyes, Jiraiya said, raising her earphone jacks. TTT they gonna kill me? Izuku thought, panicking. Melissa stood there with a confused look at the situation. But noticed something inside of her. She felt something she never felt before, jealousy. Why do I feel this jealousy inside me? I wonder who these people are? She asked before feeling an elbow on her arm. She looks down to see Sonic and the others looking at her. No offense, but you mind helping us out on ending this thing before people look, Sonic said. You better do it now. Izuku's in big trouble. Amy said. Melissa quickly clears her throat, getting the girl's attention. Sorry to interrupt this whole thing. Deku, who are these people? They must be really angry about something? She asked as the boy quickly escaped from Kami's arms, standing next to her while trembling. Sorry about that. TT these are my friends and classmates by the way. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. 3 didn't tell them that I was going to be here nor Sonic and the Freedom Fighters as well. The girls quickly looked to both Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy with glares and a dark aura. Cream and Cheese stood near the girls since wasn't in any trouble. What did we do? Knuckles asked. We didn't do anything wrong. Tails said. They are angry, Amy said. Tell me about it. Almost feels like Izuku throwing us under the bus. Sonic said, glaring at his friend. Sorry. The boy said, turning back to the girls. Anyway, this is my friend Melissa Shield. She was just showing me, Sonic, and the others around the expo for a little bit. He turns back to the girl to introduce the other girls. Melissa, this is Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoto Jiraiya, Itsuka Kendo, and Kami Utsushimi. Nice to meet you. My dad and Uncle Mig. Melissa couldn't finish when Kami appeared from behind. The girl flinched by surprise here. CC Kami? Izuku asked. What are you doing? Momo asked, curiously. The glamour quirk user examines Melissa's body. From hair, eyes, face, legs, arms. And most important, her bosoms. Examining her chest and how big they were. You got a hot chest as Yamamoto does. She uses her finger to poke one of them, causing Melissa to flinch and covering her chest with her arms. Embarrassed. The girls blushed by the reaction. Izuku looks away, hiding his blushed face. Momo blushed, covering her large chest. Gyro could only look down in shame, knowing she has a flat chest. Seriously, Kami? Kendo asked, blushing. You have to do that in a public place? Momo asked, blushing. TTT, this day has gotten crazier than I thought. Izuku thought, realizing something Melissa was about to bring up. She was about to bring up the part that I came here with All Might as a guest of his. I should thank Kami for the save. I'll tell Melissa about it later not to bring it up. Guys. Everyone turns to Sonic, tapping his right feet with his arms crossed. The others stood behind him. I know we're having a great time, but right now, everyone is probably looking this way thinking you guys are doing something weird. It's better to get out of here before they call security on us. Everyone looks around to see other people staring at them. Why yeah. I think it's a good idea. Izuku said as Melissa got back up, adjusting her glasses, still has a little red on her face. How about we grab some tea at the cafe? She asked, smiling. That's a good idea, Izuku said when the girls turned back to him. Again, dark aura and red eyes scarring the boy to death. They're going to kill me, right? Please, follow me, Melissa said as the girls followed her, still had their red eyes on the cinnamon bun. Izuku let out a sigh after they were gone. That was so close. He said as Sonic hit his head, causing a comical red bump. Ow. Seriously? How many times you have to hit me? Throwing us under the bus, that what? Some friend you are. Sonic said. What was I supposed to do? Izuku asked. Try to fight back, Sonic answered. Against girls? I can't do that. Izuku replied. By the way, what are they doing here? Knuckles asked. I'm not sure. Unless they were invited just like us. Izuku said. Well, let's find out. As long as they don't kill us at the end. Tails said. Oh, it'll be a long day. I probably won't live. Izuku said. I forgot. I think that Melissa girl was about to mention All Might's name until Kami intervened. Amy said. That's right. She was going to bring up his name, meaning we came here as his guests. I have to tell her to keep it a secret from the others. Izuku said. Then we better do it now. They'll find out about it, including the quirk. Sonic said, referring to One for All. Good idea, Izuku said as they hurried to catch up with the girls, exiting from the pavilion. Somewhere at the expo, as people and heroes were enjoying the festivities, David's assistant Samuel was looking around to see an open park. Entering, he sees others including children playing on the playground. He approaches none other than Snively, who was looking at the camera of photos he took to send them back to the Death Egg for observation. He heard footsteps approaching to see Samuel walking towards him, sitting down next to him. Security is very tight, just to let you know. The assistant said. I can see that. They're these security bots roaming across the island. Snively said as he notices one wheeling past them. There's one just now. Right on cue. The control room is located on the top floor of Central Tower. From there, you can hack in the bots to have full control. Samuel said. We'll hold that off for now. Eggman has an army of robots, Gnomes, and prisoners from Tartarus we broke out from, will be a force to launch the invasion. The Central Tower will be Eggman's HQ once we complete the assault. Also, Wolfram and his men are here. I've given them coordinates to the safe house. They'll be working within the inside once Eggman begins the assault. How would this work? Samuel asked. You ever read books about how the Spartans would sneak into Troy by using a wooden Trojan horse? That's how it'll work. Wolfram will be the Trojan horse and then Eggman will enter the island to attack. Snively said. Then from there, what happens after? Samuel asked. We continue our agenda of our one-world government with Eggman being the ruler of the world with no heroes nor villains. It has been our goal from day one. Snively said. By the way, All Might is meeting with Mr. Shield right now, Samuel said. I know. Eggman is listening to their conversation back on board the Death Egg thanks to Mr. Shield having a wire and a hidden camera with him. Get to know more about their friendship. Snively said, getting up from his chair. I'm heading back to the hotel to send the photos back to the Death Egg. You've done well. Once this is done, you'll get your pay including Mr. Shield. Thank you. We'll make sure you'll get the job done. Samuel said. I know you won't. Remember, this conversation never happened. Snively said as they both parted ways out of the park. Around the expo, Izuku, Sonic, the others, Melissa, and the girls who were surprised about their appearance at the pavilion were at one of the cafes in the expo. The girls sat with Melissa at a table discussing their internships. Earlier, the girl asks Cammy if she attends UA, which the glamour quirk user discusses going to Shiketsu High. She talked about what the schools compared to UA. She did mention being childhood friends with both Momo and Kendo. Melissa did talk about becoming a scientist to learn about creating things to help pro heroes, which the girls were very amazed by her conversation. At another table near them, Izuku, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Cream were sitting with the boy having his head down from what was a crazy encounter with the girls at the pavilion. It was already becoming a bad day. He couldn't turn around to look at them, thinking they would scare him to death with those deadly glares. The others look at him, concerned for him. Is he okay? Knuckles asked. Not quite. At first, he was all having a great time earlier until they showed up. Tails said, referring to his friends. I wonder why they're here. Did they get invitations? Amy asked. Maybe. I wish they would tell us. Sonic said, not looking at the girl since he's under thin ice. But it's better not to bother them until they cool off. He took to Izuku, who still had his head down on the table. Buddy? He tapped him on his green hair. You, okay? Just my day. He answered. At least he's alive. Knuckles said. Those girls went after him like they weren't happy to see him. Tails said. There's a reason why, Amy said, looking back at Melissa. Because they saw him hanging out with that Melissa girl. It was jealousy for them. I was going to say it, but they looked at me, want to kill me as well. I wonder what we did? Tails asked. Maybe we should ask them. Knuckles said. Now? I'm not sure. Amy said as Sonic grabbed the boy's hair to lift his head. Izuku, come on now. You need to chin up. You were all happy today when we arrived. Now they showed up and they look angry at you. He spoke, letting go of the boy's hair. Why are they angry at me for? Did I do something wrong? The boy asked, turning around to the table behind him to observe the girls talking with Melissa. The girls, except for Melissa, noticed they were being watched as they turned to see Izuku looking at them. The boy waved at them with a smile. Melissa waved back with a smile, which got the girls seeing it. They both pouted with dagger looks, looking away quickly from the boy's glaze. Melissa was confused by their reaction. Yeah, figures, Izuku said, turning back around with a sad sigh. Yep. It's going to be a long day for sure. Sonic said, shaking his head. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching them when a glass of iced tea with a lemon shaped of All Might's two-lined hairs placed it in front of Izuku. Thanks for waiting. The others, including the girls, look up to hear a familiar voice. Kaminari? Izuku asked, shocked to see the electric quirk user. Don't forget about me. Another voice was heard. They were surprised to see a gray-haired short boy. Mineta? You're here too? Izuku asked when another pair of footsteps were approaching the table. Here's an ice cream sundae for a young rabbit. Cream saw a glass bowl of her favorite ice placed in front of her. Thank you, she said, eating her ice cream. Here's a shake for a pink hedgehog. Another familiar voice was heard once the glass was placed in front of Amy. I know those other voices, Izuku said, turning to his left to see two boys. A ways? Hiryu? What's up, Midoriya? The scales quirk user said, waving. Long time no see, dude. The weld quirk user said, waving. Hiryu? A ways? What you are guys doing here? Kendo asked, surprised to see her classmates. She notices the clothing they were wearing. Are you guys dressed as waiters? Same thing for those perverts who I'm not happy to see. They're wearing the same thing, Jairu said, looking at both Kaminari and Mineta with a negative look. Hey, that's harsh. First, Mineta along with the boys from Class 1B got a free trip to the island. Second, the cafe needed extra waiter staff, so we applied to work. The electric quirk user. We got to explore the expo on our break, and we make the money, Mineta said when he notices Tails at the table. He looks to a comical glare, pointing his finger at the fox cub. What's he doing here? Hey, it's good to see you again. I believe your name's Mineta, right? He asked, waving at him when the perverted boy jumped on the table. I was enjoying my time on the island until you showed up. Well, you're not going to bring me down. I'll never forget what you did to me during the sports festival. I want to see a beautiful girl on the island. Don't ruin for me. Understand? Mineta asked. What are you talking about? Tails asked with a confused look. We know what's he talking about, Amy said, shaking her head when Mineta notices Melissa looking at them. Oh my god, I think I'm in love. He thought as he and Kaminari surround Izuku, making the boy nervous. Hey, Midoriya, who's that hot blonde girl sitting with your girlfriends? The electric quirk user asked, nagging on the boy's shoulder. Is she part of your harem? Mineta asked, making the boy blush redder. HHH harem? Seriously? Izuku asked, stuttering when two earphone jacks stabbed in both boys' ears, causing them to fall to the ground. Izuku freaked out to see Jiraiya doing the job for him. Leave Greenie alone, perverts, she said, tracing his quirk back. Are these your classmates? Melissa asked the girls once the perverts quickly got up, running to her. That's right, Kaminari said. We're pros, Mineta said as the girls except for Melissa let out a sigh. Hey, Midoriya, I'm surprised you're here on the island. Hiryu said, standing next to the boy with a ways next to him. Did you get an invitation? Actually, the boy said, showing his gold medal around his neck. Because I won the sports festival, I got an automatic invite of an early access to I Expo. You brought Sonic and his friends here, too? Aways asked, high-fiving Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and Amy. I also got an invite to the island after coming in second in the sports festival, Sonic said, showing his silver medal around his neck. We can invite guesses to the island. Izuku invited me, but we have the other freedom fighters here as a bonus. Where are they? Hiryu asked. They're here scattered around the island enjoying the expo. You'll see them if they come by here, Sonic said. By the way, how you guys got here on the island? Izuku asked. One of your classmates with the help of those two invited us as guesses? Hiryu asked, pointing at both Kaminari and Mineta. Who was it? Izuku asked. Right on cue, a loud voice with the sound of running footsteps coming towards them. Kaminari and Mineta freak out when they notice that person coming towards them. Hiryu and Awaze didn't, since they quickly went back to work, not wanting to be lectured by the Class 1A representative. The others noticed it as they were shocked. Sonic was surprised to see him coming when he flashed a grin on his face. Why are you two slacking off? You want to make more money, didn't you? But you are not willing to work hard. Ida yelled, running towards them. Cream, you're not eating that? Sonic asked, pointing at the banana on the ice cream. You can have it, she said as the hedgehog snatched it. Sonic quickly ate it, leaving the banana peel on the ground. Purposely, he looks away, pretending like he didn't do anything wrong. He could hear Ida's loud voice, which started to annoy him even more. Ida's here, too? Ochako asked as the girls got up from their seats, surprised. I didn't know he would be here, Kendo said, surprised. He never told us he'll be coming, Momo said. Ida ran in between both tables when his feet caught the banana peel. It causes him to slide forward, crashing tables and plants. He sends flying towards a water fountain, splashing inside of it, landing upside down in a comical way. Ida, are you okay? Izuku asked, jumping from his chair with the others following him to the fountain. The engine quirk user regained composure from the fountain, coughing water out of his mouth. He grabbed his glasses, cleaning them to see better. What in the world just happened? He asked, looking around. A laughter was heard from the tables they left behind. The others turned to see the hedgehog doing his dance move on the table. Hey, Ida? Watch where you slip there. You should be careful of running to other places, he said, mocking him. He notices both Kaminari and Mineta gave him thumbs up, hiding their laughter. That is not funny, Sonic. Momo yelled as the others helped Ida out of the fountain. You okay, Ida? Izuku asked. The engine quirk user got himself composed. He looks to see the hedgehog waving at him, sticking his tongue out. A comical angry look on his face tells it all as he ran towards him, putting the brakes in front of the table. You're here too? He asked. Of course, I'm here. Don't you see the bling around my neck? Sonic asked, dangling the silver medal in front of him. First up, a person who came in second at the sports festival should act with class and respect. Not a person who clowns around and pranks people. Ida explains, doing hand chopping at the same time. Your pranks will cause people to get hurt like you almost did to me. Pro heroes have dignity and self-respect. For me, training to become a hero, I've come a family that has class. Same time, Sonic rolled his eyes, mocking Ida's talking. Tails, Knuckles, and Amy were rolling their eyes, tired of hearing the Class 1A rep's lecture. Cream didn't care while she was still eating her ice cream sundae. The hedgehog looks around to see if he can shut up for once. He turns to his right to see Big the cat approaching them. The hedgehog looks back at Ida's lecturing with a grin forming his face. He quietly left the table, approaching the cat. Whispering in his ear, the cat nods his head before the hedgehog returns on the table. Understand, Sonic, your pranks and funny jokes will not accomplish to where everyone wants to. Ida couldn't finish when he turned to his right to see Big looking at him. Oh, no, Izuku said, freaking out knowing what was coming. He's here too? Ochako asked, freaking out as well. Big isn't it? Ida asked the cat. Hello, friend. The cat said, pulling the engine quirk user into the biggest hug. Wait. What are you doing? Get off of Ida turned black and white after hearing a crack from his back. Everyone turns into black and white. Sonic and Knuckles laughed out loud after what they saw. Amy deadpanned on the table, shaking her head. Big finally broke the hug, causing Ida to crash down on the floor. That's so scary, Ochako said, shaking in fear remembering the hug by the cat after winning the cavalry battle in the sports festival. TT, thank goodness I don't want to be in that hug, Izuku said, shivering. Yeah, Big said, raising his fist in the air. Somewhere in the sewer system of the island, Wolfram and his men at their safe house. The guard inside was put to sleep by one of them pulling out a tranquilizer gun before he would sound the alarm on the island. They tied the guard, wrapping around with a blanket, and placing him inside a locker nearby, preventing him from escape. After finishing that, the men were entering a large cargo box, getting the weapons and other items delivered by David and Samuel. Wolfram looks on to see his men working. He was interrupted when his phone rang. Grabbing out from his pocket, he answers. Yes? He asked. Have you made it to the safe house? Eggman's voice was heard on the other side. We made to our location. Though we had a little problem, we took care of it. Wolfram answered, looking back at the locker where they put the guard in. Good. Everything should be in place. Snively is almost done finishing with taking pictures around the island. Every photo will be transferred to the Death Egg for observation before the invasion. Right now, I'm observing Mr. Shield talking with All Might. Eggman said. I'm curious to find out about that conversation, Wolfram said. You'll know soon. In the meantime, get your men ready. I want the security systems hacked in your control. I will give you the signal once the invasion commences. Eggman said. Understood, Wolfram said. One more thing, make sure you keep the Chaos Emerald I've given you is in safe hands. I'm giving you a warning. If anything happens to it or it falls into the wrong hands like into All Might's, you'll be facing my wrath and I'll send you and your men in being robotized. Understand? Eggman asked in a threatening tone. Yes, sir, Wolfram said, not intimidated by the tone. Good. I'll leave you to your work. Eggman said, ending the call. Wolfram put his phone back in his left pocket. He then dug into his right pocket, pulling out the purple Chaos Emerald, looking at the light inside of it. He could feel the power of it from the object. Don't worry, Eggman. I won't let you down until I get a chance to kill you. He thought. Back at the central tower, Toshinori, who was in his muscular form, returned to his normal form after his limit went up. He lays in a medical bed, which is a machine that scans his body, sending the corresponding readings to a computer where David is seeing the results from the hero's body and health. So far, his health was okay thanks to the Chaos Emerald that caused the scar to disappear during his encounter with the sludge villain months ago. However, it was the transformation limit that has been the problem. Your quirk levels are okay but not as much. Plus, your health is 100%. I guess the object the boy has does help. It's just the transformation limit that's the problem. David said, referring to the Chaos Emerald as Toshinori sat up on the hospital bed, taking the oxygen mask off. The emerald can read people's thoughts. Must have read my thoughts when I felt hopeless in rescuing young Midoriya, giving me strength and healing the scar all for one gave me in our last battle. He said, seeing the area where he had the scar before the emerald healed it. I still don't get it, David said. What is it? Toshinori asked, walking towards his friend. How in the world does the boy hold an object like that, especially when it was given by a hedgehog from another planet? David asked. In one of the emails, Toshinori did tell David about Sonic giving the Chaos Emerald to Izuku years ago, which he lied to both Sonic and Izuku on the plane. He never told him about One for All because of the risk he would bring his friend and daughter in the crossfire against All for One. It was destiny, I believe. A young man like Midoriya would have the strength to carry an emerald with the power to become a hero someday. He trains like Sonic. Both have the same moves to fight any villain to save the world. Just like he did in the combat training against Bakugo. Saving one of his classmates at USJ. Winning the sports festival against Sonic. Then fighting against the hero killer in Hosu. The more strength he has, the more lives he could save. He wants to be the hero with the smile so the people can be saved. Toshinori explained before going into thoughts. I can't tell David about Eggman. Especially that All for One has joined forces with the Doctor to rule the entire world. I see. You do think that he'll be the one to succeed you in becoming the #1 hero? David asked. Now let's don't get ahead of ourselves. Young Midoriya has a long wait to get to where he wants to be. Toshinori said. That's not what I meant. Now that you have a limit of transformation, the symbol of peace will disappear. David explains, clenching his fist on the armchair. The only reason Japan's crime rate is at 6% is because of your present. Other countries have around 20%. And some is even worse at that. Honestly, part of me with you never left. America could use you. There's no need to be pessimistic, Dave. The world is full of other pro-heroes like young Midoriya. Even Sonic knows how to fight crime. He has the freedom fighters with him to fight alongside one another. Not to mention the good people around support them. Besides, I can still be All Might for a few hours each day. I'm not dead yet. Toshinori said, trying to laugh. Oh, come on, David replied, still looking down. What if a monstrous villain appears? And you're not capable of saving us again? Listen, Toshinori said as David looks at him. Just in case that day comes, understand that I have no intention of stepping down. He then goes in deep thought on the latter. Besides, there's still hope. For the future of One for All and the symbol of peace, a new generation will come to save my place. Meanwhile, back at the expo where the others were still at the cafe, Ida sat down on a chair trying to adjust his sitting. Momo uses her quirk to create an ice pack for his back after being hugged by Big. He let a sigh before glaring at Sonic, who was grinning at him. Izuku could only shake his head. The girls returned to their seats with Melissa while both Kaminari, Mineta, Hiryu, and Awase returned to work, dodging a bullet from Ida's lecturing thanks to Sonic interfering. A bad back I can't get myself to stand, Ida said, looking at Sonic. Thanks to that friend of yours. You'll be fine. Just shake it off with your quirk. You are the faster guy, correct? Sonic asked. Sorry, Ida. Sonic likes to joke around as usual. Izuku said before Sonic changed subjects. Anyway, what you doing here? Did you get an invitation to the island? He asked. I come from a long line of heroes. It was to be expected the Ida family gotten the invitation to the expo. But my family is busy. So, it's just me attending the island. Ida answered. What about those guys? Tails asked, looking at the 4 boys doing their jobs as waiters. I decided to bring them to the island as guests. However, I made a deal with them if they were to work hard to find a job on the island, and they agree. Ida answered. No wonder Hiryu and Awase are here. My guess your classmates begged them to come. Kendo said. What about you guys? You gotten invitations, too? Amy asked the girls. Of course, Momo said. My father is a shareholder in one of the expo sponsors companies. Also, we became guests thanks to the tickets that her father gave us, Cammy said as the girls smiled. I forgot that both Ida and Momo come from rich families, Izuku said before Momo cleared her throat. There's something that needs to be addressed. she said, looking at the boy with a furrowed brow. Izuku, 2 days before I did send you a text to see if I can invite you to the island? Why didn't you reply to my text? What are you talking about? Izuku asked, nervously when the girls looked at him again with a dark aura. Yaoyorozu handed 6 tickets to the expo. You were the one we want to give you that 6th ticket. Ochako said with a pout. Care to explain why you didn't reply? Kendo asked, glaring at him. Hang on. I never received a text from you. Izuku said, grabbing his phone out. He taps the messenger app to look at the past text from 2 days. He showed Momo on the screen of proof. See? I don't remember seeing a text from you. Momo grabbed his phone to look. I swore I did send you a text 2 days ago. You could have received it, she said, looking through it. Did you have the phone on vibrate? Jairu asked. I never put my phone on either silence or vibra. Izuku quickly stopped talking when he realized, robotically turning his head, he looked towards Cream. Oh, no. Please don't tell me she. Flashback 2 days ago. 2 days ago, before the trip to I Island, on Angel Island inside Sonic's cabin, Cream was playing a game on Izuku's phone thanks to his permission. She's look on seeing her playing games. While playing, she notices a text appeared from the screen. Looking at it, she quickly deleted the text and happily continued to play. Good thing Mr. Izuku showed me how to delete things. It was probably just as they call it here, scammers. Cream said, playing the game again. Ciao. Chi said. End flashback. Izuku looks down with a blank look. Did she delete a text from Momo? Oh, no. He thought. Is he okay? Melissa asked, looking at Izuku. He's just a little down, Ochako said, smiling. Suddenly, an explosion was heard. Everyone jumped from their chairs. Sonic jumped back on the table to see where it came from. He notices smoke rising from a large rock mountain across the cafe. He turns to Izuku as they quickly ran towards the location of the smoke. Others join in to find out. Kaminari and Mineta tried to sneak away, but Ida grabbed their collars, yanking them back to continue work. Sonic and Izuku arrived towards a stadium-like place, showing a red catwalk, leading towards a large green circle on the shore next to a cliff. A small lake was in between the catwalk. Both characters stood in front of the green rail to see what was happening. Smoke was rising around the top of the mountain. 2 hologram screens in between the mountain for spectators to see. A clearance of 33 seconds. A woman's voice was heard. He's in 8th place. Who's in 8th place? Izuku asked when the smoke cleared up on the screen, showing the person with a shocked look. No way. Kirishima. He's here, too. Sonic asked when the others arrived. Whoa. What's going on here? Tails asked as Knuckles saw his friend on screen. Kirishima's here too? He asked. Another classmate of yours? Melissa asked as Izuku turns to her. He's in my class. He's a great friend of mine. He answered. Please welcome our next challenger. The woman said, revealing another opponent which surprised Kendo. Is that Tetsu? She asked, seeing her classmate. He's here, too. Ochako asked, surprised. Time has been reset. Ready, go. The woman yelled. The iron quirk user leaps into the action. Activating his quirk, he took down a robot located on a cliff. Then another on another cliff. He took down 3 more near the water. He uses his leg to destroy one in front of him. He landed on the ground, punching the last robot with his fist. Debris of robot parts was scattered everywhere with smoke rising. He got up from the ground, stretching his arms out before walking towards Kirishima. A clearance of 35 seconds. He's in 9th place. The woman yelled. Great work, dude. The hardening quirk user said, giving him a fist bump. Still not good enough. Wish I'd done more. He spoke, looking back at the damage. Please welcome our next challenger. The woman yelled. Great. Here he comes. Tetsu said, looking at the individual exiting from the tunnel. Izuku and Sonic looked down at the next person exiting the tunnel. They were stunned but quickly turned to bitterness when it was the last person they thought they would never saw. The girls noticed the individual and they had the same bitterness as the two. Kaken? Izuku asked, gripping the rails tight. That's the last person. I never thought he would show up, Sonic said, shaking his head. Everything was all quiet until he showed up, Amy said, noticing the serious looks from both Sonic, Izuku, Tails, and Knuckles, looking at the explosion quirk user. Of all people he would be here on this island, Momo said, looking away in disgust. You know that person? Melissa asked, confused. You don't want to know. He's Izuku's former childhood friend. Momo answered with bitterness. Childhood friend? Melissa asked. I don't think you don't need to know about it. It's a long story. Jiru said, glaring at the explosion quirk user. Something Deku don't want to relive, Ochako said, glaring at the bully, referring to the time Momo told her about Bakugo's bullying on Izuku before the combat training. Time has been reset. Ready, go. The woman yelled. The explosion quirk user wasted no time. Using his quirk by launching himself like a rocket, he destroyed one robot hiding in a cave. Then two more on the edge of the cliff. He quickly launches down to another robot standing next to the water. Another on a rock on the surface of the water. Die. He yelled as he usually trademarks, destroying another robot. I'm starting to get annoyed by that word, Kendo said, shaking her head in disappointment. Yawn. It's so boring. Kami said, mocking a yawn. Izuku could only shake his head in disgust. He decided to just leave, not want to let his bully try to torment him. However, the exit was blocked. To his surprise, Momo, Uraraka, Jiru, Kami, and Kendo blocked his way. What's wrong? Izuku asked, with his space invaded. You can't just let him act, he's so tough, Kendo said. You won the sports festival, remember? Ochako asked. A new record. 18 seconds with first place. The woman yelled as Bakugo landed on the ground with a grin. You see that, Greenie? Show him what you're made of. Jiru said, pointing at the scoreboard. Don't be afraid of him. You can do it. Momo said. That's right. Show him why you can be a hero. Kami said as Izuku looks back, glaring at his bully. Not bad, Bakugo. You did a great job. Kirishima said. Yeah. Whatever. He spoke. Hey, is that the others? Tetsu asked, looking up when he saw Izuku. Hey, it's Midoriya. He's here too. Midoriya's name triggered Bakugo when he looks up to see his former childhood friend, glaring at him. The last thing that triggered him more was the fact he saw the gold medal he won at the sports festival. He clenched his fist in anger, jumping on the railing. Kirishima tries to calm his friend down while Tetsu tries to hold back on him, only to be pushed aside before he jumped on the rails. DKU. What the hell are you doing here? He yelled while Izuku was not intimidated by his anger, face to face. I want to ask you the same thing. You're the last person I didn't expect to be here. He answered. So, what? You think winning that piece of crap around your neck makes you a big shot? Think again. He yelled when a pebble hit his face, making him angrier. Who the hell threw that? You forgot about me. He turns to his right to see Sonic with a serious look. Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Big stood behind him in case anything happens. Cream stood behind the girls, afraid of the boy. Your big mouth is so annoying that your jaw is fixed. Bakugo anger grew. His mind remembered that day in the sports festival semi-finals when he took on the Hedgehog. The fight was brutal with Sonic beating him down to a pulp. Bakugo fought back, doing every damage on the Hedgehog. He was about to finish him off when Sonic delivers a massive blow by using debris from the ring they damaged, hitting him as a weapon on his left cheek, breaking his jaw. It causes him to wire the jaw for weeks, including drinking shakes as food. His hard grip causes the rails to break. He pushed Izuku aside roughly, approaching the Hedgehog. Ida, Kirishima, and Tetsu try to calm the boy down. After what you did to me at the sports festival, I'll make you regret everything. He said, glaring at the Hedgehog. Really? Seems like you're just jealous that Izuku and I got medals while you were in the hospital crying to your mama. Sonic said, taunting him. Bakugo anger grew more. Looking around where everyone was seeing. He delivers a fist to the Hedgehog's face, sending him on the ground. Tails and Knuckles were going to fight him while Kirishima, Tetsu, and Ida were trying to back the boy up. Izuku ran up to help Sonic on his feet. The Hedgehog felt a pain in his left cheek. He got in between the others, calming them down. Calm down. It's all good. Sonic said, shrugging the pain off. He turns back to Bakugo where he did the unexpected. He spits his blood out on the bully's face. Everyone was shocked as it has only gotten worse. I will kill you, sewer rat. He yelled as Kirishima and Tetsu holds the bully back. Sonic flashed a grin on his face. Melissa stood there with a shocked look. She would never think Izuku's former friend would be this violent. The girls could only help but glad that Sonic would do that kind of stunt. I never thought he would be this violent. Another voice was heard as the others turned to where Sonic was. Are you kidding me? You're here, too? Kendo asked when she saw Monoma, dressed in his hero costume. No wonder I was hearing things. The copy quirk user said, noticing the glares from both Sonic, Izuku, Tails, and Knuckles. Well. If it isn't Midoriya that would show up on the island. The winner of the sports festival. A fluke, I would say. You're the one to talk, Monoma. Izuku answered. What are you doing here? Simple. Bakugo invited me along with Kirishima and Tetsu to the island since he came in third place tie in the sports festival. He answered. He invited you. As I remember, you were trying to taunt him during the cavalry battle. Kendo said. That was in the past. Besides, why would an idiot like Midoriya be here thinking showing off that medal around thinking he's a big shot? Monoma asked. Oh really? Says the person that got beaten by a two-tail rodent in the sports festival. Tails answered back as the copy quirk user turns to him, right eye twitching. Don't think for a second you have beaten me. That was luck. I wasn't ready. Monoma said. Really? I heard rumors that you were crying in the tunnel after you lost. Tails said, taunting more. Oh. You're getting punked by a friend of mine. Sonic said, still holding his cheek from the punch. The girls could only laugh that caused Monoma to be embarrassed. He was this close at punching Tails. You little runt. Wait till I get my Han. The copy quirk user couldn't finish when he was pulled by the collar by a familiar person, which shocked both Izuku and Kami. You're the one talking, Inasa said, gripping tightly on the boy's collar. How about you keep your mouth shut? I've heard a lot about you taunting Midoriya's class, thinking your class is better. There's one thing that both classes have is respect. They respect one another. If I was in Midoriya's class, I would kick your ass for it. Unlike the other idiot that got his ass kicked by a hedgehog. So, keep it to yourself, or I'm going to do damage to you. Yurashi. Let him go. You're a Shiketsu student. Act like one. A voice was heard as everyone turns to the person, standing with his hands on the back. Shishikura? You're here too? Izuku asked as the boy looked in his direction. Midoriya? He asked, then was surprised to see Kami. You're here too, Utsushimi? What happening? She asked, smiling with a peace symbol. Does she know these people? Melissa asked. These are her classmates from Shiketsu. The other hero school we've mentioned earlier. Momo said as Yurashi dropped Monoma to the ground, turning to Izuku with an exciting look. Midoriya, long time no see. He said, fist bumping the boy. Good to see you, too. I didn't know you'll be here. Izuku said as the Shiketsu student turns to Sonic and the others. What happening, guys? Inasa asked, noticing the bump on Sonic's cheek. What happened to you? Oh, it's Bakugo. Don't worry about it. I dealt with him. He spoke when Kami approached them. Inasa, I'm surprised to see you here along with Seiji. She said as the meatball quirk user approached them. Yurashi and I were invited to the expo as representatives for Shiketsu. I'm surprised you're here. He spoke. Yamamo's father owns stock in one of these sponsors for the expo. That's how we got invited. She answered. Also, I want you to meet Melissa Shield. She goes to the I-Island Academy to learn how to be a scientist. It's an honor to meet you. Melissa introduces herself. It's good to meet you, Seiji said, bowing. Pleasure is all mine, Inasa said, shaking her hand. We got ourselves a full house, Sonic said, looking at the villain attack before turning back to Izuku. So, what you say? Let's do this? The boy decided to go first on this try. Bakugo finally calms down as he looks on with malice. Izuku stood at the start line. Ready to try to get a better time and score, he pulled out his usual object. The green Chaos Emerald from his pocket. Melissa saw the object he pulled out. What is that thing? She asked as Sonic stood next to her. Wait and find out. He answered. The emerald lights up with a green aura surrounding the boy's body. Izuku felt the strength and power from it. At the same time, One for All activates, making him stronger than before. Green lightning flashes around him. Red lines also appear around his body. Time has been reset. Ready, go. The woman yelled. Izuku activates full cowl, running faster like Sonic's speed boost. He charges towards the first robot in front of him, doing a full cowl shoot style by swinging his right leg, destroying the robot. Then leaped in the air, kicking debris from the destroyed robot, destroying 3 robots on the cliff. He charged towards 2 robots next to the water, punching them within seconds. Then hit 4 more before landing back at the starting point. No way. A new record. 3 seconds and first place. The woman yelled. Everyone cheered, including the freedom fighters. Sonic flashed a grin, giving Izuku a thumbs up. The boy gave a thumbs up back. The girls smiled at him, knowing they had confidence in him. It was thanks to them that gave him motivation. They looked to Bakugo, seether in anger as he decided to leave the place. Kirishima and Monoma followed him out. Sore loser, Kendo said. Serves him right. Next time he could keep his mouth shut. Jiraiya said. Melissa was happy for Izuku. But there was more to it. She saw how the emerald glow with him giving full strength to his body. Plus, the moves and attacks he done. She could tell it was like all might. But during the entire course, she became flustered and her heart beating rapidly. Not bad, huh? Sonic asked, causing her to snap out of her thoughts. Izuku's learning by the day. There's a reason he'll be a great hero. Anyway, better get me in gear because it's my time on this one. Don't forget about me. Tails said. Love to try this out. Knuckles said. I call first dibs on this one, Kendo said. Others were running to take turns on the villain attack game. Melissa looks on at Izuku, who was talking with both Ida, Momo, Uraraka, Kami, and Anasa, congratulating him on his new record. Perhaps I can help on how he can improve his quirk. Plus, I would love to see how he has an emerald object that helps him gain strength. She thought before a new voice was heard. Not bad, Midoriya. Seems I need to improve on my quirk. Everyone turned to their left and was surprised to see a familiar tricolored boy approaching them. Todoroki? You're here, too? Izuku asked, surprised. Originally, the invitation was supposed to be for my father. The dual quirk user answered. However, the old man was too busy with other stuff and couldn't care less. So, I'm the one who decided to come to represent him. I see, Izuku said as Todoroki looks on to see Sonic and the others doing the villain attack game. Sonic's here as well? He asked, surprised. Yep. The Freedom Fighters is here as well. Izuku said. That means Shadow's here as well, Todoroki said. He's around with another group. We all split up to look around at the expo. You'll see him soon. Izuku said. Very well, then, Todoroki said, exiting from the tunnel. You notice that after the sports festival, Todoroki and Shadow have been good friends. Seems it's like a bond between the two. Ida said, adjusting his glasses. Almost like you and Sonic, Izuku, Momo said. I did hear that Shadow went to Endeavor's internship to team with Todoroki. I saw that during Hosu City. Izuku said. Those words of the city put a little dent in both Momo, Uraraka, and Jiru's hearts. They remember that night when Izuku texted the coordinates of his location to everyone's phone. They heard the news of Nomu's and Eggman's robots attacking the city. It was worrying for the girls. Ida had his head down with guilt, remembering his revenge against the hero killer for ending Ingenium's carrier almost cost the lives of others and maybe Izuku's if it wasn't for Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Shadow's help. Izuku Momo spoke. What is it? He asked. I want to ask you a tie for first place with 3 seconds. Everyone turns back to see the scoreboard. They look down to see Sonic doing his victory dance. Izuku could only help but laugh, seeing that he and the Hedgehog were tied for the same time for first place. I'll talk to him later about it. Momo thought, smiling sadly. Later in the day, the sun was setting down below the Pacific Ocean. The I Expo was about to be closed for the day after giving people early access to the expo. Tomorrow, the expo will be reopening and this time, it'll be open for the public to check out. Meanwhile, back at the central tower, Toshinori dressed back in his hero costume after being checked on his status by David. Alright, I'll see you later, he said before transforming back to his muscular form. Looking forward to the party. I know you'll be jealous to see me dancing with both my favorite female heroes. Yeah. I'll see you later tonight, David said as All Might exited the lab. He sat down at a nearby chair, pulling out his phone with the picture of the hero from their college days. He remembers the first day he met when a laboratory building at the college burned. Flashback years ago in the USA. Years ago, at a college in America, a laboratory class was on fire after an experiment went wrong. Students and scientists were outside, safely escaping the blaze of the burning building. However, there were still people trapped inside, including a young David Shield who was trapped inside one of the classrooms, coughing severely from the smoke of the blaze. Fire in front of him, making it difficult to escape. He was hoping for a miracle to come. Suddenly, a banging sound was heard. After 2 bangs, the third finally heard the wall smashed. His eyes were blurry from the fire. He could see a big muscular man who was at the breakaway wall before his eyes closed. Minutes later, an explosion from the upper floor of the building was seen. The others outside thinking it was the fire creating another explosion. However, it turns out the muscular man broke through by flying out of the window, carrying David and another scientist out. The others were cheering while David looks at the man who rescued him with a smile on his face. After being rescued, firefighters arrived to contain the blaze with water. David decided to meet the man that saved him. "Thanks for saving me," he said, want to give him a handshake. "I'm David Shield, by the way." "And you are?" "Hi, I'm All Might. Just a student trying to be a hero," he said, shaking his hand before his black muscle shirt tore up, showing off his muscles. Both men laughed. Weeks ago, their friendship came official. David created the hero costume that All Might needed for any hero work. The hero flexes his muscles to feel the tightness of the costume while David explains the entirety of how the costume works. "I made you this costume using cutting-edge materials. It'll hold up better for what you have on," he spoke. "This is great," the hero answered with a thumbs up. Days later, a building collapses with people trapped inside. All Might use his strength to lift a piece of the building for rescuers to escape and reunite with their loved ones. David looks on with a smile as their partnership became close. From there, All Might would fight with other villains, gaining popularity from civilians. Days later, the two were at a harbor, looking at the sun setting below the ocean. With the wind blow, causing the hero's cape to fly, All Might explains to David about becoming the symbol of peace. "The symbol of peace?" David asked. "I want to see a society where people can smile without worry," All Might answered. "I want to be the symbol of peace." David could only help but smile, agreeing to what he said as he looks on at the sunset with his friend. End flashback. David remembers those days of helping All Might, looking at the sun from the window. He looks down at the photo of the younger hero flying from the sky, smiling. However, his smile wipes away when the phone on the screen changes from the picture to an incoming caller. He looks over the screen with a serious look, answering it to listen. "Hello?" he asked. "Can I ask you something? How did you know about All Might's quirk? Including knowing more about the Chaos Emerald?" Eggman's voice was heard from the other side, causing David's right ear to hurt. "Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to surprise you about it. First, about the quirk. I don't know anything about it. Second, I don't know about All for One. All I know is he a villain that All Might years ago. Finally, he told me about the emerald the boy possessed. That must be the one you told me at the meeting," David explained. "Still, that doesn't give you the fact you could have told me about the Chaos Emerald. Also, about All for One, I should tell you about him, but that be another time." Eggman said, doesn't want to bring up the part of All for One and him joining forces to take down All Might. "Anyway, it was a good conversation between the two of you. We know what to expect tonight, correct?" Correct, David said. Good. Wolfram and his men will sabotage the security system. It'll be like the Spartans' disguises as the Trojan horse to let the Spartans inside burn the city of Troy. That's the plan we expect. My invasion force is prepared to launch as well. You and Mr. Abraham have done well for me. You'll be paid big time for the job you have done. Understood, David said. One more thing before I go. I told this to Wolfram earlier, the same thing I'm about to tell you, Eggman said with a threatening tone. If you dare try to cross me, you and your friend will suffer the consequences, and I will turn the two of you into my robotized creations. Or maybe I can turn your daughter in the same thing. What? Don't involve my daughter in this. David answered with a shocked look. I'm warning you if you dare try to cross me. Until then, I'll see you tonight. Prepare for what should be the greatest invasion plan. A little preview of the biggest invasion soon. Eggman said, ending the phone call. David looks down in shame. He knew it was a grave mistake of joining forces with Eggman. Either way, it was the only way to get to help All Might on trying to gain his strength back to where it was before. He knew he'll have to confess everything at the end, even if going to prison would suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, somewhere under the island, Wolfram and his men captured the security team. Dressed in mask and military gear, they tied the security to a sealed door, taping their mouths for anyone to hear. Snively decided to join them to see the progress after finishing his mission of scouting the entire island. He already sent photos back to the Death Egg in preparation for the invasion. Suddenly, his watch tablet beeped. He notices it was the doctor that was calling, quickly answering it, showing Eggman on screen. How's everything? He asked. Everything is going as planned. Wolfram and his men captured a nearby security team. Don't worry, they didn't sound the alarms. Snively answered. Good. It would have been game over and our mission would have been compromised. Anyway, tell Wolfram to keep the guards alive. They'll be robotized along with the civilians once we are talking over the island. Eggman said. What about my spies? How are they doing? They're with their classmates from UA. They're both keeping their secrets to one another, Snively said, referring to both Bakugo and Monoma. Very well. Have Wolfram's men hacked into the security system? Eggman asked. They're about to now, sir, Snively said, looking over the men typing into the system. Good. We're on schedule then. The invasion plans here are almost complete. The minions are looking over the pictures right now. Both Stain, Vendetta, and Infinite are going through the last instructions on their assignments. Also, I'm bringing my great creations to help out in this battle. Let's say it's a test run to make it easier for our forces to win. Eggman said, referring to the new robots he created. I see. Oh, and what about the League of Villains? Snively asked. Don't worry about them. All for One and myself agree they won't be part of the invasion. Eggman said. Really? What happened? Snively asked, surprised. I'll tell you about it later. Focus on the mission at hand. Get it done. Eggman said, ending the phone call. Who was that? Snively turns to see Wolfram approaching him before putting his phone in his pocket. The doctor himself. Just called in to see how things progressing. Snively answered. My men just informed me they are about to hack in the security system as a promise. Now the fun will begin. He said, placing his mask on, smiling evilly. Excellent. The war is about to begin. Snively said, smirking. We're about to bring the island into a blaze of glory, Wolfram said as the door slides open, revealing the outside. Prepare to move out. Yes, sir. His men yelled. Once the sun sets, I Island will say goodnight. However, the civilians are about to face a war zone unlike any other. Back at the I Expo Plaza, people making their way out of the expo as a female voice on the PA indicate the plaza will be closed in a couple of minutes. At the cafe, both Hiryu and Aways locked up the entrance of the cafe with a closed sign at the doorknob. They were officially done for the day and were happy with their job. However, both Kaminari and Mineta were leaning on the glass door with comical sad looks. You guys, okay? What's with the sad looks? Hiryu asked in a curious look. The expo isn't open to the public yet, Mineta answered, looking up with a comical sad look. If we slammed now, do we ever get to rushed? Stop. I don't want to even think about it. Kaminari said, covering his face. Really? Is this about the expo? Because we were working hard, we never got a chance to look around? Aways asked. Let it go, guys. Be grateful we worked hard and likely a paycheck. Hiryu said. Besides, we can still go see the expo tomorrow once it opens to the public. And what about you guys? Kaminari asked, looking at them with a comical sad look. You two don't look sad. You guys are a bunch of crybabies, Aways said, laughing while Hiryu shook his head in disbelief. Shut up, Mineta said when a voice was heard. Hey, Mineta. Kaminari. The four boys turn around to see Izuku, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Cream, Amy, Big, Melissa, Momo, Ida, Uraraka, Jairu, Kendo, Tetsu, Inasa, Kami, and Seiji approach them. How's your shift go? Those guys are here too? Inasa asked, seeing the boys. Ida invited them as his guests to the island. You can see them dressed up in waiter costumes as part of a deal to get a job here. Kendo explained. I see. He answered as Hiryu noticed the other Shiketsu students. Hey, you're the other two students from Shiketsu High? I remember seeing you guys at the airfield for Midoriya's victory party. He spoke. Ah, yeah. You're the other students from Class 1B at UA. It's good to meet you again. Inasa said. What you guys doing here? Aways asked. I was invited as a representative for Shiketsu High. I invited Yurashi as my guest to the island. Seiji answered. I see, Aways said. Anyway, you should be proud of the work you've done, Ida said, showing 4 invitations to the boys. As a reward for your hard work, these are for you. What are these things? Mineta asked. Invitations to the big expo reception later tonight, Momo said as the boys examined the invitations. There's a party? Mineta asked. These are for us? Kaminari asked when Aways comically hit both of their heads. Can you guys be grateful for once? We got ourselves invited to a party. He spoke. I didn't know there would be a party. Hiryu said. Melissa took pity on you two for some reason, Jairu said, mentioning both Mineta and Kaminari. I know Aways and Hiryu worked hard today. At least you two are not downers. Kendo said. You 4 need a break, Ochako said. Of course, I had a few extras. Please, I would love for you to have them. Melissa asked as both Kaminari and Mineta had comical tears in their eyes. A beautiful angel had rewarded us with all our hard work. They both said, hugging each other. Seriously? These guys need to get a room. Aways said, rolling his eyes. Tell me about it. Hiryu said, turning to Melissa and bowing. Thank you for the reward. My pleasure. She answered. How in the world did that Mineta kid pass his final exam? Knuckles asked, referring to the boys passing his exam against midnight. Ask Rogue. Tails said. Are we going to be invited to the party? Cream asked. Chow. Chi said. Of course. Your guest's with Sonic since he came in second in the sports festival. Izuku said. Don't forget the others that are here as well. I'll get in contact with them so we can regroup at the hotel, Amy said. Your friends are here too? The one we saw at Midoriya's victory party? Tetsu asked. Yeah. We split up to look around at the expo before we met you guys. They're probably having fun like us. Sonic said as Ida stood in front of him. Listen up, everyone. The engine quirk user begins to speak. I heard that there will be a quiet of pro heroes attending tonight's party as well. We mustn't tarnish UA's reputation. We'll change into our formal clothes and go as a group. Everybody meets in Lobby 7 at Central Tower at 6 p.m. sharp. Don't you dare be late? I agree, Seiji said, standing next to Ida. Not only Udade's reputation, but Shiketsu's reputation must not be tarnished. Yurashi, Utsushimi, meet up with UA students at the same lobby at Central Tower at the same time. Make sure you dressed properly since this is a party. I don't want any laziness and utter foolishness or any flirtatious matters. I'm talking about you, Utsushimi. He gave a comical glare to the glamour quirk user. Really? Oh, come on. I don't do that. She spoke. He does have a point. Like earlier. Momo said, referring to her hug to Izuku earlier today in the pavilion. At least Kendo and I brought some hot gown dress, Kami said when Kendo blushed. I'm not sure that's a good idea. The fist quirk user said, stuttering. You get to have men looking at you to dance with, Kami said, leaning to her ear, whispering. Besides, do you want to dance with Midoriya? Kendo blushed deeper after his name was mentioned. She quickly looks at the boy, who was looking at them with a confused look. Is everything okay? Momo asked, confused. Why are you blushing that much? Ochako asked. Nothing, Kendo said, looking away embarrassed. Blah, blah, blah. So, what if we're not there in time? Besides, who are you giving orders? Sonic asked, changing the subject, turning to Seiji. Don't worry, not talking about you. You're fine. You may not be a UA student, but you came in second at the sports festival and everyone knows who you are, Ida said, using his head comically closer to Sonic. Second, you're on thin ice for your stunt against me. Don't try to bring me down with your pranks or whatever you do stuff. Third, be respectful to others including pro heroes. Yeah. Are there going to be any dancing? Sonic asked. There will be dancing, Melissa said when Momo's bubbly smile formed. Remembering a promise to dance with Izuku tonight. Awesome. I can't wait to get my dance moves ready. Sonic said, doing his dance moves. Everyone's sweat dropped by his reaction. I have a feeling he's going to embarrass us, Izuku said with a dumbfounded look. I agree, Momo said, dumbfounded. I swear that Hedgehog is very nerve-wracking. Ida thought, cringing comically. I need to focus. I won't let that Hedgehog ruin this great night for UA or Shiketsu. He cleared his throat. Anyway, be there on time. You're dismissed. He quickly runs off, only to slide on another banana peel at the same place he crashed earlier. Ida! Izuku yelled, comically. Not again. Everyone said with a sweat drop. I must have forgotten to tell him about the banana peel on the ground. Oh well. It's going to be a great night. Sonic said, still doing his dance move. Typical hedgehog. Everyone said. Let's get to the hotel and dress up, everyone, Seiji said as they proceed to leave the expo. Oh, Deku. Izuku stopped when he turns to Melissa. The girls quickly turn around when they heard that name. What is it? He asked. I want to give you something before tonight. Please come with me. Melissa said, looking at Sonic. Oh, Sonic. The hedgehog stopped dancing, turning to the girl. You call me? He asked. Can you please come with me and Deku? I want to show you two something. She said as he and Izuku look at one another with confused looks. Wonder what's this about? Tails asked. I'm not sure. But I'm about to find out. Go ahead and head back to the hotel. Let the others know as well. Sonic said. Sure. Knuckles said as Izuku and Sonic proceed to follow Melissa to a destination. Wonder what's this about? Sonic asked. I'm not sure, but the cinnamon bun stopped talking when he felt something. He slowly turns around to see the same dark auras surrounding the girls. He froze when the girls looked at him with red eyes. Bitter and jealousy were in the girls' minds. Let's go, Sonic. Quick. The hedgehog turns around to see the girls looking at the boy with glares. Sure, let's go. He said as the two ran off. Wonder where Midori is off to with that girl? Kaminari asked, glaring at the boy with jealousy. In the opposite way. I'm not sure. But we won't let T. The perverted boy was interrupted when both he and his friend have earphone jacks stuck in their ears, causing them to be shocked. I suggested the two of you shut the hell up, Gyro said with jealousy inside of her. I want to know why that girl wants Deku? Ochako asked, pouting. Sonic's going with him as well, Kendo said as Momo let out a sigh. I won't lose this battle. I want to dance with Izuku tonight and maybe confess to him. She thought with a hand on her chest of courage. She turns to the girls with a sad look. Sorry, guys. I don't want to break my friendship with you. I know you have love interests for him. But I won't lose. Not even to that girl. Amy looks at the girls, knowing they all have a feeling for the cinnamon bun. Something tells me it's going to be an interesting night. She thought. Back on board the Death Egg, Eggman began going through photos of I-Island from inside sent by Snively. He examines them one by one to plan out to see if he can set up positions around the island like watchtowers and checkpoints. Plus adding the robotization machine in one of the checkpoints for any prisoners to capture and take them to be robotized. While planning, an incoming call from the computer behind was heard. Doctor, an incoming call. A robotic tone said. Let's see who it is, Eggman said, approaching the computer, pressing a button as the screen changed to the person in a mask. All for one. I didn't expect you to call. Sorry to interrupt your plans. I know you're a very busy man preparing to invade I-Island. There's something I need to advise you. He said via scope. What is it? Eggman asked. I just ordered the League of Villains to withdraw from the invasion. All for one answered. Really? Eggman asked, surprised. You should have told me about before you went ahead of ordering the withdrawal. I apologize. It would be necessary to do it. Besides, I don't want my successor to be drawn in a crossfire between the two of you. I think you know what I'm talking about. All for one said, referring to Shigaraki. Of course, I know what you mean, Eggman said, remembering the conflict between him and Shigaraki with no trust factor between the two. It's good you have that idea. I don't want your successor to get his anger towards me. It's the last thing I want is a temper tantrum child in my way. He's already on thin ice for what happened on Angel Island. I've talked to him about it. He understands the situation. It won't happen again. All for One said. I hope so, because if he doesn't, he'll be sent to being robotized for good, Eggman said in a threatening tone. I understand. However, there's another matter I need to talk to you about. All for One said. What is it? Eggman asked. The people you brought in to help you get to All Might. One person I know that I've been in contact with. The man's name is Wolfram, correct? All for One asked. How you know that? Eggman asked, surprised. He and I have a lot in common. We both hate the symbol of peace for one reason. Don't get me wrong, I know you hate All Might as well. I was intrigued by his scheme. He agrees to have myself endow him with a quirk which enabled him to amplify his muscles, thus counteract his weakness at close range when manipulating metal. All for One said. There we go again. Another thing that I should have been informed of. On second thought, he should have told me about you making a deal with one another in the first place. Eggman said, frustrated. I apologize yet again. All for One said. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll have a chance to talk with him once I'm on the island. He's on the island right now with Snively and 2 spies I sent in. Eggman said, didn't mention both Bakugo and Momo by name. I see. I'll leave the invasion plans to you. I wish you well on your mission. All for One said. You don't want to come along. A chance to go after All Might and get your revenge. Eggman said. I would, but it's too early for me to go after him. Not after our encounter on Angel Island. If you do proceed to capture him, bring him to me. Including Midoriya. Also, it would be nice to go after that Hedgehog as well. I admit he gave Shigaraki a fight on the island. That quirk of his would be a nice thing to my collection. All for One said. All Might is still my target, including both Midoriya and Sonic. Remember, the boy has the Chaos Emerald with him, and I intend to take it back from him. Eggman said. I understand. We'll see how this plays out. I wish you the best of luck. All for One said before the screen turned blank, ending the call. He wants All Might to himself. I understand his history with him. He's still my target to be part of the Empire. I wonder why he would order the League of Villains to not take part in this invasion. Well, as long as that Shigaraki idiot doesn't stand in my way of victory, I won't have no problem. Eggman thought. Also, how did All for One give a quirk to Wolfram as a deal that I didn't notice? Is there something else I should know? I must inform Snively and my spies about it and let them know. It's best to keep an eye on our guests. I have a bad feeling about this. Around the island, Todoroki walks around the plaza with people walking past him. Nobody didn't know he was Endeavor's son. Nor he was glad because he didn't want any attention since he was invited to come. In a way, he was glad to be here. To get away from the old man. He did hear that the plaza was about to close for the evening. He was hoping to get to the hotel with the others staying before the reception party later tonight. He needed to change from his hero costume. While walking, he notices a dark hedgehog sitting at a nearby bench, laying his head with his eyes closed, looking at the orange sky. He began making his approach towards him when the hedgehog opens his eyes to see Todoroki walking toward him. You're here as well? Shadow asked. Originally it was supposed to be my father attending this island. He declined to come. So, he let me fill in his place as a representative. Todoroki answered as the two shook hands. It's good to see you again, Shadow said, ending their handshake. You as well, Todoroki said as he sat down next to the dark hedgehog on the bench. I believe you got invited on the island with Midoriya and Sonic, correct? I finished third in the sports festival. So, there's a reason to it. Shadow said. You not wearing your bronze medal? Midori is wearing his gold medal and Sonic's wearing his silver. Todoroki said, seeing no medal around Shadow's neck. Why bother? I could care less about it. He answered. Sorry I mention it, Todoroki said. No, it's okay. I understand. Anyway, how your mother doing? The last I saw her is when I went with you to the hospital and met her for the first time. Shadow asked, referring to the day after the sports festival Todoroki invited the Hedgehog to meet his mother. She's doing fine. My brother and sister have been visiting her. I didn't get a chance to see her because of school and final exams as well. He answered. My sister told me that my mother mentioned about you. Really? Shadow asked, surprised. My mother said you always treat me like a brother. Just like in Hosa City when I was almost attacked by the hero killer. If it weren't for you and Sonic, I would have been dead. Todoroki said, remembering the night he along with Ida and Izuku fought with the hero killer. Trust me. Eggman's plan of attacking the airfield was a distraction. We knew it was the plan to not let us get to the city. Especially going after Izuku, who has the Chaos Emerald with him. Shadow said. You don't think it's the last we saw of Eggman? Todoroki asked. He won't give up. He never does. He'll keep coming back until he finishes us off to complete his agenda. Shadow said. At least it's the summer break for me and the others. To come to this island away from all the dangers we've been through. And of course, getting away from that idiot old man. Todoroki said, referring to Endeavor. He was probably scared to come to this island since I'm here. Chicken out I see. Shadow said as the dual quirk user chuckled for the first time. You and my father hate one another, Todoroki said. He even hates Sonic as well. Let's just say I hated him after hearing a couple of stories during the sports festival. Shadow said, referring to his encounter with Endeavor and All Might on Todoroki. What kind? The boy asked. I'll tell you about it some other time, Shadow said when his watch was beeping. He presses the button to reveal a hologram screen showing Rogue. What is it? Sorry to interrupt. But we need you back here at the hotel. I know Todoroki is with you. There's a party happening tonight. All Might wants us all there. She spoke. I'll be there, Shadow said, ending the call. All Might? He's here on the island? Todoroki asked. Yeah. Sonic and Izuku were invited by All Might to come to the island. I heard there's a reception party that is happening. I'm not too fond of these kinds of things. Shadow said. I heard about that. There's a reason why I brought my suit with me for tonight. Todoroki said as Shadow got up from the bench. Come on. We can't let the others waiting. Shadow said as the two were walking back to the hotel. However, they didn't notice that nearby the bushes, Snively appeared with the same suitcase with the camera inside. He recorded the entire conversation. Remembering full well back in Hosa City that Todoroki almost tried to use his fire quirk on the man. Luckily, he escaped but tried to fight back. That spoiled red-faced brat. You'll get what's coming tonight. Just you wait. Snively said. As for Shadow, once we're done going after both All Might, Izuku, and Sonic, I'll make sure we'll bring him back to the Empire and let the great Dr. Eggman deal with him. He heard the watch beep, signaling a call from Eggman. Snively here. Where are you at? Eggman asked via the watch. Just got back from the sewers. Wolfram and his men are ready for the next plan. Snively said. Get back to the hotel and get both Monoma and Bakugo to your room. We need to talk about Wolfram. Eggman said. Back at the hotel, Bakugo dressed out from his hero costume into his black shirt and black sweatpants. I'm tired and exhausted from using the villain attack game. He came in first with the quickest time, thinking nobody would beat his record. That all changed when his annoying former childhood friend and the sewer rat showed up and beat his record, both tying for first with the same quickest time. He was at a boiling point that he wanted to get rid of those two and fast. Hey, those two. I hate them that much, he said, referring to both Sonic and Izuku when a knock on the door was heard. What is it? The door opened, revealing Kirishima entering the room. Hey, you're alright, bro? He asked. What you want, idiot? Bakugo asked, already getting annoyed. Just want to check up on you. You were incredibly angry to see Midoriya and Sonic at the villain attack game. The hardening quirk user. Why those two continue to be a nuisance to me? I swear I want to kill them both, Bakugo said with venom in his mouth. Dude, calm down. Just don't let them get under your skin. You got to let it go. So, what? Midoriya has a great quirk and won the sports festival. Just use that as motivation to get back in the thick of things. It's not like it's the end of the world, Kirishima said. Yeah, right. Motivation? Give me a break, Bakugo said, changing subjects. Anyway, what are doing here? There's a reception party happening tonight at the Central Tower. The others just told me that we must be there at 6 p.m. We can't be late, Kirishima said. Meh. Why would I want to go to a party? Bakugo asked, laying on the bed with both hands on the back of his head. There'd just be a bunch of old geezers that I don't know giving speeches. Sounds like it'll be a pretty bad night for me. But we can eat as much gourmet food we want, Kirishima said. It's not like I brought any fancy clothes with me anyway, Bakugo said. I figured you wouldn't, Kirishima said, revealing a red dress shirt, dark blue vest on the hanger to his right. On the left, a dark suit jacket with dark dress pants. So, I brought some stuff for ya. You got to be kidding me, you spiky-haired idiot, Bakugo said in a comical angry look while Kirishima could only help but smile. Suddenly, a knock was heard from the door. The boys turned back to the door where it opened, revealing to be Momo walking inside with a serious look. What are you doing here? Kirishima asked. Sorry for the intrusion, but I don't talk with a loser from Class 1A. The copy quirk user said in a snarky tone. Dude? You had to bring that attitude here? Kirishima asked, annoyed. What you want? Bakugo asked as Momo whispered in his ear, not letting the other boy hear anything. I'll be there. What was that all about? Kirishima asked as the copy quirk user walks to the doorway, turning around to face the hardening quirk user. It's none of your concern. Besides, what kind of suit is that? I got my best suit with me for tonight. You'll see, Momo said. Is that dumb hero costume of yours? Yeah, like that's classy, Kirishima said. Oh, shut up, Momo said before closing the door. Man, how can Class 1 be put up with that guy? Kirishima asked, turning to Bakugo. Why you bother inviting him on the island with us? Bakugo didn't hear from Kirishima as his mind was in deep thought about what Momo mentioned. Meanwhile, in another room of the hotel, the girls were already getting ready for the party. Uraraka just about to unchanged from her hero costume to see Momo looking at the window with a depressed look. She approaches her, placing a hand on her shoulder, causing the creation quirk user to flinch. She turns to see the gravity quirk user looking at her with a smile. Is something wrong, Yaoyorozu? She asked as Momo let out a sigh. Sorry, I'm just a little depressed. That's all. She answered with a smile that got the other girl's attention. Is this about Midoriya hanging out with that girl? Cammy asked, trying to unzip her catsuit. I can tell by the jealousy of everyone here when he was with her. You must admit that girl's appearance is extremely hot. Plus, she has the same chest size as Yamamo's. Momo blushed deeply after hearing that. She covered her bosoms with her arms. Seriously, Cammy. Can you stop being a pervert for one day? She asked, comically glaring at her. It's true. You can't deny it. That Melissa girl may have an infection for him. Cammy said. She's just a student that's studying to be a scientist. There's no way she has a crush on him. Kendo said, walking out from the bathroom with a bathrobe on after dressing out from her hero costume. She did call him Deku. Something Uraraka has, right? Cammy asked, turning to the gravity quirk user. That's true. We heard her call him Deku at the pavilion. Ochako said, stuttering with a little jealously. Seriously? Like Greenie has been hanging out with another girl. He's timid and nerdy. Like he has time to go on dates with girls. Jairu said, laying on the bed. Oh? What about you? You were getting jealous and threatened him with your quirk after seeing that Melissa girl earlier. Cammy asked as the earphone jack user blushed heavily, looking away. You are a tsundere. SSS shut up. She said, looking at the wall. So, you do care for him? Momo asked, teasing her with a giggle. Don't get involved in this, please? Jairu asked. Anyway, since it's a reception party tonight and we know Midoriya will be there, how about we try to seduce him tonight? Cammy said as the girl turned black and white. What? The four asked with extremely blushed faces. Come on. You know you want to. Cammy said, digging out something from her bag. Good thing I brought these with me. In case if we take it this far, here. The glamour quirk user threw small, squared packets. Each girl grabbed them to examine what were they. They continued to look more into it when Kendo's eyes slowly turned wide and blushed face. Are those? The fist quirk user asked, stuttering. There are condoms. Cammy finished for her, causing the girl to blush even 1,000 times more. Condoms? The girls asked. CCC Cammy Momo looks to her friend with a shuddering comical look. You shouldn't bring these kinds of things to this trip. Really? You don't want Midoriya in bed with you tonight? I guess I have him all to myself. Cammy said, which got the girls' heads in a pitch nerve. Shut up. They all said as Cammy could only laugh. I Island Academy. Another part of the island, Melissa led both Izuku and Sonic to the I Island Academy. The academy is where students study to become scientists in the field to research quirks for the future. The school was closed for the week with the I Expo happening on the island for students to spend time with their families. This is the I Island Academy campus where I spend most of my time. And to the left is my research laboratory. Melissa said as the door to her left slid open. The light itself turns on as the three walked inside. I'm sorry it's such a mess. Wow, it looks so professional. Can't believe you get a chance to study in a place like this. Izuku said, amazed by the room. Nice, so you don't have to be disturbed when you're very busy, Sonic said, looking around at the photos of Melissa as a child with All Might and David on them. He saw on the top shelf of trophies of her accomplishment. You got all those trophies. That's awesome. I wish Tails would love to see this place. He'll be jealous. Well, not long ago I was getting terrible grades. That's why I've studied so hard lately. Melissa said, entering her closet. She walked over towards a couple of boxes on shelves, looking for something. At least you haven't given up on your dreams, Sonic said, looking through a couple of books. Well, I gotta be a good student if I want to be a hero, Melissa said. You mean like a pro? Izuku asked. Oh, no. I gave up that dream like a while ago. She spoke. Really? Sonic asked, surprised. Well, I am quirkless after all. She answered. The word that both Sonic and Izuku was the last thing they didn't want to hear. The hedgehog flinched, causing him to drop the book on the ground. Sonic went from being a laid-back person with a serious look on his face. He turned to his friend, looking at one another when Izuku spoke again with a concerned look. Why you don't have a quirk? Izuku asked, stuttering a bit. After I turned 5 and I still didn't have one, I have gotten taken to the doctor. And I was in the minority of the population that never developed a power. Melissa answered as Izuku stuttered while Sonic could only shake his head in disgust. Exactly like I was. He thought, remembering the night Inko was heartbroken by her son being devastated that he didn't have a quirk, seeing his idol on the computer before turning to his mother with tears coming from his eyes. Inko ran to him to hug him, apologizing to him. Sonic remembered that night when he and Tails hid in the closet hearing the soft crying from both son and mother. The sad part that made him angry was the days he witnesses everyone including Bakugo bullied him because of being quirkless. He could only clench his fist in anger, never want to relive those days. Gigi gosh, I'm sorry. It must have been hard for you. Izuku said, looking down in sadness when Melissa exits from the closet, holding a small box in her hands. She notices the two looking down. One in anger, the other in sadness. What do you mean? Are you two, okay? She asked as the boy looked up at her. It's just to be told you don't have something naturally like everyone else must be painful. Izuku said, feeling sorry. What are you talking about? Melissa asked. Melissa, the girl turned to Sonic when he looks up at her with a serious look. When you were quirkless, were you ever bullied by someone? What? I have never been bullied by anyone when I was quirkless. Why you brought that up? Melissa asked with a surprised look. Sonic looks to his friend who has a concerned look at the hedgehog. I think you should tell her. He spoke. 3 don't think it's a good idea to tell her, Izuku said, worrying about his secret. Tell me what? Melissa asked with a confused look. Izuku looks at the two being nervous and afraid to talk about his past. He let out a sigh, finally decided to tell her everything about his life being quirkless. He looks down before speaking. Melissa, there's something I need to tell you about. He spoke while the girl listened. I was just like you, I was born quirkless myself. What? But the girl spoke, surprised. It's a long story. Let's just say Izuku has been through a lot. I've seen it. And it ain't pretty. Sonic said, letting the boy explain. Izuku begins explaining from the day he found out he was quirkless when the doctor he went told him about the 2 joints on his pinky toe, which meant he would never have a quirk. He then explained the trouble of the days ahead. He would be picked on and being named called by children in elementary school. Not even the teachers would do anything as they would laugh at him. He then explained about Bakugo, who Melissa remembered encountering as the angry boy that punched Sonic at the villain attack game and angrily gone after Izuku. He told her about the bully's past and how he was called Deku as the worthless pebble that needs to be kicked to the curb. The girl was shocked by these secrets. Izuku kept going with his story that the day on the playground he was trying to defend a young boy who Bakugo and his friends were trying to bully. He played hero despite not having a quirk. The bully and his friends were ready to attack until Sonic showed up and saved the day. He said that day he and Sonic became friends. He saved that part of the story to continue his current one. The bullying continues during middle school as Bakugo warned him not to go to UA. But he didn't bulge as he had the strength to go to the academy to continue his pursuit as a hero. 3 Can't believe you had to go through everything when you were young, Melissa said, heartbroken by the boy's story. It wasn't pretty. I was used to it. Nobody didn't come to help me out. Not even teachers nor principals. They all knew Kaken was the best and I was just a nobody. He said, looking down at the floor with a sad face. Not even your mother? Melissa asked. I couldn't tell her about it. It would just devastate her more than ever. Izuku said as Melissa quickly changed subjects. But, if you were quirkless, how did you manage to get a quirk? She asked, confused. Izuku turns to Sonic as the Hedgehog decided to jump in on his side of the story. You can keep this a secret to yourself on this one, right? He asked. Sure. She answered as Sonic turned back to Izuku. The boy moves his hand to his back pocket, opening the small box, pulling out the object he used earlier in the villain attack game. Is that a jewel you used earlier? Melissa asked, examining the emerald in Izuku's hand as it lights up. That is a Chaos Emerald he's holding, Sonic answered. Chaos Emerald? She asked. It's an emerald that gains strength for an individual who holds it in that person's hand. It can do things like warping time and space, powering machines, and initiating super transformations. This is the emerald I gave him as a quirk to help him become a hero once Tails and I left the planet Earth when he was a child. Well, I was a child as well. Sonic explained. You left the Earth? Wait, you're not from this planet? Melissa asked, surprised. I'm from the planet Mobius. 1 billion miles away from the planet Earth. I made a promise that I would come back to this planet to see my friend again. See if he has become a hero and he's getting there. Take some time but it's a work in progress. Sonic said. But I don't get on how you gave Deku the emerald? Where did this come from? Melissa asked, still confused. There's another thing, Sonic, and I need to tell you. It relates to this emerald and a person that hates Sonic so much. Izuku said, turning to the Hedgehog. Sonic begins explaining the story of Dr. Eggman and his plan of creating a new world order with no heroes exist. Back on Mobius, the day that Sonic and the Freedom Fighters infiltrated the abandoned Doctor's headquarters. They found plans of his arch-nemesis of launching an invasion of the planet Earth. He and the Freedom Fighters had no choice but to leave their home planet to save Izuku and the rest of the Earth population. The Hedgehog explains about the Emerald. Izuku isn't the only one. He mentions 6 of the 7 Chaos Emerald being held by Eggman. Though the 2 red and yellow were given to both Stain and Bakugo. But Sonic didn't mention Stain having the red, nor he and Izuku don't know the bully has the yellow. He went on the plans that Eggman was planning after invading the Earth. His target was All Might and Izuku, which shocked the girl. He mentioned parts of the story but didn't mention All for One or the League of Villains teaming with the Empire, as he kept that to himself. No wonder earlier at the Central Tower you mentioned about a mad scientist, Melissa said. Well, that was a figure of speech. Yes, Egghead is the mad scientist, and Izuku and I are preparing for the big invasion to come. Sonic said. Does Uncle Might know about this? What about the others? She asked. He knows. There are other people besides the Freedom Fighters, and All Might knows about this. But I can't let my classmates know. Izuku said, referring to both Todoroki and Ida are the other 2 students that know about this after finding out during Hosu City. I'm guessing you're trying to keep your friends safe? Melissa asked. Exactly. I can't let them know about this or they'll pry into this situation. Izuku said, clenching his fist and a determined look on his face. We're not going to let Egghead win this battle. We're going to give it all we can to drive the Empire out of this planet. Sonic said. Then I keep this a secret. I don't want to pry to other people's business. I hope you do beat him, Melissa said with a smile. Anyway, you know more about this story with Izuku being quirkless, the Chaos Emerald, myself, and Eggman. I know we're off topic, but what about you? Without a quirk, what can you do for the future? Sonic asked. I was thinking the same thing, Izuku said. Well, I want to be like my father, she said, looking at the pictures of her as a child with both David and All Might with her. Papa didn't have a quirk that wants him to be a hero. But he supports Uncle Might and other heroes with the power of science. He's still fighting for peace. Just indirectly. And you want to be someone just like him? Izuku asked, referring to David. Yep. That's how I want to make a real difference. Or at least I hope so, Melissa answered. I see, Sonic said, seeing the box in her hand she got out from the closet. Oh, I forgot to mention. What's that in your hand? Oh, this. Good thing you asked, she said, placing it on the table before opening it. This is a support item I made a while ago after observing Uncle Might using his power. The boys saw a red wristband inside the box. They were confused at what it was when Melissa grabbed Izuku's right hand. The cinnamon bun flinched with a girl touched him like earlier today. But he was calm as the girl placed the wristband around his right wrist. What is it? Izuku asked. Try pressing the button on the back, Melissa said as Izuku saw the button in the center of the item. He pressed it. That activates the glove and shapeshifts into a form fit around his right forearm. Whoa. The wristband just surrounds your right arm, Sonic said, surprisingly. It turned into a glove, Izuku said, examining the whole thing. As far as the name, I call it Full Gauntlet, Melissa answered. Full Gauntlet? Izuku asked. At the villain attraction, I noticed you were limiting yourself on purpose, Melissa said. So, I was thinking, maybe your quirk is too strong and therefore your body can't handle its full power. Hold on. Sonic joined in on the conversation. Izuku has the Chaos Emerald with him. It protects him by not getting himself hurt when he is using his quirk at the same time. It's not like his arm or leg's going to explode. That's true, but the gauntlet will be stronger and maybe combining the emerald to make it more powerful from preventing to hurt himself while using the quirk at the same time, Melissa said, turning to Izuku. You'll be fine with it, right? Please, take it with you. Oh, but I can't. It's important to you, Izuku said. That's why I want you to use. Just promise me that you'll be a true hero someday. And you'll never stop helping people in need, Melissa said, closing her eyes with a smile. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her. I promise, he said when she approaches him, putting her around him. It surprised him but again got nervous when people invaded his space. Am I Melissa? Sorry, but I had to do this, she said softly, placing her head on his shoulder. Thank you for telling me your story about being yourself quirkless and going through the things you went through in your life. You'll show everyone, including that bully, that you will be the greatest hero you'll ever be. Izuku was calm after those words. He decided to hug back, not being nervous like before. The hug was felt the same as Momo's a while back when he was unconscious at USJ. I'm still here, Sonic said, clearing his throat. Both Izuku and Melissa's eyes shot open comically after hearing the hedgehog's voice snap them back to reality. They quickly released out of each other's arms. Oh, sorry. I forgot, Izuku said, looking around with a blushed face. Yeah. What were we talking about? Melissa asked, looking around with a blushed face. The party that's coming up tonight, Sonic said. Too forgot about that, he said when his phone rang. He quickly got it out of his pocket to answer it. Yeah, hello? What are you doing, Midoriya? It's way past where you supposed to be here. Ida's voice was heard through the phone that causes Izuku to rub his ear from the screaming, comically. I take it that was Ida, correct? Melissa asked as Sonic rolled his eyes. Of course, it was, he said when a grin flashed on his face. He quickly grabbed Izuku's phone to talk. Hey, Ida. Sonic here. Is Amy there with you? Yes she is. Why you asked? The engine quirk user asked. Get her on the phone please, Sonic said before hearing a female's voice. Sonic, is that you? Amy's voice was heard through the phone. Hey, Amy. Do me a favor. Sonic begins whispering for nobody to hear. Both Izuku and Melissa looked at one another with confused looks. Got it? No problem, she said before giving the phone back to Ida. Hey, is that window over there? Sonic asked Melissa, seeing a window behind her. Sure, she said, confused as the hedgehog approached the window. Alright, Sonic. What is it? This better is important. Ida's voice was heard again. Hey, quick question. Do you ever play golf? Sonic asked. Not really. I'm not too fond of that kind of sport. Why is that? He asked. Can you scream for? Sonic asked. What are you talking hhh? Ida screamed on the phone louder when the screamed echo throughout the island. Sonic had the phone away from not hurting his ear. Both Izuku and Melissa were surprised by the scream, concerned for the engine quirk user. That was when they looked out of the window and saw Ida flying in the sky, screaming before coming down, landed somewhere. The hedgehog laughed while Izuku and Melissa turned black and white. Good job, Amy, he said on the phone. My Pico Pico hammer does the trick. See you guys tonight, Amy said before the phone turns off. Sonic handed Izuku back his phone. Problem solved. That guy's annoying. Well, let's get going to the party, he said, walking off. 3 have a feeling he's going to ruin this night, Izuku said, stuttering. With him, he's going to crash the party, Melissa said, stuttering. Back at the hotel, Bakugo and Monoma were in Snively's room as a mini-emergency meeting with Eggman via Zoom after hearing about Wolfram meeting with All for One and making a deal before he met Eggman. The doctor didn't bring up about All for One to the boys. Both he and Snively kept a secret for the time being because it'll be public hysteria and for the others to find out the UA students been working for Eggman as spies. Our guest Wolfram must be kept a close eye on him at all times including tonight's invasion. I'm started to not trust him, especially a deal I've just heard about from a source, Eggman said, referring to the source by All for One. Who's the source? Bakugo asked. That's classified. Right now, just prepare for the party tonight you're heading. You're dismissed, Eggman said as both Monoma and Bakugo left the room with only Snively inside. The source is All for One, Snively said. Of course, it is after he informs me about the League of Villains not participating in this invasion. He told me that both he and Wolfram made a deal days ago before he along with Mr. Shield and Mr. Abraham came aboard the Death Egg, Eggman said. I'm starting to get to the point I can't trust All for One, especially when he's trying to put that temper tantrum crybaby as his successor, Snively said, referring to Shigaraki. Don't worry. Once my new world order is complete, we'll soon get rid of the League of Villains and All for One after we're done getting rid of the heroes from this planet, Eggman said. Indeed, Snively said. Get prepared for the invasion. The sun is setting down. Once darkness appears, that's when our surprise attack begins. I'm already making final plans on the invasion. I expect Wolfram and his men to launch the attack from the inside. Don't let me down. Oh, and one more thing. I'm going to use my creations to join in on the attack. I know there are other pro heroes on the island like All Might. Capture them and make sure they don't attack back. Eggman said. We won't let you down, Snively said. I know you won't. Prepare to attack. It's time we go to war. Eggman said. Nighttime came with the full moon above the night sky, merging with the stars. The island with the 4 cities only has lights from each building of 4 sectors, with the Pacific being pitch black with the moon only as of the light source. As the day come to an end, the night was just about to begin. A reception party is about to be held at the Central Tower in honor of the pre-opening of the I Expo, with both pro heroes and scientists from around the world as invitees. On the first floor of the tower, the Freedom Fighters minus Sonic stood in the lobby, talking with one another. Students from both UA and Shiketsu were among the others in the building. Todoroki with Shadow standing next to him wearing a white suit with a red tie. Ida is dressed in a blue suit with a yellow tie, sat at a nearby seat, still in pain after falling victim to Sonic's prank yet again thanks to Amy using her Pico Pico hammer. The pink hedgehog did apologize to him, and the boy did accept her apology. But not in a good mood to deal with the blue hedgehog. Seiji, dressed in a black suit with a black tie, stood with his hands behind his back with a serious look. Inasa, dressed in a black tuxedo, chatted with Hiryu, who changed from his waiter suit in a dark gray suit and a gray tie. Awaze, who changed from his waiter suit in a blue suit with a light blue tie. He also got rid of the usual headband that he wore all the time. He chatted with both Kaminari and Mineta, who were still dressed in their waiter clothes. The entrance doors slide open as everyone turns to see Izuku and Sonic running inside. The boy dressed in a brown suit, black bow tie collar, light brown dressed shirt below, and rather than wearing dress shoes, he decided to wear his usually red high tops. Sorry, we're late, he said as he approaches the others. He notices the other boys, the girls, and the female pro heroes were not here. Where are the others? They're not here yet. Did I? Aoria Ida said, doing his usual karate chop until a crack on his back was heard, causing more pain thanks to Big's hug. Ow. Are you okay, Ida? Izuku asked as he and Sonic approached the engine quirk user. I'll be fine, he answered, pulling a melted ice pack from his back. He notices Sonic looking at him. I know it was you. Don't try to play innocent. You'll be fine. Just it up and take the pain, big baby, he said, flashing a grin to draw ire from Ida while Izuku approached the Freedom Fighters, whispering them. Is All Might here? He asked as Knuckles replied to him. He's on the 2nd floor of the reception hall where the party is at. Both Ryuko and Iwabumi are with him. That David guy is there as well, he answered. The others don't know we came with All Might. Let's keep it that way, Izuku said. Right, Knuckles said, despite Todoroki being the only one that knows Izuku. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters came with the hero to the island thanks to Shadow telling him earlier today. Midoriya, you look great in that suit, the Whirlwind Quirk user said, approaching the cinnamon bun. Thank you. Yours as well, he answered. I've never been to a reception party. I heard there be pro heroes here. Wouldn't surprise me if All Might is here, he spoke. Suddenly, the doors slide open as everyone turns to the entrance. The Gravity Quirk user was one of the first girls to arrive. She wore a pink dress, black stockings with red high heels, a pearl necklace, and a flower on her hair. Sorry, I'm late. It took me a while to get ready. she said, walking inside while Kaminari and Mineta were blushing at her appearance. Best night ever, the two said, excitedly. Uraraka looks beautiful in that dress, Izuku thought, blushing a little as the girl notices him, blushing a little to look away. The doors slide open again when everyone turns around to see two more girls entering. Apology for the tardiness. Gyro feels a little shy, Momo said, dressed in a beautiful long yellow, a hint of green cream dress exposing both her bare arms. The dress hugged her curves, showing a glimpse of her bosoms. Her hair was tied up elegantly with a small golden hairband on it and wore white high heels. The earphone jack user hid behind her friend with a shy look. She wore a dark pink skirt with a small black jacket over her blouse. Her hair was also styled quite differently with a dark pink flower on her hair. Izuku could only help but blushed more at the two, especially the creation quirk user. Momo notices the boy looking at her as she smiled at him. She blushed a little. Gyro saw the nerd look at her, blushing as she looks away from looking at him. The doors were heard again when they turned back to the entrance to see the last two girls. Sorry, we took so long, Kami said, dressed in a black kimono sleeves pleated metallic dress. Her dress shows her cleavage with showing her legs. Her hair is tied to a ponytail with diamond earrings and a silver diamond necklace. She wore black high heels. This is kinda embarrassing, Kendo said, blushing a little. She wore a light blue, mauve strapless dotted glitter dress. The dress hugged her body, showing cleavage on her chest. Her hair is tied to the ponytail instead of the side as usual. She wore a blue jewel necklace and wore blue high heels. I must be dreaming, aren't I? Kaminari asked, excited to see more of the girls dressed. This is going to be the greatest night ever, Mineta said, drooling while looking. Wow, Kendo, I didn't think you'd be away, said as Kendo glared at him with her fist enlarged. Say anything and you'll regret it, she said as the boy backed away. Kami, what kind of vile dress are you wearing? Seiji asked, lecturing. Oh, grow up. It's a reception party where we dress up in these kinds of clothes, Kami said, smiling with her eyes closed. Especially when all the men in the room will be eyeing you, Kendo said. I'm a big girl. Do you think I'm going to let any pervert try to sway me to be with them? Nope, that won't happen, Kami said. Izuku blushed even more to see the other two girls' appearance. The glamour quirk user notices him looking as she gives him a seductive smirk, winking at him. The boy quickly looked away, not want to be embarrassed. Momo, Uraraka, and Kendo notice it as they glared at her with jealousy. The creation quirk user was the first to approach the cinnamon bun. The boy looks back to see her walk towards him. Momo, you look amazing, he said, trying to compose himself from her appearance. Thank you. You as well, even though you're nervous and all, she said, giggling as Cream approached her. Wow, Ms. Momo. You look like a princess in that dress, she spoke. Ciao, Cheese replied. Thank you, Cream, she said, smiling at the bunny before looking towards the freedom fighters. You guys aren't dressed like us for this party? We could care less. We just excited for the party, the dancing, and the food as well, Sonic said. I can't wait to get to the table to eat, Vector said. Wonder what kind of food they got, Charmy Bee asked. We'll find out once we see it, Silver said as Kaminari and Mineta examined Gyro's appearance. I'm just glad you're not in a t-shirt, the lightning quirk user said with thumbs up. And the jacket can't ruin it, Mineta said when she uses her earphone jack quirk to punish the perverted trio. Shut up, she said in an angry tone. Why did you do that for? It was a compliment, Kaminari said, holding his head in pain. No, it wasn't. Humph, Jairu said, turning around to walk towards Izuku as the two blushed at one another. Keikyoka, I never thought you have an amazing appearance, he said, stuttering for a bit. Are you sure? You're not lying, right? She asked, with her earphone jacks raised up. No. That's not what I meant. Why you're very beautiful in it, he said, nervously, doesn't want to share the same faint from both Kaminari and Mineta. The girl blushed after hearing what he said. She smiled, lowering both her earphone jacks. Thanks, Greenie, she spoke. Uraraka could only pout after the boy gave compliments to both Momo and Jairu. She approached him before Kami and Kendo approached him. The boy turns to see the two approach him as he quickly turns away, not wanting to glimpse at both their cleavages, especially the glamour quirk user's naughty Y appearance. Midoriya, what you think of our dresses? Pretty naughty Y, huh? Kami asked as the boy tries his best not to look. It nice the two of you have, he said, blushing a bit. I didn't want to dress up that way. Kami picks this up for me when we went shopping before coming to the island days ago, Kendo said, blushing a bit. You have a nice dress, Kendo. It does make you beautiful, he said, forcing the fist quirk user to blush and look away. TT, thank you. You didn't need to say that, she said before Uraraka walked in between them with a pout. This is my first time dressed in this kind of clothing. Yaoyorozu created it for me with her quirk to wear tonight, she said, blushing. It looks good. Like perfect, he said as the gravity quirk user looked away, comically moving her right arm up and down. Oh, Deku. You're too kind, she said, nervously. Both Kaminari and Mineta quickly recovered, only to give Izuku jealousy glares since every girl approaches him about their appearance. However, once the entrance doors open again, the boys turn around when they were more excited for the next girl to show up. Everyone turns to the entrance to see Melissa running towards them. She wore a strapless blue dress with a pale powder blue skirt. No glasses, instead of eye contact, with her hair tied up elegantly. Small choker, golden earrings, and pink lip gloss. The dress shows off her cleavage, almost of a mature body like the creation quirk user. Both Kaminari and Mineta were excited to see the last girl. Jairu only shook her head, rolling her eyes, decided not to use her quirk again like before. The only thing in her was jealousy after seeing the girl. She turns to see the nerd, blushing deeply after seeing Melissa's appearance. Izuku does his best to compose himself once the scientist's daughter approaches him. Sorry I was late, she said, noticing his face all red. Are you okay, Deku? You look like you have a fever. She moves her hand to feel his forehead until he tries to wave it off. No, I don't have a fever or anything. I'm good, he said, nervously trying to compose himself. You do look great in that dress. His answer made her blush a little but smiled. Thank you for that compliment. You look great as well, she said, making him blush. Thank you, he said, looking away to only see the other girls except for Kami, glared at him with dark auras and red eyes, filled with jealousy in them. Why are they looking at me like that? Guys. Everyone turned to Sonic, standing next to the freedom fighters. I don't want to waste time, but we got to get the party. I'm starving. Agree, Momo said, clearing her throat before walking next to Izuku, surprising him by locking her arms on his right arm. Come on, Izuku. We don't want to be late. Yeah, let's get going, Jairu said, surprising him by locking her arms on his left arm. Momo? Kyoka? He asked, blushing deep red on his face. We just want to escort you to the party, the creation quirk user said with a smile. Got a problem? The earphone jack user asked, threatening with her quirk rises at him. No. There's no problem, he quickly said as Gyro smiled at him. Well, let's go, Sonic said he. The freedom fighters with Izuku, Momo, and Gyro follow suit. Wait a minute. We can't go yet. Ida's voice was heard as everyone turned to him. We're missing 4 more students. Bakugo and Kirishima aren't here, Kaminari said, noticing his classmates weren't here in the lobby. Monoma and Tetsu aren't here either. I swear those 2 including Monoma, Kendo said, pulling her phone from her small purse to call. Like I'm going to wait on those 2. Not talking about the other 2 Itsuka just mentioned, but the 2 idiots I can't stand. Including Bakugo after earlier today, Sonic said, referring to the incident between the bully, Izuku, and him at the villain attack game earlier today. We're wasting time. Let's go, everyone. The others proceed to the reception party, ignoring Ida's lecture. Izuku still blushing deeply with both Momo and Gyro locking arms as escorts. Both girls comically glared at Melissa. Uraraka pouted with jealousy, wishing she would lock arms with her love interest. Kaminari and Mineta were glaring at Izuku with jealousy. Todoroki, Inasa, Seiji, Hiryu, and Awase quickly followed them. Melissa felt a little jealous seeing Izuku escorted away. Did I do something wrong? She asked with Kami standing next to her. You know Yamamoto and Gyro. They always made that look, she said, examining Melissa's appearance. You look great by the way. Thank you, she answered, examining the glamour quirk user's appearance. You look great as well, but I do think it's too much skin showing. Oh, come on. I always look hot in this kind of clothing, she said, laughing before Kendo appeared next to them, frustrated. No answer from both. Hopefully, they saw my call, she said, placing her phone back in her small purse, referring to both Tetsu and Monoma. Let's get going. We better, unless those girls trying to beat us to Midoriya, Kami said, causing both Melissa and Kendo to blush. She laughed at their reactions. Back in the security room, the remaining of Wolfram's men who stayed behind after infiltrating the room, capturing the guards. One man sat in front of computers showing the cameras of the central tower. One showing the second floor of the reception party and the other camera showing the freedom fighters and the students making their way to the party from the hallway. Other cameras were showing other floors including outside around the perimeter of the tower. Another computer showing every entrance of the tower unlocked. Are we supposed to lock down the tower? The first man asked. I don't think so. That midget said it'll be used as an HQ for the takeover of the island. The second man sitting at the computer said, referring to Snively. Really? We're taking over an entire island? The first man asked. Weren't you paying any attention at the briefing? The third man asked. Not really. The first man answered. Well, just sit tight. This Eggman person should be bringing in his invasion unit to begin the invasion on the island. We supposed to surprise everyone from the inside. We wait for the signal until it comes. The third man said. I'm ready to attack to capture some pro-heroes. The second man said. It'll come. Just wait. The third man said. At the airport, inside the air control tower, 2 men who work inside were calling it a night as the airport shuts down, making sure no plane comes in late to make land. All the planes that landed here today are accounted for. That should be it. The first man said. Good. I'm getting tired. I'm ready to get home with my family. The second man said, yawning. It'll be a busy day tomorrow with the I Expo opening to the public. Expecting more visitors from the mainland to arrive. The first man said. Yep. It'll be busy for sure. Come on, let's get out of here. The second man said. Both men were preparing to shut down everything in the tower to get home. But before that, a beeping sound was heard coming from the radar. Both men look at the radar, looking at one another with confused looks. They both approach the radar to see on the screen an unidentified object heading towards their location. The first man grabbed the headsets, clicking on the radio to get a response. Unidentified aircraft, this is I Island Airport Air Traffic Control. Do you copy? He asked, waiting for a response. Nothing came. Unidentified aircraft, this is I Island Airport Air Traffic Control. Do you copy? The second man continues to look at the radar. He was just about to call in the island's security when suddenly, the unidentified object disappeared from the radar. It's gone. He said as the other took his headsets off. What happened? The first man asked. The unknown aircraft that you were calling is gone. Vanished from the radar. The second man said as he grabbed his binoculars, looking at the ocean to look for it. I don't see it anywhere. It's pitch black. I'm going to call in security. The first man said, grabbing a nearby phone. He noticed the line was disconnected with no sound from it. We lost the line. What the hell's going on? The second man asked, nervous and confused. They didn't notice that the exit door behind them opened with two individuals enter the room. One person pulled out a gun, aiming at them. A click was heard from the gun as both men turned around, froze when they both Wolfram and Snively, who was the one holding the gun. Sorry, gentlemen. Your services are no longer required. Snively said, pulling the trigger, hitting both men with tranquilizer darts, putting them to sleep. You should have killed them when you had a chance, Wolfram said as Daigo entered the room. Why bother? They'll be both robotized as our slaves to the Empire. Snively said, turning to Daigo. Tie them both and place them in a nearby store. The big man carried both men out of the room as Snively looks to the window to see Nobu at the edge of the airport near the water. He gave him a thumbs up as Wolfram's man gave the thumbs up back. Nobu held a flashlight, turning it on by flashing it on and off at the ocean. Snively looks back at the ocean by using the binoculars. He saw multiple flashlights in the distance flashing. Perfect. They see it. He said, giving the binoculars to the villain to look. That was fast. I would think they would appear from the space station my men and I were on. Wolfram said, referring to the Death Egg. We have ships that can cloak themselves evading from Earth's satellites to avoid detection. Forgot to mention that during the meeting. Snively said. Anyway, the ships should quietly move towards the island. They don't know what's going to happen once we surprised everyone on the island. This airport we'll use as our other base for the supply line. I see something approaching us, Wolfram said as he gave the binoculars back to Snively. The doctor zoomed in on a certain mercenary flying towards their location with a certain ruby on his chest. Are you serious? Does that person have the audacity to not follow orders? Snively asked. We do not attack until Eggman gives us the order. Wolfram looks at the window to see Infinite arriving early at the airfield, landing on the runway. Snively exit from the tower to lecture the ultimate mercenary. The villain decided to see what was happening as he followed Snively out of the tower. Central Tower second floor reception hall. On the second floor of the tower, the I Expo reception party was underway. Scientists and pro-heroes were all dressed in their formal clothes in celebration of the opening of I Expo. Everyone talking with one another. Tables covered in white covers and flowers in the middle of each table. Another table has various foods, plates, silverware, and glasses for various drinks. All Might drinks champagne while standing, looking around. He sees David chatting with other scientists to his right inches away. He didn't notice that his favorite female heroes were approaching him. "Sorry, we're late. We have to make sure we look good." The symbol of peace turned around and with a big bright smile on his face. The snake hero dressed in a gold-black chain lace-up graphic print font silk maxi dress. Her usual hair stayed the same as before. Golden diamond earrings with golden diamond pearls around her neck. She still wore her golden snake-like bracelets on both her wrist and ankles. She wore golden high heels and golden gloss lips. The dragon hero wore a red sleeveless V-cut belted maxi party dress. She kept her headband, leaving the pale purple claws on the right side of her face. She wore diamond pearls around her neck with red ruby jewel earrings, red lipstick, and red high heels. "Wow. You ladies are wonderful tonight," All Might said, giving a thumbs up to them. "Of course, we are," Ryuko said, standing next to the hero when Uwabami pulled his left ear. "You didn't flirt with any other women when we were changing?" she asked as one of her snakes threatened the hero. "Seriously? No, I did not. Besides, David's here with me and he would kill me if I did," he answered as she let go of his ear, smiling innocently. "Good. Don't try to ruin this night for us," she said while All Might tries to ease the pain in his ear. "Where's Midoriya, Sonic, and the others?" Ryuko asked, looking around. "I'm not sure. They should be here by now," he answered when a man comes on stage to talk on the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to I Expo's opening night reception," he said as everyone turns their attention to him. "We at I Island hope you enjoy yourselves. Now, I wonder if we can get All Might, the #1 hero, up here. He's visiting from Japan, along with two of his beautiful fiancées Uwabami, the snake hero, and Ryuko Tatsuma, the dragon hero. Will everyone like him to say a few words? Come on. Maybe a few rounds of applause will help." The man begins clapping with the others doing the same. They all turn to the symbol of peace, applauding him. All Might nod his head to everyone with a smile. Both ladies smiled back before David walked towards them. "Really? You could have warned me," he said with a disapproved look. "This was bound to happen when I heard you were coming to the island," David answered. "Just go ahead, babe. Don't be stage fright," Uwabami said. "Talk with them for a few minutes and then you can come back," Ryuko said as All Might let out a sigh. "Fine. But you own me," he said, approaching the stage. Somewhere in the tower, Bakugo, Kurashima, Tetsu, and Monoma were walking in a hallway, looking for the reception hall to the party and maybe looking for the others there. The explosion quirk user wore the formal clothes Kurashima gave him for the party. The hardening quirk user wore a dark gray suit jacket with the dress pants matching the same color, a black dress shirt with a red tie to it, and black dress shoes. The iron quirk user wore a dark black shirt with a white vest, white dress pants, and a white tie to it. The copy quirk user just wore his hero costume as his formal clothes. "Moron," Bakugo said, eye twitching. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" "Yeah, I'm fairly sure we are," Kurashima answered as Bakugo gotten into his boil anger moment. "You're pretty sure?" he asked, angrily. "Well, I left my phone back in the room so we're going on the instant," he answered, rubbing his head and smiled. "Idiot. No wonder Class 1A has incompetent idiots who don't keep their things in their pockets in case they need it," Monoma said, shaking his head. "Oh?" Kurashima asked, looking at him. Said the guy who got his ass hooped by a two-tailed cub. "I wasn't even ready. That rodent distracted me." Monoma said, trying to lie and twitching his right eye at the same time. Lying idiot, Kirishima said, shaking his head. Everyone, chill out. Let me see if I can get a hold of Kendo. The Iron Quirk user said, pulling out his phone. He then tries to answer the big sister's phone. Nothing came through. Almost like there's no connection. Seriously? There's no signal? Kirishima asked. Maybe we're in a part of the building that doesn't have a signal, Tetsu said. Well, let's just keep going. Maybe we'll have luck in finding that reception hall. Kirishima said. We better or I'll kill ya, Bakugo said, venting anger. Come on, dude. Just chill. Kirishima said. Shut up. Bakugo yelled. Anger management that guy needs, Tetsu said, shaking his head in disappointment. Tell me about it, Monoma said. Back in the security room, Wolfram's men were still sitting there waiting for orders when a phone rang. The second man grabbed his phone from his pocket, answering it. This is Snively. Prepare to shut down access to phone servers and the internet. We don't want any outside help coming from the mainland. He said from the phone as the man typed in buttons, seeing the green words turn to red, shutting down all signal and internet access. It's done. He answered. Good. We're about inches away. The doctor along with our invasion is on their way as we speak. Wolfram and I have secured the airport. Prepare yourselves. Back at the reception hall, All Might just wrapped up his speech with everyone applauding him. David, Iwabumi, and Ryuko smiled at him. While walking off the stage, he notices his successor along with the UA and Shiketsu students, and the freedom fighters walk in seconds after the speech. The others were walking all confused when they quickly saw the symbol of peace. The hero walks off the stage, approaching David and his fiancées. Izuku thanked both Momo and Jairu for escorting him as he and Sonic were walking towards the hero. Melissa followed suit with the girls except for Cammy, who glared at her. The freedom fighters minus Shadow went straight towards the food. Hiryu, Awaze, and Anasa were waiting to get their turn. Todoroki and Shadow stood at the wall nearby, minding their business. Ida sat down at a nearby chair, lecturing the freedom fighters about not getting in line despite the soreness he's still feeling. Mineta and Kaminari were all busy eyeing the female heroes in the room. Young Midoriya, Melissa, and Sonic, what took you so long? The hero asked. Sorry, we were running late, Izuku said. We were waiting on the others 4 boys to come but we decided not to wait any longer, Sonic said, referring to both Kirishima, Bakugo, Tetsu, and Monoma. Wow, you look stunning, Melissa, Iwabumi said, examining David's daughter's appearance. Thank you so much. You along with Ryuko are incredibly beautiful. I'm glad Uncle might choose the 2 of you. She spoke. As long as he's looking at us and not the other female heroes that are here. The hero dragon said, glaring at the hero. You have strict girlfriends, do you? David asked. Don't even ask. All Might answered, quickly changing subjects. Anyway, luckily you showed up a little late. Had to do a speech which is not my kind. I also noticed that students from UA are here as well. And 3 students from Shiketsu are here as well. They're also my friends as well. Izuku said as Iwabumi saw both Momo and Kendo talking with Uraraka, Jairu, and Cammy. Those 2 are here as well? She asked, stars sparkling around her face. They'll be in for a surprise when I see them. The snake hero quickly walks off to greet her students. That's right. Iwabumi had both young Yaoyorozu and young Kendo at her agency during the internship. She told me she liked them because they're cute. I noticed seeing a commercial with them on television. All Might said as Izuku remembered seeing the commercial. It made the boy blushed a little seeing Momo and Kendo on it. They were on TV? Sonic asked. Yeah, but I did feel bad for the two. I could have sent them to Ryuko's agency instead. All Might said. I had to decline, especially busy helping the police with the incident involving Ingenium and the hero killer. She answered, referring to the incident. I heard about that, Melissa said. One of the heroes who was struck by him had to retire. Sadly, yes, Ryuko answered. Momo and Kendo were busy talking with the other girls. They didn't notice that the snake hero approached them with a grin on her face. Uraraka, Jairu, and Kami noticed the hero walking towards them. I didn't expect the two of you to be here, she said, causing both girls to flinch. They slowly turn around with a shocked look. Uwabami? Momo and Kendo asked. Surprised to see me here? I didn't think I would see the two of you again, Uwabami said, hugging both girls before examining their appearance. Oh, how beautiful the two of you are. You're going to see a lot of the men here looking at you both. Please stop that, Momo said, blushing. You're embarrassing us, Kendo said, blushing as the snake hero turned to the other girls. And who are you three? She asked. We're their friends. My name's Ochako Uraraka. This is Kyoko Jairu and the other is Kami Atsushimi. She goes to Shiketsu. She spoke. It's an honor to meet the three of you. You are looking adorable as well, Uwabami said. It's nice to hear someone like you, a celebrity, appreciating our appearances, the glamour quirk user said as Ochako spoke to Momo. She was the one you went for the internships? She asked as Momo let out a disappointing sigh. It was a big mistake. I thought I would learn other stuff, but turns out it was just for a commercial plus she thinks we're cute, she answered. It was okay, but I can tell from Yamamoto, she was disappointed and looking down, Kendo said. I see, Uraraka said as the snake hero turned to her students. Anyway, it was nice to see you too. There's going to be dancing in a little while, she said, forming a mischievous grin. Speaking of which, I know there's a certain green-haired boy here in this room. Is his name Izuku Midoriya? Both Momo and Kendo let out steam from their heads while blushing at the same time. They knew the snake hero would tease them like during the internships when Izuku was in trouble in Hosu. Uraraka and Jairu felt a little blushing while Kami could only smile, imagining her and the boy together. You two better think about tonight. I see a beautiful blondie-haired girl standing next to him while talking with All Might, she said as the girls turned to see Melissa standing next to their love interest. Dark auras and dead eyes formed, sending the snake hero chills. Whoops. I think I teased them into jealousy. Music insert The Valley of Kings from the Ace Combat Zero soundtrack. Miles away from my island, a flock of seagulls was flying in the night sky. They looked below at the Pacific Ocean to see billions of Eggman Empire's armada making their way towards the island. Thousands were riding through the waters a naval fleet would do. Other ships including Eggman fleet fighters were flying, lined up from the sky. In his flagship, Eggman sat in his chair while his henchbots were working in the bridge. He sees the island from the large screen in front of him in the distance. His mind was in deep thought, thinking what plans he will do once he takes full control of the island. The doors behind him slide open, causing his mind to go away. Turning his chair, he saw both Stain and Koda walking towards the doctor, saluting him and standing in attention. Everything prepared? Eggman asked. Rest of the forces are ready and awaiting orders, Stain said. Good. I just heard from Snively. Wolfram's men has taken control of the security. They haven't fully locked down everything yet until I give the order out. Also, the airport has been secured. I want amphibious vehicles to launch towards the airport along with some of the ships. Unload a ton of our robots, including armored personal carriers and both infantry fighting vehicles, mobility vehicles, and Humvees. The airport will be set up as a secondary base. Sir, Infinite left the ship and is now on the island, Kota said. I know. That idiot doesn't care about following orders. Snively told me about just now. Eggman said. He's probably getting a head start to get rid of Midoriya and Sonic. Nobody lays a finger on the boy but only me. That little punk is going to regret trying to hurt the hero killer. Kota said, clenching his fist, referring to Izuku beating Stain in Hosu City. Easy, kid. You'll get your chance. Stain said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Boss, we see the island in the distance, including the signal light coming from the airport, Orbit said, seeing a flashing light in the distance of the airport. Good. Prepare for the invasion of the island. You two will lead the charge. Yes, sir. They both said as the doctor turns to his henchbots. Make sure the rest of you finish up here on the bridge and report to the hangars. Sound the alarms for everyone to prep for the invasion. Eggman said. Yes, sir. They said as Scratch pressed the red button. The red lights flashed with the alarm sound echoing throughout the ship. Egg robos, egg pawns, egg fighters, and other badniks were running to the hangars to the positions. In the hangars, Tartarus prisoners were dressed in a dark gray fatigue uniform with multi-layer carbon fiber fabric, gloves, boots, and a new type of body armor made by Eggman to protect the soldiers from quirks. A rebreather is a type of mask to protect from both chemicals and smoke, and orange goggles which shield against intense lights. They were equipped with different types of weapons like M4 carbines, M16 rifles with M203 grenade launchers connected to them, and handguns as their sidearms. The robotized Nomus, created by Eggman, was gathering different types of weapons and heavy armor. Types of weapons like bulletproof iron shields, rocket launchers, chain guns, large rifles, and other weapons. There were some dressed in different types of body armor suits with helmets and orange goggles equipped with large forearm-mounted blades on both arms. Other Nomus were equipped with flamethrowers, wearing a brominated flame-retardant suit that offers a temporary shield from the flames. Another Nomu is sealed in a suit of bulletproof and blast-resistant armor, equipped with a chain gun grenade launcher as their weapons. Eggman, with both Stain and Kota behind him, observed everything with his hands behind his back. Soon the real battle begins. He thought. Doctor, Eggman turns around with Scratch, pointing his finger below. What about those? They look down to see Nomus pushing 2 iron containers containing both Eggman's projects inside. Make sure they don't mess up anything once they place them in the dropships. I'll give the order to unleash them. Besides, it's time we use them as a test. Eggman said, smirking. Music ends. Back on I Island, in the Central Tower second floor reception hall, the party continued where everyone was still talking with one another. Pro heroes were talking with both Sonic and Izuku about their fight in the sports festival final, showing the medals to all the heroes. The boy was being a geek fanboy, seeing some of the heroes he has seen on television. Melissa brought David to meet the other students from both UA and Shiketsu. Inasa, being the usually hyper person, bowed his head by slamming his forehead on the ground. Others sweat dropped by the reaction. The freedom fighters sat at a nearby table, talking with other heroes and scientists. Shadow still leaned on the wall with his arms crossed while Todoroki was talking with David. After talking with pro heroes, Izuku sat at a nearby table, taking off his gold medal on the table before pulling out his phone. He decided to check what was happening on the internet. However, he noticed that the internet was no longer connected. He was confused by it as he refreshes it over again and pops up to the same thing. He let out a sigh, putting his phone back in his pocket. Looking around at other guests, including his friends in the room. It's an okay party tonight. Probably the first time I attend these types of places. The heroes acknowledged me about the sports festival. That's something. He thought when suddenly, a phone rang. Confused, he pulled it out from his pocket to turn out it wasn't his phone. Guess it wasn't my phone. But who is it? He heard footsteps nearby. He turns to his right to see Samuel, dressed in his formal suit, looking at his phone. David's assistant had a serious look on his phone. He looks around to make sure nobody's looking. He quickly walks to the side door's exit, leaving the room. I've seen that guy before. He was with Melissa and David earlier today when All Might and I met them. Wonder what that all about? Izuku thought when he notices something else. Wait. Did his phone ring just now? How's that impossible when there's no signal? He wasn't the only that saw the assistant left. The dark hedgehog saw David's assistant leaving. He was already making Shadow suspicious about him earlier in the lab. Now, his suspicion was starting to grow even more. Young Midoriya. The boy snapped out of his thoughts when he saw All Might approached him. Is something wrong? You looked concerned. No, I was in deep thought. Sorry about that. He answered. Well, as long as you're fine. He said, looking around at the others. I see your friends are talking with David. Melissa decided to bring her father to meet the others, Izuku said. I see. All Might said, turning to see both Shadow and Todoroki talking with one another. I noticed that young Todoroki and Shadow have been bonding together since the sports festival. They've been good friends since then. Shadow went to Endeavor's agency where Todoroki went. From there, they were there at Hosu City, fighting with the hero killer. Izuku said before remembering something. Originally, Endeavor was supposed to be here, instead Todoroki came as a representative for the number 2 hero. Endeavor was invited? Instead, he chooses young Todoroki to come as a replacement? All Might asked, shaking his head in disappointment. That man is one I would like to punch someday. I don't know what he's the problem. I know he doesn't like me because I'm the number 1 hero. Should have let Shadow deal with him during our conversation at the sports festival. On the bright side, you defeated his son. I saw the look on his face after the match. On the bright side, Todoroki still doesn't like his father. I know Sonic and Shadow don't like Endeavor at all. I'm curious what will happen next. Izuku asked when the sound of classical music was heard on the speaker. Ah, the sound of this music warms my heart. Time for the dance. All Might said, noticing Iwabumi and Ryuko approach him. So, are you going to find anyone you want to dance with? What? Izuku asked, nervously with red cheeks. 3 don't know how to dance. Come on, young Midoriya. All Might, placing his hand around his successor's shoulder. You should know there are many beautiful women here in this room. Not to mention your female friends that look very gorgeous tonight. It's your perfect chance not to blow this moment. Izuku said as All Might let out a disappointing sigh. Well, if you don't want to do it yourself, I'll give you a little push. He said, walking away from the boy. Izuku was confused by that statement when he was surprised to see the symbol of peace talking with Momo, who appeared out of nowhere. Young Yaoyorozu, you are incredibly beautiful tonight. Care to dance with the symbol of peace? What? She asked, blushing before waving her arms around. 3 I'm sorry but I must. All Might, both female voices were heard before both hands appeared by pulling both his ears comically. Huh? Momo asked as she and Izuku saw both Ryuko and Iwabumi pulled the hero's ears. Did we just saw no flirting with anyone other than us? The dragon hero asked. And we were just about to come to get you so you can dance with us until we saw you trying to get a young UA student dance with you. How disgusting. The snake hero said. Ow, ow, ow. Wait. Hang on. I was just trying to help young Midoriya out by trying to find a dance partner until young Yaoyorozu appeared and tried to get her to dance with him. Huh? Both female heroes look at the young students back and forth until finally realized it. Oh, I see. They let go of his ears quickly while the hero rubbed them both. The snake hero had a mischievous grin on her face, standing next to her student. So, you were going to ask him to dance with you? She asked, making the girl blush. Momo tried to talk while looking away before Uwabami whispered at her. This is a chance for you to go at him. Remember that blonde girl has the looks and body just like yours. Other girls will love to be with him now if you don't make a move. She said, smiling at her. Good luck with that. We'll leave you two alone. Come on. Ryuko said as they both escort All Might to the dance floor. Seriously, ladies. You two are insane. He said, rubbing his ears. Izuku got up from his seat, trying to talk with his idol, but they disappeared through the other people. He slowly turns to the creation quirk user, who was blushing a little before she turns to look at him. They stared at one another, blushing. For Momo, this was her chance to keep that promise. She knew the snake hero was correct that she will blow this opportunity and the window will open for the other girls including Melissa. She let out a sigh before smiling at him. Izuku, she spoke with kind. Yeah? He asked, stuttering a bit. Would you like to dance with me? She asked. The boy flinched nervously after hearing those words. He never knew how to dance after all, being timid and everything, especially when dancing with a girl. He took deep breaths to compose himself. Momo was nervous if he were to decline. Her heart would break if he said no. He took another deep breath before answering his word. Wise. 3 would like to dance with you. He said as the girl smiled brightly. Thank you. She said before softly grabbing his hand, guiding him to the dance floor. So soft. He thought, blushing with his hand feeling hers. Back at the airport, Infinite looks around seeing Wolfram's men already tying the 2 men who were inside the tower minutes ago. He saw Snively walking towards him with Wolfram behind him. What are you doing here? Eggman hasn't given out the order yet. Snively said. I could care less about orders from Eggman. We're here for a reason. To get rid of All Might, Sonic, and especially getting my hands on Izuku Midoriya. Infinite said, clenching his fist. The boy and I have unfinished business. We all want those 3 captured by us. Especially when the boy has the Chaos Emerald. Snively said. Either way, we here for a reason. Now the chaos is about to begin. Infinite said. You're eager to go after 3 people? Wolfram asked as the ultimate mercenary turned to look at him. You ain't seen nothing yet. I know you're eager to see how you'll do in front of everyone on this island. Infinite said, elevating himself before flying in front of him. Just don't get in my way, and that goes for your men as well. Wolfram didn't like any of that while Snively tries to calm both men down. It was going to be a long night for sure. Thanks for watching my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Don't forget to support Sonic the Hedgehog and My Hero Academia, 2 Heroes by Toonami Forever, and his story link in the description.